What makes a champion? Power, skill, strategy, and something deeper. An unbreakable will. Champions rise through fire. They stand out.
Fight me! Oh!
At PCCX, the ultimate showdown begins. Who will conquer? Who will define a champion?
Hello everyone and welcome to PCCX, where we look to find the successor to predecessor glory. It's the $10,000 main stage that's all the rage now in Portuguese, thanks to our friend Lacatitas. Muito obrigado. I'm Dilo, your marquee of the Mini Prime. We have Choice Plays, Almighty Eye in the Sky. With me at the desk, I got Bengal Mac and Medkit here. Lads, how we feeling?
I'm feeling like a cryptocurrency today, Dilo. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel great. I feel at an all-time high. I'm super excited for the games today. I'm excited to see what we got in store for us, and see how the PCC wraps up. My suspense is killing me.
I'm the same as Bengal Mac. The suspense is killing me. This is main day. We're gonna see some top tier level PCCX experience. I can't wait for that to unfold. Let's go.
Yeah, man. I mean, plays have been running hot. Players have been running hot. But the execution on the field is oh so cold. Man, that's why you guys both brought beanies. I did not get the memo, apparently. My bad, everyone. That's okay. We're going to be heating up here soon enough, so we're going to be nice and cozy. Let's take a look at that bracket to see what's in store for us here on the A stream. Keep in mind, B stream also got its own stuff going. D-Lab up against the leftovers on the B. Primal and Autumn Leaf square off right here in front of us. Boy, oh boy, it's going to be a good set.
Yeah, Primals versus Autumn Leaf is going to be an absolute banger. I mean, if you look at the rosters on the teams, you know, some definitely names are going to stand out. I mean, everyone pretty much knows Soul Reaper. He's pretty much been the face of the game for, you know, God knows how long. You know, players like Seismic, Mav, Cure, Zihi, Gwussy, Neth. I mean, it's the name of names in this game. I mean, anyone that you've walked into a lobby and instantly feared, they're probably going to be in this game.
Yep.
Yeah, to keep it simple, it's basically imagine Chefs versus Immune, kind of like back in the days. You have old school names like Seismic and Neft and Morose. Soul Reaper is actually on Autumn Leaf also, so that's a name everyone probably knows. Just heavy hitters on both sides of these teams. It's gonna be a banger.
There's no way to mince words about how kooky and crazy it's all gonna get. I mean, Autumn Leaf, right? They were sent to fight EWTs, one of the best in the entire PCC bracket. And who made them do that? Who forced them through that death march? Leftovers. And you know, Autumn Leaf are looking to sweep away Primal so they can get a little bit of a grudge match revenge going. So you've got that motivation on their sides. Primal, on the other hand, they're beating their chest. They're fighting with a lot of fury behind them. Easy 2-0 sweep yesterday. They didn't even seem to break a sweat. How are they going to do, though, up against these really immensely powerful opponents?
When it comes to the side of Primal, I mean, I feel like you gotta focus on the duo lane side of things. I mean, you're going up against Neft, and you're going against Gwussy, two great players, but I think Cure is really kind of the unsung ADC of this tournament. He's very talented player. You know, Seismic is also really going to be in a strong matchup as well. But if you're looking at Autumn Leaf, I think all roads lead through Soul. You know, like I was saying kind of yesterday on the stream, you know, when teams play around, kind of open up that mid lane map, open up that T1 for Soul, he pretty much becomes a second jungler for his teams. He's able to rotate around the map and continue to put pressure on the duo lane, on the solo lane, or even rotate into the jungle and start counter jungling and taking 2 camps and whatnot. So I think both teams need to have a strong game plan going into today. Both teams are looking to win this, obviously.
I think Autumn Leaf will probably stay consistent and do what they've been doing. What I'm kind of curious and possibly looking forward to is if Primal is going to take out that secret bag of tricks that they've hinted at us for some time now. Is it the time? I mean, it is Autumn Leaf. It's a formidable opponent. If it's now or never, especially when you have certain like key matchups, like you have Morose versus Sneaks. Morose is, I mean, he's almost top 5, and he's a beast in the off lane. Sneaks will probably need to pull some bag of tricks, and then the team will probably have to play around that. And then all the other matchups are like almost neck and neck. I can't wait to see.
There's really only one way we're going to be able to find out how it all plays out, and that's by helping into this draft real quick. P's and B's coming at you, and I like what you mentioned before, Bengal, the roads been traveled. Primal getting here off easy breezy cover girl, moving through that bracket without too big of an issue, whereas Autumn Leaf saw some speed bumps, saw some adversity. Sometimes that's what brings out the best in you. The question is, are Primal eating from silver spoons, or are they ready to get their hands dirty? I know Sai certainly is, and I know that we are ready to get our hands into these compositions. Guys, draft philosophy. When you have such amazing players on either side, what the hell do you even do? Ban Crunch. Clearly the answer for Primal.
Yeah, I mean, the crunch pick for for Autumn Leaf side of things, or the ban to take that away from them, it pretty much takes away an aggressive choice in the offlane or the jungle. But the Yin ban, I was wanted to get to that, but Yin has seen pretty much 100% pick ban rate. I don't think she's even gotten a chance to even play in the game yet. She's a very, very strong character. So if you're in that first ban, spot, you can kind of ban whoever you want, because it forces the other team to pick you in. And if they don't pick them, then you go, sweet, we get them for ourselves. But we see FaZe come out early. I'm interested to see kind of what they're going to pair with that, with Cure. If that Sparrow is going to come out, if Skylar's been picked a lot in these games, I'm interested to kind of see what they pair that with.
These are already some really smart picks from Primal. By banning the crunch, they're basically not giving Morose that character, although he'll probably just stick to his usual Xerath Grux lineup. And then also them picking up FaZe kind of forces Autumn Leaf to like, hey, we probably don't want to pick up someone like a Richter who gets hard countered. And then Autumn Leaf here possibly giving their jungler Xerath or the offlaner to maybe answer FaZe during the late game, and their Soul Reaper gets Gideon over here. Can't wait to see the big ultimates he's going to pull in these team fights, and we're going to see how Primal kind of answers. Like, they know their mid laner, not sure where Xerath goes yet.
Interesting to see that. I know that it's a name that we talk about often with Autumn Leaf, and for good reason. Neft not getting picked out quite just yet. They're deciding to save maybe an ace up the sleeve, wait for the picks from Primal to come in before deciding what they want their star-studded carry on next. Aurora and Zarus picked up here by Primal. Walls upon walls upon walls.
Yeah, it's important to get both that Aurora and Zarus off the board, whether it's picking them yourselves or banning them. I think this is more or less some picks to take them away from Autumn Leaf. Just because in my mind, I was already thinking, man, if we could pair that Gideon and Zarus combo, it's something disgusting. But that Aurora and Zarus is going to be such a nasty dive combo. And then with FaZe is able to kind of pull out whoever is that dive champ if they get a little bit low. I anticipate the Xerath going into the off lane. I've been seeing Morose play that a lot in the off lane, and we see kind of Zinx picked to kind of counter that dive a bit. If Zarus is to dive onto somebody, or Aurora is to dive onto somebody, and they get a bit low, they are able to kind of hit that R button that says that just kidding. We're gonna hit that Uno reverse card, and we bring that character back. Iggy getting banned in the mid lane, so being able to narrow that mid lane pool against Soul Reaper, he's pretty much able to say, hey, I don't want to play against this champ. So it's a benefit to Autumn Leaf, and kind of makes that mid lane pool a bit tighter now, just because we saw Iggy picked a lot in the games yesterday.
Both sides here deciding to pick up ADCs last, as the other 4 picks are going to decide how we can maneuver around the draft to counter who. Very interesting that they picked up Zarus earlier, getting Morose off of that character, almost forcing his hand, because we're going to see who he's actually going to play in the off lane. And they're getting rid of the possible jungler for Autumn Leaf. And then Autumn Leaf decided to also shorten the mid lane pool, like Bengal Max said. So we're about to see where exactly the mid laner are going to be for Seismic over here on Primal, and then the last couple of picks for Autumn Leaf.
It's interesting that the banned away the Iggy, given that oftentimes people say that Gideon wins that matchup in the first place. Maybe just not feeling comfortable up against it. Drongo secured there, going to ensure that Gag Grenade not going to be able to be met by the Seraph, who wants to dive with Wild Abandon. Still is free is the Howie, which I believe Primal were putting into good use yesterday, so I imagine that might be making a return once again. But finally, we have the all-answered question of who does Neff play? It's going to be that Drongo pick, and that's pretty gosh darn scary.
Yeah, Drongo is really good into the team comp that he's facing, into that Aurora Zars. He has a lot of appeal. If he goes to Cleanse Crest, it gives him even an added additional layer. But for Primal, I do see that the Howie's still on the board. I know we didn't see this character picked a lot yesterday, but I would not be surprised to see a gadget, just because this team comp, there's the gadget.
There's the gadget.
This team comp is literally just a microwave comp. Zarus can able to dive. Aurora's able to match that dive. Sparrow's able to hit her R button. I like to call it the fun button. And Gadget's able to drop a Tesla Dome over the top. So we have a very team fighting oriented kind of draft on the side of Primal. I'm interested to see how Autumn Leaf is able to kind of wrap this up. I think we're probably going to see the jungle pick could be the last one. But I'm really liking Primal's draft in terms of team fighting. And Autumn Leaf is going to be able to is going to be having a hard time kind of fighting the 5v5.
Oh, and their last pick is actually Kallari, so we might actually see Seraph versus actually, I guess Primal. We don't know who the jungler could be, but the key thing is if you look at Autumn Leaf, they don't necessarily have a dedicated frontliner. They do have double assassins, so they could be just trying to make sure FaZe doesn't augment Sparrow a little too much. If they can catch the gadget before the Zarus comes in to kind of wombo combo along with the Aurora, that could be it. I'm anticipating some tricky objective team fights for Autumn Leaf. Primal does have the slight edge when it comes to team fighting, but we just have to see what Autumn Leaf has in store for them.
That lack of front line does raise some concerns. If you don't have that Vanguard to soak up any damage, if things end up turning against you early, you might find yourself being crushed by a snowball rolling at you at breakneck speed. Guys, we got 5 champs on each side. We have 2 amazing teams here, both looking to move on from the semis and claim that 10K for themselves. For your money, who do you think takes game 1 and why?
And it really comes down to the early game on this one. If Autumn Leaf is able to kind of build and snowball a lead early, get some kills on the Seraph, get some kills on the Kallari, get the mid lane open, get Soul Reaper rotating on the Gideon, then it's going to spell a lot of trouble for Primal. Primal has that Sparrow and Gadget, which is pretty much a ticking time bomb. If you can get to 20-25 minutes, then Primal's team fighting strengths are really good. These are 2 really, really good teams. I anticipate this game going, anywhere from between 25 to 35 minutes. And because of that, I do have to give the edge to Primal on this one.
I would say the X factor for Autumn Leaf would probably be Soul Reaper, just so he can, if he pushes his lane and then tries to rotate and gank that dual lane, that Sparrow and FaZe, that is a really good counter to a FaZe and a Sparrow, is if you have a Gideon. And if you look carefully on the other team, there's no solid, reliable way to stun Soul Reaper out of his ultimate. So he's gonna have to be the key for Autumn Leaf, in my opinion. However, in terms of draft, I have to slightly give it to Primal simply because that they have a clear playstyle. They have a lot of AoE across 3 players, the wombo combos, and then you have a Phase and a Sparrow with a monstrous combo, and it's deadly. Like that 3-2 punch might be too much for Autumn Leaf, so I'm gonna give it to Primal.
United is the desk, and I don't need to tell you guys at home that apes together are indeed strong. Can Autumn Leaf drift by in the breeze and find themselves a Game 1 victory? Only the casters can tell, so we'll pass it on forward to our friends Frauken and the spookiest of Mars. Take it away.
Thank you, as always, D'Lo and the desk. Fantastic breakdown all around. Frauken, what a way to start this day. Here in PCCX, semifinals, we see 2 colossuses of teams going against each other here. We've had the feedback from the desk. We know their thoughts. But I want to get where your head is at on this one, because right now, these 2 teams, we've seen fantastic play from both of them. Autumn Leaf did have a 3-game set yesterday. Primal took theirs in 2. But I wouldn't take those numbers for anything other than showing just how tenacious and ferocious they are.
Yeah, that is for sure. Both of these teams could easily be finalists if the bracket was just slightly different. And I mean, this game could go 100% either way. We can't really tell until we are in game, just like now. But there is one more point I want to talk about, and that is the ease of execution for these 2 compositions. And that goes all the way for Primals. It is so easy to just click R on the here, just have the Zarus go in. You're going to have the Aurora followed up, same with this gadget. Sparrow just has to hold down left click and all of Autumn Leaf will die. Meanwhile, the Kalari is going to be more technically difficult. It's going to be more technically difficult on the Seraph. Gideon is going to have to make sure he times his black holes correctly. And in terms of just a team fight, it is going to be an uphill battle.
The ease of execution is always something to keep an eye on. Granted, both these teams playing at a very high level should be expected that they can execute on what they draft, but it does mean there's more room for error on the side of Autumn Leaf. And as we all know, good as you might be, nobody is perfect. Autumn Leaf has to be very careful here if they don't want to be the ones leaving this match in the early. That said, Primal, we haven't really seen them struggle too much. We haven't seen them stumble. We saw them go against a rather unusual composition yesterday, and what I think they've shown is a great ability to adapt to what the other team is doing and respond as needed. Autumn Leaf, I feel, has their work cut out for them in trying to find those early leads to put themselves in a good position.
Yeah, they definitely need to get those early leads and need to make sure they get the snowball rolling within the first 10 minutes realistically. And if that does not happen, then they are going to be in big trouble. But these players, they know what they're doing. They know how to play these characters, how to pilot them, how to take these level 1s, level 2s. So if anyone can do it, it's going to be them. Speaking of that, though, Rose Snakes, they're going down quite low in this level 1. Both of them taking down some of the minions as well. Rose just blinking in. Snakes is going to go down so low. The blink was not the best, but it was enough to give him that distance. That is going to be blink for blink. Snakes, though, is going to have to reset. Morose is going to get the early experience and gold lead.
Man, Sneaks is lucky Morose didn't wait for level 2 there. If he had the jump available, could have followed with that and secure himself the kill. However, forcing the TKO is not that bad. That does give Morose a little bit of time. Go ahead and get some more gold, get some XP. And that's just a little bit more that Sneaks doesn't have now. Do you think that'll have an impact with it particularly being in favor of a Seraph here?
It could be. He's not going to have the gold. He's not going to have anything. But what is going to be the case is that there is no blink. Nevulia, looking around, the Water and Snakes is so good there, knowing that there is a chance that Kalari could be looking for an early game because he has no blink. The Invisible's going in, Snakes has no blink.
Nivula coming on in. Morose is getting low, half health, but so is Snakes. And just like that, Nivula comes on in. First blood goes to Autumn Leaf. This force is looking bloody.
that set of plays was so good from Autumn Leaf. Morose baiting out the blink in the early game, knowing that Nivulia is going to be nearby for that early gank. And even though the reset came through from Sneaks, that he was full HP, the damage from 2 assassins in this early game was more than enough. Now, Morose can reset after taking that sign. He can get a large amount of gold, and the first blood went to Nivulia on the Kalaria. That means he's going to get even faster towards that Malady and get those stacks rolling.
Now, one thing we haven't really talked about too much is this duo lane over here. Cure on this Sparrow, got the Zihi phase pocketing him, making sure they stay out of danger. Up against the Drongo and the Zinx, I mean, both of these lanes scale very well on each side here. Who do you favor in this early game?
In the early game, Drongo is the king of all ADCs. He is going to have that damage potential, especially at level 6, to just burst either Q or Zihi, and there is no, I mean, they have Zinx on their own team. There's going to be no Null Genesis. There is going to be the pull, but if they go for Zihi, it doesn't matter. You can't pull yourself out of danger. You might have the blink, but if Nivulia gets a good gank timing around this duo side, around that level 6 mark, it should be an easy kill for the likes of Neft and Grussi. However, saying that, this scaling coming from a Sparrow phase lane is one of the best in the game.
Now Nivulia's coming, come on over, looking over at Zihi, passes right by Cure. Zihi's able to get back to that tower, pull his ADC down. Now makes the rotation as well. Gwassi a little bit low. He's far enough back that he shouldn't be in too much danger. And this is kind of what I was expecting here, Falcon. I was expecting to see a lot of focus being paid towards this duo lane, because both of them are such valuable targets. You don't want to let this Sparrow scale. You don't want to let this Zinc scale. There are valid targets on each side where it feels like you have to pay attention to them, because if you don't, they just become problems.
And that's not even talking about the players. I mean, Q and Neft, both of them have made a name for themselves in the PCC and in Predecessor in general. They are probably the two best mechanical players in terms of that role in the game. Now, Nivulia might get caught. It's going to have to be linked out. There was 5 members of Primals here, and ultimately, they haven't got the members.
Reaper and Gwassi on the way in. Fangtooth goes down. It's going to be secured by Primal. No steal here. Now, potential fight afterwards. Morose has made the rotation. Mav looking a little low. Morose jumps on in. Those health bars do not enjoy what just happened. Sneaks. Glacial charges out. He's okay for now, but Mav pays the price. Sneaks coming back in, and the rocks get dropped. Zihi disappears. Morose wants to lead this charge. Keep the pressure up, boys. Sneaks so low. Somehow manages to get himself away. Pure falls. It's a 3-0 at the cost of the Fangtooth.
You're taking that every single day as Autumn Leaf. What you want right now is that gold, that experience. Losing the first Fangtooth, it hurts, yes, but it is nothing compared to the amount of snowball you can gain. Morose, unfortunately, not getting a single kill during that. We've seen yesterday how strong SF can be if they get a few kills under their belt, but the kills went to Soul if they went to Neft. It is not a bad at all. I mean, 2-0-0 on this Gideon. Hasn't even used the Black Hole once because it hasn't been level 6. No one was level 6 during that engagement, and Autumn Leaf, they are running straight to the bank.
Yeah, we have 4 kills on the board, 6.5 minutes in before anyone gets an ultimate available. I think Autumn Leaf is pretty happy with how this one is going so far. Morose, not having the best time over in this off lane on the 1v1. Clear isn't quite as good, it feels, from this Seraph as it is for Sneaks. But that's totally fine. I mean, sure, you didn't get any kills, but you picked up assists on all of that. Morose was the reason that all happened. So he's definitely coming back with a nice little bit of gold there. And with Neff picking up a kill himself, I mean, this is looking pretty good for Autumn Leaf.
It is looking very good for Autumn Leaf right now. I mean, Finals, yes, they still have the scaling, but Autumn Leaf have done what they needed to in this early game. They've gotten the early kills, they've gotten them on valuable targets as well, and apart from Grussi stealing the gold buff there, which is not probably ideal, they have gotten a good lead in every single lane. Nivulia has also been impacting the map, which is great for them, has now hit that level 6, has got that guillotine available, so can go for an execute, and I would love to see them go towards this true lane once again. There's no blink on Kira, there's no blink on Zihi. If they can catch them, they should be able to get a good double.
And Morose also has a nice lead over here on this right side, about a level and a half right now. Sneaks gonna have to be a little bit careful there. Soul Reaper making the rotation. Torn Space comes in, Black Hole gets dropped, and there's no way out. Cure gets dropped down, and they step under the tower looking for Zihi. Tower for cover. He's okay for right now, but Neft and Soul Reaper are both looking for it, and it's just a simple rock drop from the sky, and Zihi no longer in this world. Mav makes the counter rotation, finds nothing for it.
Well, it wasn't the person that I was expecting to, but there was a gank in the duo side, and the no blinks was punished so hard. Zihi Cure standing too close to each other meant that the pull was not going to be useful because they were caught both in the black hole. And although the damage wasn't enough just from the ultimate, the damage from Neft at the end was enough. And I mean, Zihi survived quite a long time with Ring Around the Rosies, but it wasn't enough to get out. Nivelia, level 6, has caught Sneaks lazy back. It has got the ultimate.
And drops it, looking for a little bit more damage, not able to connect everything he needs onto Sneaks. Ends up just delaying that back, as now Mav makes the rotation. Coliseum gets dropped. The quick double hop out gets Nivula back to safety. Morose joins the fight, and Mav getting pushed away by this Seraph. You try to step up to my jungler.
Wow.
No, sir, you're going to get dropped right in the grave. And that's a quick, easy rotation to Mini Prime, because Neft and Gwesi are here too.
Just good team fighting from Autumn Leaf, knowing that they can get the kill on Zara's Morose, having that bone saw, having that slow on the auto attacks, no evade coming out from the Zaros meant that he could not get away. The sticking power of the Seraph is so strong at this point. I think the Mini Prime was given over to the Seraph, and that is not bad whatsoever. Now we can see that there's a farm lead for Autumn Leaf as well, not a massive one, only 25 CS across 5 members, so that won't impact it. It's still the Tills, and that's 7-0 right now.
Yeah, so far, Autumn Leaf is doing an excellent job of picking up these kills and shutting Primal out. I mean, that's something that Primal did to their competition yesterday, was completely shut them out of the game. And now Autumn Leaf is just stepping forward and saying, hey, you know what, we can do that too. Said, first game of the day, maybe a little bit of warm-ups coming in here. This is a best of 3 series. Primal, for their part, can just take lessons from this early game. And even though it's looking good for Autumn Leaf, this game is by no means over just yet. The leads are certainly accruing. Primal's got plenty of fight back left in them. 4 people step up to this left side, and you know they're looking at a Fangtooth.
Make that 5. Morose using the teleporters once in a blue moon. They are used in these games, but every time they are, I am so happy. Now, I don't think Primal is going to be looking anytime soon. That is going to even up the Fangtooth's score 1-1. Primal getting that early Fangtooth now is actually really valuable because Autumn Leaf aren't on soul point. The black hole is going to come out, but it's going to be below seismic, so the pull is not going to be enough, and he is going to have to back up.
Yeah, Seismic's going to be A-okay with that one. You know he's just calling out, black hole down, black hole down. This could be an opportunity now for Primal to find some counter fights into Autumn Leaf. They haven't been super proactive here in this game so far. We've seen them take one Fangtooth, which they did start. And after that, it feels like they've mostly just kind of been responding to what Autumn Leaf is doing, or perhaps opting not to respond as well. Do you think they need to get more active, or are they okay sitting here and just kind of playing passively to scale up?
I feel they don't really have a choice at this point today. How so behind Mav especially is not really able to contest against Kalari. Soul Reaper coming in, no black hole though. It's just going to be able to be Zihi's going to pull Q out quite easily. The root coming in, Mav is nearby. He has Colosseum.
He's going to come in and drop it. Neft immediately blinks back out, but it's not going to be enough. Cure runs him down. The triple shot connects. And Gwesi, forced into a bad spot, retreats. But Soul Reaper with a quick rock comes in, and Cure goes down just like that. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
That was so much damage coming out of Soul Reaper. I didn't think that Kira was going forward there, but the damage was more than enough. I'm not entirely sure why Gwesi used the Neurogenesis. I think he was just a bit too scared that the burst damage from Primals was going to be there, but that was not the case. 1-for-1 in the end. Defs did get shut down though, so the bounty is going to go over to the Sparrow. So overall, probably Primals gains more from that, but Nivelia in the mid lane has been uncontested on this tower. Might be able to get the first tower of the game.
There it goes down. Nivula puts some more gold into their team's pockets. And you know, you're right, Falcon. Anytime you're behind and you take a 1-for-1, that's a win for you. Primal is absolutely happy with that, especially with Cure being the one to get that nice bit of gold. Puts the team on the board, gets a little bit more of the morale up. That's a great look for Primal. They lose that mid tower, and it opens up a lot of this map. So now the question is, where does Autumn Leaf decide to go with this extra pressure that they have from taking that tower down?
I think they look for this dual lane. As you look at the map, you got such a massive push coming in from Cure there, and Nefty's on his own. Zihi is nearby, but if they can catch the Sparrow once again, who still doesn't have Blink, by the way, they should be able to get another kill. Look for this tower that is pretty low, and then maybe look for the mini prime from that.
Seismic and Soul Reaper passing in the mid lane there, just checking out in the jungle. Keep your eyes over there. Nivula also on the way here, could look to collapse on him. However, Seismic, aware of the danger, decides to stay safe, take a few steps back to his side. He's okay for now. What that does do is shut down that rotation that looked like Soul Reaper was trying to make to that duo side. Like you said, Falcon, there is a lot of pressure being put over here. And just look at the hovering in this river. You could tell they want to find a little bit more. Soul Reaper can take the aggressive pathing, looking around. You're not going to be happy. He's walking straight into him. The tower goes down. Safety is gone. He gets tucked in the black hole. Great response from Seismic comes in, but Nivula drops forward with the death mark and takes the Sparrow out. Now caught in a bad spot. Might not have a way back out. Blinks forward. It's his way to Soul Reaper. The Colosseum comes down, and that's what Mav needed. Put the Gideon in the dirt. Now there's still damage following up on it. Zihi trying to create some space, but it's not going to be enough. Nivula takes Mav down. It's a 2-for-1, make it a 3-for-1, as well as the tower down. Autumn Leaf is feeling great.
Ultimately, they just have the item advantage, they have the experience. As soon as that tower went down, there was no chance for Primals to really get an even trade in this fate. It was very unfortunate that Seismic did blink into Nerulia. Morose is using the Heresy. The auto attacks are so strong, Sneaks is just going to fall down without any sort of comeback. And I mean, that's just another kill on to this Seraph. Morose, he started 0-0-4, has got 2 kills now. Going back to that duo side, Seismic blinking in to all the Nerulia was not ideal, but the blow up from this Kalari onto the Sparrow is just a sign of things to come, I feel like. Now, if you look at the map state, that's 2 towers down for Autumn Leaf, none taken from Primal so far. Morose could look for this tower on the right hand side, but the mini prime is up. Same with Fangtooth. These are big objectives to take at the moment.
Primal looking to contest this one. Mini prime very low already. I found one. Catching on the back end. Soul Reaper has to torn space into his team. He's okay with that. They get it for free. Nothing lost here. Autumn Leaf is burning through this game like a summer storm right now. Sneaks. Take a step forward. Doesn't like what he sees. Takes a step back. Now that's a grouping coming up. They're looking at this next Fangtooth here, Falcon.
Yes, already spawned. Primals have the pit, but there's not many wards out for either team at the moment. They need to make sure that they have this wards down for Kalari. They need to find out where he is, because they are right behind him. It has started Black Hole!
Black Hole comes through, and Morose comes in. He's in the back looking for a few more hits. Soul Reaper takes one down, and all of a sudden, the Fangtooth's already gone. Primal has gotten that one, but they're dropping like flies. The full ace Autumn Leaf just burns them away. You got the objective. Congratulations. But at what cost?
All 5 of them is what the cost is, plus what other objectives Autumn Leaf can go for. It's only 17 minutes in the game. There is no all prime to take in. And I don't really know what else you can say apart from the fact that Autumn Leaf just walked in, pressed R, and everyone just kind of blew up. There was no real CC coordination. There was no need for anything fancy. Autumn Leaf just had the stats, and Finals did not have the HP.
I think what we just saw there was the gold advantage at work. That is an item differential that turned that fight so effectively. Not just items, also the XP. Soul Reaper is 3 levels up on Seismic right now. That is massive. Just look at the build differences, Falcon. I mean, I don't want to say that Primal has no chance, right? There's definitely still a game to be had here, but it feels like they have to climb a mountain for it.
ultimately just had the perfect early game. They got exactly what they wanted, and the snowball that we were worried about has been realized. It has been, I mean, the prophecy has come true for Autumn Leaf at this point in time. Every single member, apart from Gristy maybe, is going to be able to kill all the primals, and honestly, that's the thing, he's probably doing decent damage as well.
I mean, right now, it is entirely on Autumn Leaf to make a mistake for Primal here. Whether that's taking a bad fight that they can't actually handle, or not paying attention to the map and allowing Primal to get something on there. Right now, there's no objectives to take. Primal doesn't have any plays that they can really effectively make here. Right now, it's just trying to farm their jungle, trying to farm these lanes, and stay safe. Make sure that Autumn Leaf doesn't catch anyone out here. And I would say Primal is very good about that. I haven't really seen anyone egregiously out of position, getting caught out. This is simply Autumn Leaf playing their game plan just a little bit better right now.
Yeah, having that early rotations, having that ability, and yeah, it's not really mistakes from Primals, it's just the fact that Autumn Leaf are playing their game. However, saying that, if you want a composition that has fallen behind, it is probably the Primals one. They still have that scaling, they still have that ability to come online. It's not going to be as early as they would like, but when it comes to that 4 or 5 items, that Sparrow will do damage, that gadget will do the damage. It just depends on getting there.
Yeah, right now, Autumn Leaf's primary objective is to finish this game before Primal can scale. They're on a good path for it, but there's still a lot of tier 2 standing. There's still towers in the way of that core. Autumn Leaf is by no means on the verge of ending this game, but they are pushing themselves closer and closer towards it.
Nerf?
And yeah. They're going to step over to Sneaks. Does he want the 1v1 against the Aurora? It seems he does. He's going to fire those shots out. And Sneaks, for his part, wants no part of it. Glacial Charge gets him out of danger. And it's a good call. Look at the map. You can see everyone from Autumn Leaf grouping up over here, looking for this next push.
If Sneaks died there, that was going to be the All Primal started, but he was smart enough to know that Autumn Leaf was missing on the map. There is no wards from Primals in this entire area. We can see that there is one by the blast plant, but there is 1, 2, 3, probably 4 wards, I think, on the map for Autumn Leaf around this pit. If Primals walks anywhere near this place, they are going to know immediately, and they can pounce. Nerulia in the shadows, Morose in the shadows, Soul Reaper having that black hole ready. It is just a matter of time until they pull the trigger.
Primal giving a lot of space to Autumn Leaf right now, and I mean, honestly, can you blame them? They have to allow that space to happen. They do not want to be engaged upon right here. If Autumn Leaf wants to engage, Primal's going to make sure they do it in a bad spot where they can actually collapse onto them. The spreading of this team is critical, and it's actually stopped this attempt at an Orb Prime. Autumn Leaf's recognized there's no opportunity for them to go in here. There is a Fangtooth coming up. Keep your eyes on Primal. They're still around that right side. Might see a potential handshake.
I think Primal really wants to handshake. They know that they can't really fight in a straight 5v5 at the moment, but if Autumn Leaf starts the Primal Fangtooth, they should be able to start. Saying that though, I think Autumn Leaf are just trying to bait. They knew that there would be some looking around from Primals, and they hadn't had a look, see if there's going to be any sort of catch, which has not happened. Primals is able to escape. Morose is just on his own going in.
Yeah, Morose is in a really weird spot, but here's Soul Reaper following up with the black hole. Damage is not great on the side of Autumn Leaf. Soul Reaper goes low, but Neft's got the damage to back him up. Soul Reaper somehow still alive. Sneaks is running him down, but he's going to get traded out for it. See, he throw it out the laser beam, try to root him down. Seismic somehow in the back here. This is not a great spot for him to be in. Gadget has to try to find a way out, but Morose, Neft, Gwassi, Nivea, they're all coming for him, and they're going to put him down. Seismic falls. It's the full ace. That's the easiest Orb Prime I've ever seen in my life.
That is the Orb Prime. That might be the Primal as well. I mean, look at the death timers. Kira is up in 10. The rest of the Primals is coming up. This might not be a case of Orb Prime straight to the Primal. There'll probably be a reset first. I mean, look at Nest Gold right now. He has 2.3k before this dies. 2.7 now that it is dead. That is just another item. That's Demolisher straight up for this Drongo. And that's going to be more items for the rest of the team. Nevulia has got that hatchet. So we've building towards maybe the Astral Catalyst. Not entirely sure what he's looking for there, and it's just more damage on top of more damage. Going back to that team fight, most going for the engage, seeing that there was a catch, and Primals, they tried to burst them down, tried to do a sizable amount of damage. The Black Hole though meant that they would just had to scarp and they had to split up, which is why Seismic ended up on the wrong side, kept him away from the rest of the team. And even if he was next to the rest of the team, it wouldn't have mattered. He would have died as well. Now the Primal Fangtooth started by Autumn Leaf.
I mean, honestly, I was worried for Autumn Leaf when they made that engagement. I looked at that and said, wow, this might be too aggressive. Shows what I know. There's a reason I don't do the analysis. Now they're looking to push on forward and take a little bit more. Zihi has been spotted by Autumn Leaf, and they're not looking to leave him alone. They're looking to run him down. Going to keep on running his way back out, but now the tier 2s are very much in danger or primed up. There's no defense from Primal.
It's the double bubble buff, as TJ would like to say. Now that tier 2 tower down, there's two tier 2 towers for Primals up, but the inhibitor is the main threat. There is no minions available right now for Autumn Leaf. Sneaks has now just reset, is back with the rest of the team. It is 5 members defending this one inhibitor, 5 members attacking this inhibitor. The minion wave is here, all Primes still available.
Glacial Charge puts a wall in front of the inhibitor, but Nivula goes around the back, and where did Kira go? You found the cure to life, apparently. He's gone from the world. Seismic getting dropped down just like that. Primal has once again fallen. It's another near ace, with only Sneak surviving to try to defend against all 5 members. He's just not going to be able to do it. Morose once again just starts things off, and Sneaks comes down and gets dropped. You can't take that fight, my friend. The inhibitor will fall, and the core likely to go down next. In 24, call it 25 minutes here, Falcon, Autumn Leaf has put their mark on this set.
I mean, yeah, under 25 minutes, 27 kills just for Autumn Leaf. They have shown that it doesn't matter if you have one of the best team fighting drafts in the game. It doesn't matter if you have the god tier scaling. The game is going to end way before that because they are just better.
Autumn Leaf simply played their game phenomenally here. It's a great first look, but Falcon, here's the thing. We saw games like this yesterday as well. We saw complete shutout games, and we thought, wow, this team is dominant. Game 2 comes around, flips the script, other team wins, we go to 3. By no means does this domination mean that Primal is out of the match. It doesn't mean they can't compete. It just means that now they're a little bit more warmed up here, Falcon.
You could say they're warmed up. I think it's a case of let's go back to the kitchen, cook up a new draft, and go for something a bit more aggressive. Means that they can actually fight Autumn Leaf in this early game. Mav was, I mean, he was non-existent in that first 10 minutes. Nevulia was able to just roam the map as he pleased. And if Primals are serious about taking this comeback, game 2, game 3, they really need to change what they were drafting.
That does it for game number 1. Spooky Mars and Falcon are going to leave you alone for now. Let's kick it back to the best looking desk I've ever seen. We'll be right back.
What happened there, guys? My God! What a stomping to start things off. Decisive victory there for our friends on Autumn Leaf. They will take it over Primal in dominant fashion. Welcome back to the post-wrap desk. Bengal, Medkit, walk me through. What did we just see?
I mean, we saw exactly what what Primal feared. They pressed they put the gas pedal to the floor mat early game. They built a really strong lead early, and did not give a chance for Seismic or Cure to scale. I mean, the early level 2 trade into offlane to get Morose ahead. They pretty much, Mav was pretty much just thinking to himself, man, I got 3 losing lanes. What can I do? There's really no answer for it. If you're a Primal fan out there, I'm sorry. I cast or cursed them. I said I think this game will last 25 to 35 minutes. This game lasted 24 minutes and 58 seconds, so I was completely wrong. So Autumn Leaf knew what the game plan was, and they executed it to perfection.
It all started on the very first wave, the very first crack in Primal Shield, when we saw Morose do a really good knowledge check, that matchup early on. As soon as Sneaks blinked out level 1, fell behind, the entire team knew what to do. Morose was pretty much set. He had 4 assists out of the 4 kills across the team in 5 minutes before anyone was level 6. And then Soul Reaper, all he had to do was all right, Morose is set. I'm just gonna gank Duo on cooldown, and he knew the advantage he has as a Gideon. That's a Sparrow and a Phase. The only way that they can handle that is if the enemy jungler has a reliable stun for him. And Zarus isn't really that reliable when it comes to stunning Gideon out of the air. He could jump into the portal and kind of shield slap him across the face. But I mean, Soul Reaper knew exactly what he needed to do. I think the MVPs for this match definitely goes to Soul Reaper, Morose, and Nivula for setting up the entire team and having this insane domino effect.
Man, it was just rough no matter which way you cut it, right? 17 minutes, 17 kills. 24 minutes, 23 kills. And then they just kept up that mojo. They were literally trying to make a Guinness Gideon world record or something. Just keeping at that pace, watching the clock and watching the death timers just get even worse for our friends on Primal. And so we talked about at the desk prior to the game even starting, the fact that Primal, they haven't experienced adversity. So what do they do when it comes rearing its ugly head? They get stomped. But it's not the end for our friends on Primal, so if you're rooting for our Simian buddies over there still trying to take on this powerhouse, there's one more game where they can try to fight back, so don't you dare go anywhere. More PCCX action coming for you after the break.
Scales with the bonus HP, but yeah, I don't know. He doesn't, especially against a Richter. You're going to want a True Silver, or else Richter's just going to slap you with that silence whip. It's very difficult to play the game as the Narbash until you get that online, and so they're relying entirely on Skylar to shove the wave, to do the pressure, and honestly, they could just leave Jay over here in the duo lane by himself, and he's going to be just fine.
Oh yeah, one of the first Paragon players in the world, or the first rather. He knows how to play this matchup and maintain the wave state. Here we go, another contest over the Riverbug. This time Bartledew has made his presence known. We have 4 members here for the side of the Leftovers. They are going to be looking at the mini prime, as you said, Doc, leaving Jay on his lonesome there to farm. I think we're going to have a bedlam here outside of the pit. Bartledew now using the electricity to just run away for just now, but I think they're going to recontest this soon.
Yeah, it was a good call by Leftovers to disengage from the objective. They knew that Toasty on the Narbash was coming over there. Mm-hmm. And at this point in the game, yes, Bartledew can silence him, hook him out of the Crash Bang Boom, but that paired with Conti's Cryoseism would be disastrous at this point in the game for the side of Leftovers. So they're kind of just looking to reset, get a favorable trade here. They've brought Jay over, and they're looking to 5-man this mini prime.
Okay, this is maybe our first team fight of the game already at 12 minutes in. Doc, while I'm casting this, I want to think about who has the team fight, as it is the Leftovers who secure it. I believe it is Mercy, the one who gets the grab. I mean, he is the jungler after all. Let's see how they facilitate this, though, because they're going to be looking to maybe press the issue, push some towers. The Dreadnought comes in on Bartledew, who is trying to get the back. All the while, Doc, if we look over at the left lane, that tier 1 tower has been chunked down by the side of Lankinator. That Skylar can just burn through those structures.
Yeah, it was a good call by Lakeinator to stay over there and continue farming after some of the early pressure in the lane that they were experiencing from Bartledew's Richter. He does need to play that catch up, but Mercy might be looking to try to punish this since Bri is rotated to the duo lane. Lakeinator is going to jetpack away.
The aerial assault and to hit the blast cone as well, but I believe that is the blink expended there for Mercy. The Colossal below, a home run hit. He tried to get him over to Bartledew. Bartledew blink and skewered into the fly trap as well. The Rift Flash there to lock down the Bard. That is he going to fall down? The Phantom Rush under the tower. The Subjugate does miss, but the Orb Prime buff is keeping Mercy alive, but no mercy for him now as Conte is on his tail. Appy Picker, though, finds the elimination. The tables have turned 2 down for the side of Leftovers in exchange for just 1, Doc.
That is not worth it from the side of the Leftovers. They lost their jungler, who had the mini prime buff, as well as their support, all just to kill Lakeinator Skylar. Yes, some would argue that killing the enemy carry is definitely worth it. However, you lost the mini prime buff. The whole point of sacrificing your tier 1 tower over in that duo lane while doing the mini prime was to use the buff to kind of establish map controls.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to BCCX, where we look to find the successor to predecessor glory. It's game 2 here in the semifinals on the A stream. Keep in mind, B stream also got their own stuff going. Also, we got translations in Portuguese. Thanks to our friend Lataquitas. Muito obrigado. Choice plays Almighty Eye in the Sky. D-Lo on the desk alongside Bangle and Medkit. Guys, we just watched what can only be described as a thrashing to start off here, and you've got to imagine Primal need to lock in or get the hell out at this point. It's their final moments. Their backs are in the corner. What can the Apes do to be together, be strong?
I think they really focused the team fighting aspect in the draft, and I think they really need to change their mentality when it comes to this draft. I think a lot of their picks went towards either taking away from other players or trying to take away player pools from that. We know that Neft is really good on the Sparrow. We know that Nivola is very, very good on the Aurora. And we know that Morose, they took that crunch pick away from him. I think they really need to stop focusing on trying to take away from Autumn Leaf, and I think they need to start playing to their own strengths. I think they need to start playing to win and not to lose. I think they need to change their mindset going into this draft.
I would say the draft for Primal was pretty good in my opinion. The issue was they need to make sure that Sneaks has a matchup advantage early on, because that's exactly like I said what happened. Like Morose is one of those players that if you give him even a slight advantage early on, pre-6, he's gonna run with it. He's not gonna let you down. He's gonna run with that lead. And we're talking, he expended a blink, forced Sneaks level 1 to back. He was level 3 by the time he came back. And then the whole team kind of knew exactly what to do. So I think for this draft, they need to make sure Sneaks has a matchup advantage over Morose, which good luck with that.
Oh boy, it's a tall task here. We're going to have to find out if they're up to it as we hop here into these P's and B's. I like what you said. Bangle. The fact that you got to play to your strengths. You know that Autumn Leaf are really technically capable. They have a wide character pool. Don't try to outpick them. You can't. Just put yourself on something comfortable. And in these dire moments, the do or dies, that's what you need. You want what feels right. You want what feels cozy, because at the very least, even if you lose, you're doing it comfortably.
Yeah, and to kind of to build off kind of what you guys have said, we really need to see these players come out and play their best line of game. You know what I mean? Primal needs to come out and play their brand. I think the casting duo said it the best, which is it just seems like they've been on their back foot the whole time. Autumn Leaf was on tempo the entire time. But we see Autumn Leaf kind of ban the Seraph. So we did see Morose on that in the game prior, but they're going to go ahead and try and take that away from Primal. So we're going to see something different in the offlane and Yin 100% ban rate. Characters busted, so got to take it off the board. So once again, Autumn Leaf's in that first pick kind of advantage where they're able to force Primal to ban the Yin and they're able to pick what they want. But we see Grux come out early, so I'm interested to see what Primal has an answer for. I'm assuming that's going to be in the offlane on Morose. Medkit, what are you thinking here?
I think I know exactly what they're thinking. So that first Seraph ban is an immediate shortening for Sneaks' pool, and Seraph is one of those assassins in the offlane, and Sneaks loves playing assassins. And the only other assassin that can be there is Feng Mao. And Autumn Leaf is thinking, all right, if you're gonna go Feng Mao, we're going to go with Grux. Let's force that hand. I think what they're trying to do is make sure Morose is set up once again, and they're going to do the same thing. And Primal answers back by taking away Gideon from Soul Reaper and Aurora from Nivula from Autumn Leaf.
I like what Autumn Leaf's doing here. They're playing to their win con. They say, all right, guys, you didn't have an answer to it first time. Let's see now when we lob this just monstrous rhino beast at you and see how it goes. Need Spider-Man on the scene. Aurora and Gideon's a good lock. I do like the fact that they're trying to put Autumn Leaf on to a different pick, something that may have a bit less momentum on, while at the same time, I'm sure it's a tool that Sai is going to use perfectly well here. The question once again just becomes, I'm really looking again to these carries. They saved it to the last, and this time, as I expected, it's gonna be a Skylar pick. Neft has loved this since this tournament started back up yesterday. Zinx locked in right alongside for AL.
Yeah, Skylar has been very impressive so far in this tournament. I'm surprised that wasn't picked in the previous game. But Skylar is going to come out with the Zinx, that Neurogenesis. A lot of people weren't bringing this up, but with how aggressive Autumn Leaf is playing, when Soul Reaper was going in on the Gideon, when they were kind of doing the dive with Morose and Gideon, they were able to dive and do a lot of damage, and then able to ult them and pretty much prevent them dying. So a lot of their team fights, they were only losing one player, and while the person's regenning and coming back to life, Primal's entire team is dead. So we see the phase get picked again. I wasn't a too big fan I'm not a big fan of the phase pick. Never really have been. I know it can be annoying to play against, but I don't think I've ever played into or seen a phase that's really ever been game breaking. But we see Primal kind of take the Kalari away from Nivula. So two characters on the side of Primal taking away from Nivula's character pool. We know that they like to play the Aurora. They know they like to play Kalari. So I'm interested to see kind of what we see in the jungle for Autumn Leaf.
Yeah, it's funny to see that there's like 3 assassins banned, and we see that Autumn Leaf is taking away Drongo. Primal hasn't shown who their ADC would be, but they're thinking, you know what? Let's not give them an ADC who can throw a pretty much AoE silence around the Fangtooth or Prime so that our jungler can't smite it, you know? So they're making sure Drongo's off the table, and they're going to set up Neff for whatever he wants. The last place would be, who do we give the jungler for Nivula here? And it can go either way. They can go for a bruiser, they can go for a tank. We see Sparrow picked up for Primal, and that, again, that's really good. They're trying to do the same thing with the Sparrow phase combo, but this time they are keeping Gideon so that, that counter isn't there anymore.
This is interesting. It's really the same composition in a slightly different font. The only change being Gideon, and I'm curious to see if Zara is going to end up being their last pick. I mean, we talked about, the casters talked about it. It has a bit of a hard time sniping out some of those more mobile mid laners in the skies, but this time, since you have the Gideon on your side, maybe not that rough a pick. Crunch and Lieutenant Bellica can be picked up here for AL, finishing off their comp. Now we're just all waiting with bated breath for Primal to get in their last.
Yeah, I was really hoping that Primal was gonna take that Crunch pick, just so they can have an aggressive jungler or an aggressive offlaner, depending on where you put the Aurora, to maybe punish the Grux. If you get Grux behind, it's really hard to kind of play as him, especially if you burn his flash. He becomes a very gankable target. So I'm interested. I'm hoping to see something aggressive here. We probably are going to see the Zarus, but I would have much rather see. We going to see the Shinbi come out. So I'm assuming Sneaks is going to be on the Shinbi. Aurora is going to be with Mav in the jungle. So if Shinbi is able to play that matchup a bit safe early, once they get some item online, it's a very difficult matchup for Grux.
I think that was a smart pick, picking up Shinbi, because they noticed that, okay, we probably can't do Feng Mao, but Shinbi is actually a really good matchup for Grux. She just has to keep her distance, farm up, and then when if she can 1v1 him when Grux is low enough, that can be it. But I mean, looking at this team, I'm seeing a lot of crowd control and mobility on Autumn Leaf. And then I'm still seeing that AoE playstyle across Sparrow, FaZe, Aurora, Gideon for Primal.
They're clearly just trying to lock in, play together as a team, which is good. You obviously want to, but the issue is if the game ends so quickly that you can't even reach that late team fight scaling stage of the game, you're in trouble. That being said, I like the Shinbi too. I think that's comfort. I think it's what we're asking for. It's grandma's homemade chicken noodle soup on a cold winter day to warm you up and hopefully heat up Primal. They just got to get a bit more feeling in their fingers as we start to prepare ourselves, guys, for what very well could be the last showing from the boys on Primal. Our thoughts: 5-5, who stays alive?
It was tough. It's tough making this pick after game one. I just can't see this team getting swept. I think they're very, very good players. So my 5 words is get Seismic out of mid lane, and not that he's bad at mid. Get him active on the map. Last game he was trapped in mid lane and he was always forced to be second rotation. We need to see Seismic get active in the game, be the talented player that he is. They gave him the character to do it. Let's see if he can execute it.
I'm gonna have to give it to Autumn Leaf for this draft. I like their team comp a lot better. They got more mobility across Skylar and Crunch. 4 of their members have crowd control, and if Zinx, the reincarnating any hero that dies hero, if she builds Reclamation, Aurora's just gonna cry. So I have to give it to Autumn Leaf here.
Well, you have it here, a split desk at the moment, and only the players can answer our greatest question of who will prevail. Can the members of Primal hold on and continue the war for the Planet of the Apes, or they get swept away like a pile of fresh autumn leaves? Only the casters can tell us, so we're going to pass it on to him. Spooky Mars, Falcon, take it away.
D'Lo called it a winter day, but right now it's looking all like Autumn Leaf's day. They are in the driver's seat on this match so far, and it's up to Primal now to bring it back into control. Falcon, we saw domination in game 1. We already talked about how little that means. Instead, let's look at the draft we have here. Sneaks on this Shinbi going up against Morose's Grux. You were talking to me a little bit about this behind the scenes here. How do you think this lane is going to go now? Is this the change that needed to happen?
I can't say it's the change that will happen because anything can happen in Predecessor, but what I will say is Sneaks is very proficient on this character. It's one of the best Simbis, and along with Bondrude, he is probably the best Simbi in the game, but he is not going to be there out of the gates at level 1. He is going to have to take time to scale up. He's going to really need to get that first item, get some anti-heal online to deal with Morose, and it's going to be during that time period that this Grux is going to be allowed to not free farm, but basically close to, and see if he rotates, gets that lead elsewhere, and that is going to be the real danger for Primals to deal with in this game.
I really feel like there needs to be a lot of attention paid to this mid lane here as well. Soul Reaper was a big component in why Autumn Leaf was able to do so well in the early game of game number 1. He was rotating everywhere, just constantly leaving and getting active. With Seismic now on that Gideon instead, hopefully Primal can make some plays of their own, but it's up to these teams, to these junglers, to facilitate that and see how this breaks down.
Yeah, I just want to talk about quickly. Sneaks took the circle with him in the level 1, getting that sealed online meant he could fight Morose 1v1. Now he's going to get to level 2 first. The minion is going to die. Gets to level 2. Level 2 Morose as well. They might go for a straight up 1v1 here. The damage is coming through. Morose has the Omnivap. Sneaks has got Blink available, but the game is going to be so close if he blinks.
Sneaks going to walk away, pop the health pot. I'm actually surprised we don't see Mav rotating towards this side. There's the blink from Morose, the blink from Sneaks. Shield is enough to keep Sneaks alive. Bleed will not do the job this time. But Autumn Leaf still off to a good start, and Morose definitely feeling himself.
Yeah, slightly missed damage though. Didn't have that cross available to get that CC. The shield coming through for Sneaks meant that he did stay alive. To Bleed, not enough. Now the blink away is gone from Morose, and it is not Nerulia on that side of the map. Is actually Mav taking the free camp. Morose can 1v1 this Aurora quite easily, but it's the case of how far away Sneaks is.
He's going to go ahead and find him there. Not able to pull him back in. Mav's going to be able to walk out of this one with the Glacial Charge. That means that Nivula is going to know that that camp was taken. He's going to have to just kind of deal with the results of that. Oh, man.
I will only be a moment.
He's only going to be a moment. Don't worry. He's just going to reset.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that went down so much. I guess it was around the river above. We can say that one of them was taking most likely a 1v1 around it. I think it was Soul Reaper that took it just because Seismic took it. Soul Reaper has no mana available. Now a lot of damage coming onto Kira and onto Neff. We'll see he's trying to do what they can. The damage from this thing is not to be underestimated in this early game. And it does seem to be with the help of Skylar's passive, that explosion on the minion kills the push is going to go through for Autumn Leaf. They can now reset onto the gold buff reset and buy the items. If we look at the junglers now, Boolia are looking towards Sneaks. Again, no blink. I'm getting deja vu.
Sneaks in some danger, trying to dash away, but Nivula is here. The pull back in is good.
The body block
drops. The shield is going to be enough. It is. Morose finally gets that first blood kill he's been looking for since prior to minute 1. Puts Autumn Leaf on the board.
Deja vu, no blink available for Sneaks. Nerulia coming over and getting the gang Simbi, having that double dash, but didn't use it immediately. Was pulled back in with a smash and grab from Morose, and the body block from Nerulia was so good, meant that he had to take a few more seconds to get around, and it meant that Morose could then stick to him. That is going to be the first blood on to this Grux. Fangtooth spawning 15 seconds away. Grux is going for the reset. Morose might run over there, get the 5-man around this Fangtooth, because Grux is so good in the early game.
I mean, right now, Autumn Leaf is certainly playing for that early game. They have so much pressure across the map. They have not slowed down whatsoever from game number 1. Overall, Primal's been able to slow things down a little bit. Not as many kills going out. Autumn Leaf is searching for it. They are applying so much damage and pressure in every single lane. It's very clear that they want to look for these objectives early on. They're just looking for the right moment for it.
That is for sure. I do think that the lane states aren't as bad compared to game 1. It is really only that solo side doing Sneaks is struggling. We've got Mav coming over there. Level 5 is ahead of Nerulia, who is going on a free camp, but has hit level 5 himself. Morose and Sneaks also level 5. No ultimates available, and there's no real objectives for either team to take. Fangtooth has spawned Mini Prime still a way away, but they might be trying to shut down Morose. Make sure he can't really get that much farm. There is no blink on the Grux. The Horfus is going to try and come through with Mav, but it's just a bit too late. Morose using that cross, although it is a short dash, not very much distance gained from it. It is enough to get away. However, Mav Sneaks just pushing in this wave. Going to see if they can unlock Sneaks maybe.
I'm going to try to do something, get some kind of pressure on that right side. How long Nivula is actually... I'm sorry,
Seismic.
Mav is sticking around there. Seismic takes the rotation in, the black hole comes through, but it doesn't find enough damage to get the kill just yet. Nev's still low. Gussi's got some pressure to push them away, and Zihi not going to be able to take that step forward. Primal tries to make the play, but unfortunately, nothing comes of it.
Yeah, we saw Seismic have the XP advantage, gets the level 6 before Soul Reaper in that mid lane, got to the instant rotation, a complete difference compared to game 1. Now Soul Reaper is looking around, has got the Neural Disruptor available, but is not going to find anyone around. They did only get one blink. They didn't get Ness, but a blink for an ultimate is going to be worth every single day just because of the cooldowns. Seismic, he's going to have that black hole available in 90 seconds or so. We'll see. It's going to be a good 4.5 minutes until that blink is available.
Meanwhile, over here on this right side, still just more Morose and Sneaks taking trades. Nivula actually finds Mav in the jungle here, looking for a little bit of a fight. Glacial Charge takes him over the wall, but that means now Autumn Leaf going to start
Seismic's
up
not here.
this Fangtooth. Seismic nowhere near just yet. Soul Reaper coming through, does find Mav in the jungle, and Morose, for his part, is caught on the back end, dies on the right side. Mav very low. That's a Fangtooth now going the way of Autumn Leaf.
Fangtooth for 1 kill on the opposite side. I don't know if Morose had a bounty available. He did get that kill earlier, had got a lot of farm. Might have been a small one. However, I mean, Autumn Leaf are fine with that. They know that Grux is going to be available for the rest of the game, is only hit at level 6, has used that Warlord's Challenge in that engage. What is the issue though? Sneaks is starting to come online, has got that ultimate available for himself, is probably going to be building into that Megacosm, maybe the painted scepter first as well, to deal with the healing current out of Morose. And it is going to be an issue. Also, 3 people around primals around this mini prime, Nerulia and Grux Morose, are nearby. Soul Reaper only just reset, so he's going to be a bit behind. I can't imagine that either team is looking for anywhere else on the map apart from that mini prime right now.
Yeah, Mini Prime's got to be the next focus here. And that's why you're seeing so much attention on that right side as well. Keep your eyes on it. Seismic and Mav both making the rotation over. Morose going to be the target. First rock doesn't quite connect. And here comes Nivula to help out. The black hole comes through and immediately knocked out of it. Seismic has to try to run away. Blink and Torn Space used. Morose in a bad spot, but he takes Sneaks down first. Soul Reaper is here. Mav takes the Glacial Charge on out. The wall is good. Soul Reaper and Nivula are both still hunting. There's too much space here for them to find. They're going to go ahead and turn their eyes towards the Mini Prime.
Seismic had to back up, had to reset. Same with Mav. This is going to be an easy take for the Mini Prime. It's not going to be able to be given over to Morose. Nerulia is probably going to hunt it himself, just in case Mav is trying to rush back. However, that is not the case. How a crunch is going to be useful with this Mini Prime. It is given over to him. Not given over, it is stolen by him using the Slay. And that is going to be the second objective taken for Autumn Leaf in this game.
Yeah, it's these constant small trades. Sure, that fight is a 1-for-1. Not bad. But Autumn Leaf is the one that ends up in a better position and gets to take the objective afterwards. That's absolutely a win for Team Autumn Leaf here. Sure, Morose probably didn't enjoy dying, but he's also the one that got the kill before he fell down. So it's not too bad for him. All in all, Autumn Leaf is mitigating their losses very effectively. And Primal, they have to dig in just a little bit deeper to try to find some way to turn this around, because they cannot keep giving these objectives up.
They definitely can't. It is not too bad at the moment. It is only the first of either, and it is not given over to Morose either. on that Grux, so it is not going to be as effective. Nivelia needs to get really into a lane, get those ganks going for this mini Prime to have effect. Might look towards this off lane, try and get this Grux out of there now that Sneaks has got that Mega Cosmo online. However, looking at it, he might just go for the invades, try and deal as much damage as you can to Mav's farm. Taking the 2 camp currently, has got that 5 camp available as well. Seismic nearby Mav though, looking towards the dual lane.
Mav looking for the gank here, coming on in, wall comes through, but it doesn't cut off the retreat path. Roots, nobody. Neft and Gwassi are both A-okay, and take your eyes over to that right side. Sneaks trying to run for his life from Nivula and Morose. Soul Reaper even hunting over there as well. So far, so good for both sides. No one's been able to find the aggression they were looking for. Neft and Gwassi barely able to hold on over here.
Sneaks is seeing the wave, just trying to do as much damage as he can. I think he's going to go for the execute. There's no one to really stop him. He can just run straight into the inhibitor. Soul Reaper is not going to be fast enough to catch him. It is going to be that execution for Sneaks. A very smart play. Just make sure that there's no gold given over. Knowing that there's no chance of him escaping. It's way too risky with the amount of CC the Bellica and the Grux have available. Grussi now caught maybe on his lonesome, but the rest of the side really is here.
He comes on in, and he says, no, my support is never on his own. Neft lasering down, somehow not able to get that last tick of damage he needed onto
Seismic.
Mav. Coming on through. Seismic makes rotation. Neft in a bad spot, got nowhere to go. Black hole comes through, but the Neuroregenesis is here as well. Gwassi comes in, but can he make the space? No, he cannot. Cure picks up the kill.
Having so much damage, waiting with his cooldowns for that Neurogenesis to finish meant that Neft wasn't able to do anything, and he was in the air. He didn't have his jetpack available to him, so he just fell to the ground, did so much damage at the end there. Seismic able to get away from Soul Reaper, is still a level ahead of this Bellica. Now, if we look at the map state, that Fangtooth just spawned. It is the second one. Autumn Leaf really wants to get it. They've already got Morose over here. However, the death times of Neft is going to mean this Scarlet is not going to be here on spawn. Sneaks is making their way over now. It is going to be a 5v5, but there is going to be delayed parties from either side here.
Nivula's going to just say, okay, we start it now, let's get going. They can see Sneaks in that mid lane. Mav comes in with the wall, blocks them off. Fangtooth goes down. The hunt is good. Neft in the sky, and here comes the rest of Primal. But Autumn Leaf want to split this fight up as best they can. Mav goes down. Cure, next target here. Doesn't look like he's able to find his way on out. Cure goes down. Now shifting the attention back around. Primal tried chasing, but they don't have any way in. Autumn Leaf not able to catch the remaining 3 members. It's another 2 for 0 and a Fangtooth for Autumn Leaf.
I'm loving in this series how well Nivula and Morose are linking up in this game, diving together, making sure that they have each other's backs. It has gone so well. Mav was trying, I don't know if he was trying to stop the rest of Autumn Leaf getting into the pit, but he really should have been contesting that Fangtooth kill, because he was on the wrong side of the wall, went down on the wrong side, wasn't in the pit himself, meant it was an easy secure for Autumn Leaf, and he was just taking damage from the likes of Neft, from the likes of Soul Reaper on his own. It was a bit of a misplay, I feel like, from the side of Primal, and then Cure left on his lonesome. The rest of Primals on the other side of Autumn Leaf meant the Sparrow could be just run down, no Link to save him, and it was just a quick 2 kills. The tower taken in the Joe side as well for Soul Reaper, but they should be able to get that in response.
Yeah, maybe if they'd been able to collapse a little bit faster, that could have been a good wall and a good decision from Mav. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't there, and they weren't able to take the fight while they had the jungler split off. Nivula, like you said, able to secure for free and then just regroup with the team. Now Autumn Leaf leads 2 Fangteeth up. Took a tier 1 tower during all of that. The gold is beginning to rack up for Autumn Leaf. It really feels like it's on Seismic right now to keep this game flowing the way of Primal. He's been the playmaker that's been getting Primal ahead anywhere on the map. But how much can he do? He doesn't even have the kills, he's just got the assists.
Yeah, hasn't been unfortunately lucky with the kills, but has got a decent farm, and we have seen Gideons in this tournament carry teams. Has gone for that time flux band, which is rather interesting, going for that engage, trying to unload his kit onto the members of the backline, onto left. onto Soul Reaper, seeing if he can blow a target up. Not going for that big ultimate either. So, see if that does work for him. However, the rest of the team really needs to back him up. Cure hasn't really shown up so far today in this series on the Sparrow, but that is the case of the character now. Mini Prime spawned once again, Nivela and Morose in the pit. Same with Grusseeds. Neft, Soul Reaper round the side. This might be bad for Autumn Leaf.
Mav comes on forward. Mini Prime goes down. That's secured by Autumn Leaf, but now they gotta fight afterwards. Nivula taking a lot of damage, and Cure puts him down. He heard his name, and he's firing the shot down as best he can. Seismic, for his part, is answering back as well. 2 down on both sides. Autumn Leaf still trying to find a way out. Neff being targeted by 2. Make it 3 as Seismic joins in. Guessie's there as well. Morose has fallen. Everything is going south for Autumn Leaf, but they're still fighting back. Primal dropping down. They just need a little bit more. Soul Reaper's taking down Seismic, and Mav is the last one standing. South, what are you talking about? We've got plenty of fight left back in us. Put Mav down. That's an ace.
That is an ace. Just we can see that Cure is back online, but it went so well for Autumn Leaf Red. It shouldn't have. They were so split up at that start of the fight. Morose, Nivela were in that pit taking so much damage. However, Cure was killed in time. They managed to stop the Sparrow free firing at that stage of the game, and the rest of Primals, they didn't have the damage. Black Hole was instantly countered. I believe it was Morose. He jumped through the torn space, used his crust to get the knockup onto the Gideon, stopped that Black Hole in its tracks. So a good use of the enemy's own abilities in that front, and just the rest of the damage came through the Neurogenesis as well. Neft dying to the Aurora passive. That AoE damage that you cannot stop meant that they couldn't wait for the cooldown on that ultimate to finish. So it was just an extra HP, extra mana for Neft to come back, get those last few auto attacks. Did die in the end, but 2 members of Autumn Leaf surviving to the end meant that they get even more gold. Third Fangtooth is spawning. This is going to be vital for Finals to win.
And it's an important couple of people that survived there as well. Not taking Neff down means that he's just able to get more farm, more XP. And now with the Fangtooth coming up as well, Primal are in position around it, but Autumn Leaf, they've been the ones taking these fights. They haven't been the ones to have to contest the Fangtooth just yet, though. They've always been the ones starting. Can Primal find some position here to help them out? Maybe not. Nivula's already found a route into Cure. If they take him down, it's over. Has to blink back out, and Morose goes on in. Sneaks. Oh my god, they've just got so much damage. Cure is gone, and Neff got the follow-up. All of a sudden, Autumn Leaf is walking forward. Mav tries to slow him down, but he's just gonna die for his effort. Soul Reaper looking for a soul to reap. Not able to find too much back there, but they've completely pushed Primal away. Only Seismic survives, and the Fangtooth goes the way of Team Autumn Leaf.
How many people did Morose cut? Grussy? I mean, that's the mid lane of a Soul. You can have a 1v1 team fight. He's just jumping in with a torn space. The extra damage is coming through. Not enough to finish off. Going back to that team fight, Morose caught so many people with that crush, with that smash and grab. Really doing the early game work, doing the setup, making sure that there was no pool available for Cure to get away. Zihi next to him. Same with basically everyone in Finals. It was so clustered I couldn't entirely see who was in that grouping up, but the damage came through. The back line of Autumn Leaf was able to follow up, and it was just a disaster for Finals. Now they have to fight into an Autumn Leaf that are not only ahead, they have 3 Finals. They have that 8% increase in stats, not just offensively, but defensively as well.
That was a statement fight, if I've ever seen one. Autumn Leaf looked at Primal, grouped up as 5, and they said, no problem, we've got this. And they didn't even send all 5 at them. They sent Nivula on his own to just disrupt and pull cooldowns out from Primal, and he still got away from it. Autumn Leaf just had their morale and confidence boosted by 1,000%, and Primal, it can't feel good to lose that fight. They've still got plenty of discipline. They're still here, but oh my god! Seismic isn't! Nivula gonna go ahead and take a step forward. Mav roots him down, but the Neural Regenesis
can't
gonna
even
come
kill
through,
him.
and everyone is here to just boost him up. Mav's still trying to chase him down. Neft, maybe you want to turn around and help him out, but he's lasering down Cure right now, and Nivula decides, you know what? Let's turn this around. Let's go and fight. Neft gets that kill too.
He just misses the murder. Seismic was there for a second, and then he got knocked up. Everyone's dogpiled on him. The rest of the finals, they tried to do something. They nearly got Nivula, but once again, Grisly with the Neurogenesis kept him alive. There's going to be so little thing you can do. Now, Sneaks has... he's trying to do what he can in the side lane. He's going to get that tier 2 tower most likely, so Reaper doesn't get there in time. And whilst that was all happening, the Grux was just split person himself, took the tier 2 tower in the duo side. They can now push up this side as well with, honestly, a 1v1. Get Niv, get Morose on those side lanes, get a 3-man group in with Soul Reaper, Grisly, and Neft. And there is very little that Primals can really do at this stage to stop any of those lanes.
We're 21 minutes into this game here, Falcon. Mind you, game number 1 ended at about 24, 25 minutes. Autumn Leaf, not in a position to do that right now, but they currently lead 10 kills, 3 Fang Teeth, 2 Mini Primes, an Orb Prime, and Morose wants to make it 11 kills. He's going to go and force the fight, and oh boy, here comes the rest of the team. Morose gets the kill, 6-17.
And that is probably not going to stop anytime soon. Morose just baiting out as much as he can. Seismic going in with the... What?
Wow, Seismic gonna go ahead and drop the black hole here. He's got a few people in there,
Not doing any
but do they
damage.
have the damage? They just don't. It doesn't matter how many people you catch. If you're this far behind, the damage isn't there. He kills nobody, and everyone else for Primal is down.
Q was alive. I don't know where. I don't know how he died. Seismic is the only member standing for finals at the moment in time. We got Sneeze coming up in 5, but the inhibitors are in danger. The middle one, the off lane are going to be the main targets. Steph going up, Nivivilio just going on to Seismic. That is just another dead person. Add that to the tally. 21 minutes. Ultimately, they're going for the end of the game, I feel like. They're going to try and beat the record they had in the set 1. They're going to go towards this off lane inhibitor first. There is 5 members alive for them. There is 4 for Primals.
This is a good spot for Autumn Leaf. I said they couldn't end it, but boy howdy, they might prove me wrong here. Primal have to dig in deep. They're down Seismic, who's been critical for these fights, finding any kind of success. Now him here for 10 more seconds. Autumn Leaf gonna walk on in. Mav comes through, drops the glacial charge, but that wall isn't gonna do enough. Neft in the sky rains hell down on them, and the core under duress, melting. It's at 10%. Seismic comes up. The black hole is here. They just need a little more, and they beat their record. Autumn Leaf sweeps Primal away. Call it a cold winter day as Autumn Leaf stands tall.
If you want to make a statement going into a grand finals, that is how you do it. It doesn't matter if finals were once again seeded. Autumn Leaf do not care. They will take down even worse timing in the quarters. They will take down finals in the semis. They are going for everyone's heads, and they don't really care if you're going to draft late game. They don't really care if it's going to draft early game. They will beat you every single step of the way with their team fighting, and it was just amazing to watch.
Autumn Leaf came into the set roaring. There's no word for it other than domination. It was clean, clinical play. They had their game plan and they executed on it flawlessly. We saw yesterday that Primal is by no means a bad team. We saw in these games that they are not a bad team. Autumn Leaf simply knew what they wanted to do and they executed on it. Morose has to be answered, man. He is such a problem in that off lane, and it feels like he's critical to the success of Autumn Leaf.
I mean, Autumn Leaf, they banned the Seraph themselves. They didn't want to give it over to finals. They didn't want to have a chance to give it away from them. And they said, you know what, let's just give Morose Grux. She's done it in tournaments in Europe. They've done it in tournaments in NA, everywhere he is known. Yes, he's played a lot of Zars as well, but he is the Grux player, and we can see why. He just had such a dominating performance on this character. There was no real answer whatsoever, even with the counter pick from Sneaks. Niv just came over, helped him out slightly, got to that first blood once again on that Blinkless Simbi, and it just set up the rest of the game.
Looks like these leaves won't be swept away just yet. Autumn will continue on. Primal, we must say goodbye to them for this tournament. And that's going to do it for me and Frauken here on the cast. One more time, let's kick it back to the desk.
What the?
Bro, they're speed running. They're speed running. Like any percent. PCCX, any percent. Bangle, you're not allowed to make predictions ever again. Seismic is gonna kill you. Holy, someone do not let him get hands on this cast. All right, guys. 2-0. Autumn leaves decisively. For a moment, there was brief hope, and they stamped it out like an ember of revolt. They crushed it beneath
The cat can't
their
believe it.
yak food. Even your cat, seems very surprised by it all. Guys, Autumn Leaf taken into Primal, unfortunately, get the shoe. What do we got to say?
Hey, in terms of my predictions, I was Autumn Leaf yesterday. I was 2-0. Today, I'm Primal. I'm 0-2, okay? But in terms of what we saw, I mean, Autumn Leaf just out-macroed. It was simple as that. If you want to learn how to play the game in terms of rotations, positioning, how to play, I mean, my MVP I'm already picking is Morose for that game in both games. And if you're in the predecessor chat, I pointed this out. But he did this back-to-back games to Sneaks, and Sneaks is no slouch. He is a great player. Do not get me wrong. But Morose's macro and map knowledge and jungle pathing is top tier if he's doing that to this caliber of player. He's forcing out the flash early. He's playing an aggressive jungler. He's setting up for the jungle gank because he knows that his jungler is pathing to him. They're not able to match the side lane. They're forcing they're mind controlling their team, the teams they're playing into, to play into their own brand of game, and they're just firing on all cylinders. And I'm curious if anyone has the ability to stop Autumn Leaf right now.
Yeah, I agree with Bengal Mac. Morose pretty much knowledge checked Sneaks 2 times in a row like that. He knew the matchup. He knew the wave state. Morose this time, he was weak side, yet the wave pushed up to him, and then he got level 2, and Grux is gonna win that level 2. He did the same thing. Early blink, the team recognized that. Soul Reaper recognized that. Nivula recognized that. After that, the team just kind of was like, all right, that's our pretty much engine. Like, it's on. Like, once that little advantage started, we saw the same domino effect all over again.
Autumn Leaf, sponsored by Energizer, they just keep going. And they're going to keep going as they move on to this final slot. Let's take a look at the bracket now that we have the situation all updated. We can take a look and see what's going to be in our future ahead. It's Autumn Leaf waiting, daring Leftovers to win their matchup so they can try to take them on again. It's like we said at the beginning, man, they're looking hungry for some Leftovers grudge match.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the other side of the bracket, I mean, or if I'm Autumn Leaf, in terms of who I would rather see in these games, it's really hard to kind of pick your poison. Because Leftovers, they were firing on all cylinders yesterday. D-Lab, it's D-Lab. I mean, they're constantly, in the top contention for PCC championships every single tournament. So it's very, very exciting to see who will be in the championship in terms of who's going to be facing Autumn Leaf, because whoever makes it out of that other side, it's going to be an all-time classic in terms of the championship we're going to see.
Yeah, if either team, I think Autumn Leaf will be ready for either D-Lab or Leftovers, but not only that, we'll also be able to see whoever is going to face off against Primal again for that third place match.
I mean, it's really a tale that you could never ask for being made better. The predecessor script writers are just working overtime there because Leftovers, I'm getting word in right now, word on the street is they're already up 1. And if they get it done, it will be the best matchup of all time. Think about it, man. Its predecessor's most pristine and preened finest. Neft, Wussy, up against the scraps they left at the table for the dogs to eat instead. But no, those leftovers want to fight back. So I'm not going to lie, man. I am praying, hoping, crossing my fingers that we are going to see that matchup come later. But unfortunately, guys, it's not our story to tell, as our set has been finished. So until next time, guys, I'm going to be taking my leave now from the desk. I'll soon be replaced by the very capable hands of our dog with 3 Gs. Don't you forget it. Until then, I've had Bengal Mac with me, Medkit on the desk. It's been a pleasure. Until that next set, don't you guys dare go anywhere. More PCCX action after the break.
He is probably my most played #1 favorite hero in the game, and I love the Iggy and Scorch matchup into Faye. So this is going to be really exciting to see. Bri has been on point since after his Bellica performance yesterday, so I'm going to be watching that mid lane very, very closely.
Okay, absolutely. The fire does beat grass, if I know anything about Pokemon, so that will definitely be. And here is Conti. He's making his move known early and often. He's finding Bondrew with a robot boxer. He backs away under his tier 1 tower, takes a little bit of damage for it. Conti already active early on here in game 2.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to see kind of a shift in game plan coming out from D-Lab. You know, Bondrewd was such a problem last game. Maybe they need to focus more resources on shutting him down and not worry too much about Mercy. I mean, Conti can kind of double dip, if you will, and get Mercy while he's annoying Bondrewd, but it's going to be really hard to tell what their game plan is until around the probably 5 or 6 minute game mark. But Riverbugs are spawning in about 20 seconds. Bri is in danger. The Death Mark, the dagger does not connect. And Mercy is here to provide a little backup support here, but the Riverbugs do spawn in 20 seconds. And as we saw last game, that is going to be a very spicy timing here. And Bri being forced to recall will not be around for it.
Yeah, he had to blink as well, Doc. And so now it's just Mercy here who's trying to connect protect rather these Riverbugs. But I think he's going to have to give them up already. The early game going the way of D-Lab, and that's because of the aggression from the jungler.
Yeah, I love that further poke pressure coming out from Appy Picker there onto Mercy, not letting him get away with any sort of lazy backing or anything for free. As a result, Appy is able to secure the Riverbug. He's most likely going to get that left Riverbug as well, which is an increase in his tempo against Bry's, Iggy, and Scorch. So if you're Iggy and Scorch, it's going to be rough. But it looks like they might be duking it out in the river there. I don't know who potentially got that, but over in the duo lane, we are on camera there with the gold buff going the way of D-Lab. So that is another piece of momentum in their favor. It is one of the first objectives on the map, and very nice to see there going their way, because that's 5 CS and a little bonus XP going the way of Skylar. So yeah, can't be too mad if you're Lakeinator there. Bondrewd, though, he is going to look at Lauber here.
Yeah, he does dive in. The blink expended, and Mercy blinks after him. The blink chase is on, but Lauber, he can't get out. Well, yes, he does the shield bash, but the chase down from Bondrewd, and he gets the first blood on his opposite number. Multiple blinks expended, though, here from all sides.
2 blinks to get that first blood, absolutely worth it. However, Conte recognizing that Mercy is on the right side of the map, him and Lakeinator and Toasty are all coming to deny this blue buff farm from Mercy. So Mercy is now going to have a very difficult time over the next 2-3 minutes here. Bartledew on the Decker, not able to do too much quite yet, but it is just, they have to. Leftovers have to basically survive for another 3 or 4 minutes, and then Bartledew will be online to be useful to their team. And at that point, it's going to be their game to lose until about the 20-25 minute mark, where Toasty will then come online. This is very much a battle of supports and the importance of supports in these games. Both teams very equally matched all across the board. This is going to be a very spicy match as the game progresses, but Conti, he is making sure not to let his foot off the gas with another gank on Bri here.
He is all over the map. All the turrets now dropped here from Bri, but he has no blink. Remember, folks, so he goes under his tier 1, but Conti easily dives him there with the 2 buffs upon him. He slices down the Pyromaniac and sends him back to spawn. We are knotted up 1-to-1 in terms of the kills, but Doc, it is Conti already being an MVP in this match. He is doing everything for his team.
Yeah, Conti, he had 3 buffs actually. He had the blue buff that he stole from Mercy. He grabbed his red buff and then went right to the Riverbug where he had an attack speed buff. So he was juiced out of his mind. Bondrewd might be in some danger here because Conti's sneaking up behind him.
Gotta love Invis characters, the double jump and the dagger there. Bondrewd, though, he's at full health and he has the health locket as well, so he's feeling pretty tanky here, but he's playing this lane safe. He knows he can give up a little bit of creeps here and there as long as the wave state will be pushing into him and staying in his favor.
Yeah, Appy Picker in the mid lane did just reset. He is still level 5, no fly trap online quite yet. But if I'm not mistaken, this might be his first back. I might have missed his first back there, but this is still a very important back for him. We can see here we are following Jay. Jay has not backed yet. He's still full HP, full mana. He still just has a short sword in his inventory, so he has not spent a single penny in 6 minutes. So as soon as that happens, I think they're going to look to start putting their foot on the gas in the duo lane because First Fang is up. So if they can apply the gas first, they're going to be able to get a quick rotation over to that Fangtooth, which we saw them do in game 1. And Mercy very keen on objectives. I think he's going to clear his red side, and they're going to look to push the issue here.
And that's the good thing with Iggy and Scorch. They can easily melt a wave and then make that rotation to set up around the objectives so that you can take it more quickly. So yeah, he may not be one that rotates lane to lane, but he can rotate those objectives quickly. As no, the forward crunch gets blocked by the Coliseum. Now Bondrewd, he is locked and loaded in, and it is Lauber who gets the stack and the elimination. Conti with the assist.
The forward crunch just a fraction of a second off, but Conti showing in the right lane is the go button for the side of Leftovers to claim the first Fangtooth of the game. However, D-Lab, they are not going to give up the first mini prime this time like they did in game 1. They are going to look to circulate their lead over in that right side of the map to get the first mini prime. They're probably going to put it on Conti Acula just to make sure that he can continue being an absolute menace the way he is right now, because he is a problem right now. And as it stands right now, there's not a great answer. However, Bondrewd being level 6, that is a little bit of an answer to the Kallari. But great recognition that Bondrewd had burned his blink to get that first blood. So they punished him for it, and Lauber now has his very first stack. That is exactly what you want if you're Azaris. Using your first Coliseum to get your first stack online, his game is looking real good right now as it stands.
Huge. Folks, we are watching a living chess match. You are seeing how these players are evolving with each and every turn, how they're making those adjustments from game 1 into game 2 so that they can keep their tournament hopes alive. I mean, this is just a joy to see. I love how the adjustment, Doc, was that the change in the jungle tempo is what they needed. So they picked someone with a little bit, who's a little bit faster, a little bit sneakier with that Kallari. It seems like the timing for Conte is impeccable. No matter where he goes, there's a buff up or there's an objective to take, whatever it is. This guy is just a menace out here. They have to do something to keep him under control. Mercy still at level 5 because of that jungle deny farm.
Yep, they denied that blue buff earlier, 4 minutes ago, and that has in fact set him back. He is 6 now after getting the next respawned blue buff, but Mercy coming in to see if something can happen with the Lightning Hawk that is now on Jay.
Ooh, and the Colossal Blow Blink combination onto Toasty, and now he has been burnt to a crisp. There's nothing that Lakeinator could do. Immediately, as soon as he hit 6, he made his presence known. That's exactly what we expect from the playmaker on this team.
Yeah, I love that. The second he turns 6, he goes to the duo lane. He gets a nice Colossal Blow. He basically just feeds Jay. Jay, with the Lightning Hawk online, is very, very, very strong right now. He is. I mean, this is probably the one ADC you do not want to get close to. Except Conti says, maybe I do want to get close.
Yeah, he rushes in with the guillotine. Jay just hopping and skipping away. Bartledew doing his best bodyguard impression, puts down the containment fence. Nothing there done, but the guillotine expended for now.
I mean, they equally traded there, keep in mind, Kallari does not really like to get hit. Kallari is a very squishy, very agile hero. Jay hit her twice and got her to half HP. So if there's ever a time where they're able to hit her with a single stasis bomb or a single knockup from Bondrewd, then Jay is just going to have a field day on this Kallari. So you got to be a little bit worried, but that time is still like 10, 15 minutes away from now, because right now the game is split with a Coliseum coming down on Bond.
Oh, and he has to let it go because Mercy is here to help out his offlaner, but the death mark is upon him, and he is marked for the grave. Untamed Growth slows him up and takes him down. Bondrewd now, he's the one who's running for his life as well. The forward crunch there to make sure no other stinging nettles can hit him. Bry just a little late on that rotation. He's going to shepherd his other robot friend to the base, but he's going to try to protect this tier 1, Doc. I don't know if he can manage it here by himself. He dodges the fly trap, it seems, but the tier 1 does go down. Now for the lonely Iggy and Scorch, he uses the Inferno to do a little bit of knockdown, but he just gets obliterated by 3 members of D-Lab.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Maybe he didn't know exactly how low that tower was, because that seemed like a very poor decision there to go in 1v3 as the tower was falling. You should have been popping backwards, but I mean, fortunate for him, the fly trap was expended and did not connect, but at the end of the day, he still ended up dying to do nothing. So not a great showing there from Brian. That actually is a weakness of this Iggy and Scorch hero, right? We see Faye. Faye can make rotations and have really strong impact in various lanes, especially around objectives with the fly trap threat. Iggy is really just an objective fighter. Like, you just want to get to a place, you want to put turrets down, and then you want to pick a fight around those turrets. So Iggy making a counter rotation is very challenging in this current state of the game, especially with a highly mobile hero like Conti's Kolari.
For sure, and it's, Doc, do you invest in the Wraith leggings on the Iggy to get a little extra movement speed and things like that? Maybe not. There's probably some better choices that you can make, especially early on if you go Orb of Growth and Megacosm, etc. So he's going to have a tougher time moving around the map. I mean, if the RNG gods are in his favor, he can get the gray buff, and that would definitely help him. But really, yeah, he does want to just toggle in the mid lane to the 2 objectives because they are closer. So that is definitely the advantage there in the mid lane. Bondrewd now trying to go for a covert operation here to take the blue buff, and he is swinging for the fences. He's going to be able to steal that right under the nose of Conti.
But Lobber's coming in. Lobber's looking for a Coliseum potentially.
Another colossal blow onto him. The subjugate misses this time. Here's the Coliseum, but the containment fence keeps him in his own ring. You're trapped in here with me now, my friend. Bondrewd, he goes for the forward crunch, but barely whiffs it. There is an exchange of blows between these 2 titans, but nobody falls.
Yeah, that is what we're talking about, though. Bry had turrets down. Lobber did put a Coliseum down, but it doesn't really matter too much because Bry is just going to cook through them. However, there's a bigger engagement breaking out here as the second Fangtooth of the game has spawned.
Yeah, D-Lab now bullying their way into the Fangtooth pit. They want this space. They want this objective. The team split here for the side of Leftovers. I believe that's a double blink there. Expended the containment fence and the Ion Strike now. And it's Bondrewd who comes out of the fog wall. He clatters into the opposite jungler and takes down the Kalari. That's exactly what you want to do in this situation. Toasty very low. He has to stay in the back line for now to heal up his team. Doc, what? They're Leftovers with really low health bars. They're going for the Fangtooth. This could be a mistake.
Yeah, they have the Iggy and Scorch. They have the turrets nearby, ready to help cook. He is low on mana, though, but the Subjugate does connect on 2. Mercy gets atomized. Things were looking good there for Leftovers. They do get the objective, but Mercy does fall. However, on the flip side, Jay, he is now accelerated his lead to 2-0, knocking Appy Picker out and getting a shutdown bounty from him, I believe. I could be wrong on that shutdown bounty, but regardless, he kills the enemy mid laner, which is very, very valuable, especially when you have a player like Jay on his caliber of player on an ADC. He is this Drongo now with a Vanquisher, Lightning Hawk, and the beginnings of another item. He is very, very strong right now.
Yeah, for sure, and that's exactly where you want your carry to be. It was a 2-for-2 trade, though, and the Fangtooth going away of the Leftovers. I mean, that's it. They'll take that, and I think that's off the back of Bartledew. He kind of put himself up on the chopping block and said, "Hey, look at me," and allowed his team to have that little extra time to take down that Fangtooth and get out. As well. So definitely extremely coordinated play from the Leftovers. This game is extremely tight right now. Doc, I wanted to let the folks know at home, this could go either way.
Yeah, Bondrewd, I mean, in that last fight, I was more so just talking about specifically the Fangtooth fight, but Bondrewd, we saw exactly what happens when he gets a knockup onto Conte's Kalari. A single knockup, and Kalari just ceased to exist, just vaporized. I would say vanquished, but Jay is the one with Vanquisher, so we're not saying that.
Okay, another fight could break out here as the fly trap was dropped upon the head of Mercy. The Phantom dash, though, he was able to escape from it and not take too much damage. He is a tanky boy after all. That cool, crucial ultimate expended, though, outside the mini prime.
Yeah, and now with that crucial ultimate down, the Leftovers communications are, hey, we can pick a fight in the mini prime pits. They've now committed 5 heroes here, as we saw in game 2, but here comes the D-Lab coming from the left.
The containment fence was there just to stall for a little bit of time. Now the Coliseum popped up here. And Lauber, though, every time he does it, they fight into him. The Crash Bang Boom there as well, expended from Toasty. They're looking at Bondruid, and they do find him. They take the mini prime, but all the negatives as well. Mercy is the prime target, the VIP. He has to get out. The Phantom Rush expended, but they're going to look to cut off the retreat here. Here's Lauber leaving the advance. The Plasma Grade hits the Mercy in the back, slows him up. Jay now not long for this world, and they reverse attack here from D-Lab. They are taking it all.
Oh man, I feel like Leftovers had just the wrong read on the situation there. I think they thought that they were much stronger than they were, especially with Flytrap being on cooldown, and D-Lab came in and said, psych, you thought, buddies. And they they played that fight perfectly. The Crash Bang Boom coming out from Toasty, I don't know, I was not able to see if a Gag Grenade had already been placed down and he held it until that was for certain done, but Gag Grenade cannot be used unless Crash Bang Boom is being channeled, because that is the only saving grace that Leftovers have at this point in the game, because he got the full duration off and it was devastating.
Absolutely, and off the back of that, Doc, they take that tier 2 tower in the offlane. I love the adjustment here from D-Lab. They're like, all right, Bomb Druid wrecked us last game. We got to keep him contained. He has to stay in the off lane. He has to be working on just that lane in terms of wave management, not all over the map. We can't let him be 5 levels up or 4 levels up on us. And so they've really changed up their game plan in terms of who they were targeting. Last time it was Bry. This time it's Bondruid, and it's working out for him.
Yeah, D-Lab definitely has a major advantage in terms of tower gold spread across the map. They've taken the duo lane tier 1 as well as the tier 1 and tier 2 in the off lane, so that is a massive advantage going their way compared to 0 towers favoring Leftovers. However, Leftovers, they've claimed 2 mini primes and 2 Fang Teeth, so they are not out of this game at all, and the difference between those 2 objectives, hold that thought, because Jay might be in danger here with Conti looking at him middle.
Ooh, okay, the tower, though, still pretty healthy here in the mid lane. The daggers and the death mark do come through, but Jay, he is an expert farmer. He has a degree in agriculture. He knows where to find those creeps. Doc, we've seen this before in terms of where Leftovers were last game. They were behind, and then they were able to excel. The only problem here is that Narbash, he continues to scale.
Yeah, the Narbash does continue to scale, and it's almost that pivotal 20-minute mark where it's kind of that point of no return. But on the backside, Bondruid trying to catch Appy Picker will not be enough. But what we saw last game was Leftovers. Gosh, there's just action happening everywhere. But Leftovers have objectives. They have the passive bonuses to the Fang Teeth. They have out-of-combat movement speed. And the next Fang Tooth is going to be paramount, seeing as it just spawned. So if they're able to get this is going to be huge.
All right, Mercy, he's at the door. He doesn't want it to be knocked in. Bry just starting the objective, but it's Lauber who engages first with the Coliseum. His health bar immediately trunked the Fly Trap, only connects onto Mercy. That's not who you want to be. The Crash Bang Boom now expended as well. Knocks up 3. That is huge. And now another pull in, and they do consume Bry. He is extinguished on this time. Mercy, he's still wailing away with that giant hammer. Bondruid, he falls amidst the chaos there. The Bramble Patch is just doing so much work. The members fall left and right. Jay, he was sneaking somewhere in the backline, but he gets eliminated, and now it's only the lonely Bartle Dew who is alive to tell the tale of that fight, and it's D-Lab who moves on to the Fang Tooth.
Yeah, and this Narbash, I mean, they lost 4, and all they got was the Narbash. That is not ideal. They lose the 3rd Fang of the game, giving the first one to D-Lab, and D-Lab is firmly in the driver's seat right now. Now, further spiraling their lead out of control by closing out that left lane, looking to potentially get that tier 2 on the left duo lane, securing the tier 1 in the mid lane, and Conti all the while denying jungle farm from Mercy. So everything seems to be going absolutely right for D-Lab as we shift toward this 20-minute mark of the game. Things were looking great for Leftovers, but this Narbash, man, that 3-person knockup just ended the game for them. Bry did not get to play the game. Bry also on the Iggy and Scorch had already placed turrets around the Fangtooth, so he did not have 3 turrets for that engagement in those tight, close quarters as the Coliseum was dropped on them. So maybe a slight miscommunication about who was going to be on the objective or where they were planning on fighting. But yeah, D-Lab, they're firmly back in control right now.
Yeah, the map is now shrinking ever so slightly around the side of Leftovers. They're going to have to be very careful about where they find their farm, what jungle camps they can attack. They are placing some defensive wards and a little bit of deep wards as well, so they can see the opposition making advances towards their side. Bry, the Iggy and Scorch, I know that the desk was kind of talking about this, Doc, where it's like, was Iggy and Scorch the pick here? Maybe there was a different mid laner that could provide some more team fight capability, because I feel like that's what the Leftovers sorely need right now.
It just feels like they're not fighting around the turrets, and they just need to put the turrets down and bait the fight into their own territory. However, this is very challenging now, especially that we've hit the 21-minute mark with Toasty's Narbash being insane. So he's going to be out. He's going to be able to out-heal a lot of the damage that this Bry Iggy turret is pumping out.
Sure.
So they're going to need to really. It's tough. There's a handful of things that Leftovers can do. They're not out of this game yet, but there's a lot of pressure, especially on Mercy, I would say, to be able to get a Phantom Dash in, really isolate 1 or 2 people with a nasty Colossal Blow and like hit them into 3 turrets as well as the rest of his team. That is really a huge thing that they're going to need to do, because this game right now is looking very rough. A Crunch who falls behind is also very challenging to play. And Ban, even though this is a comfort pick for him, he's been suffering from the pressure that Conti's been applying to him. So he needs to find a way back into this game, and having Mercy enable a pickoff for him might be the way to do that.
Absolutely, and I think he has to find a way into the fights as well, Doc, because sometimes as a Crunch, you get lost in there if you can't find the right target, because he wants to get in the back line, maybe take out the Narbash, take out the Fae, something like that, but he just hasn't been able to seem to weasel his way into those positions. So that's what I'm looking for Bondrewd. And it's up to Mercy sometimes to create the space as well, but Mercy then also needs to protect Jay in the backline. So there's a lot of different things that Mercy has to do, but with one of your top tier players on your team, that's exactly who you want to be in those situations. All while we were talking, Doc, the tier 1 tower does go down for the side of D-Lab, so a little bit of gold going the way of Leftovers, a little bit of respite there for them.
Yeah, it's again, it's not totally over. Yes, the score is 6-15, but they have 2 Fang Teeth, they had 2 mini primes, they have these gold injections that are keeping them in the game. Jay is very strong. He has Vanquisher, Lightning Hawk, and Demolisher. He is ready to just pump damage into Zarus, into Fae, into Narbash. I mean, preferably the tanky targets with how Demolisher works with based on HP, but Coliseum coming down on Bondrewd here.
Okay, and he is getting ganked into oblivion here. The Coliseum is erected just a little bit longer. A nice little knock up there, but he is not long for this world. Conte is going to be looking for the execution, and he finds it there. Bondrewd overstayed his welcome here in the dueling.
Bondrewd does die. However, no stack going the way of Lobber, so you know what? We're gonna play philosophical optimism here, right? Yeah, you died, but at least you didn't give permanent damage to Lobber. All the meanwhile, Jay just sitting mid lane, just hitting creeps, getting strong. This is, I mean, it's still not over yet. It all comes down to this next Fangtooth, next Fangtooth fight, which is going to be the 4th Fangtooth of the game, which is going to be that primal Fangtooth. And not just the benefits about it, but it also makes fighting around it very challenging, because the primal burn that it does in the pit to anyone nearby can make or break an entire team fight. If Leftovers can get a turret, let's say an Iggy and Scorch turret, into the pit and aggro it onto D-Lab, then it can start burning D-Lab, and that might be the open window that they're looking for to start a fight here.
2 turrets, though, dropped on the blue buff there, so Brian might have to wait an extra second. Bondrewd, though, is alive. You can see all of the turrets now being placed around the Fangtooth. Everybody peeking into his window, seeing what he is up to. He's just looking around, waiting for something to happen. the next items have been coming online for all of these folks. Their power spikes have been reached. It's really about the team coordination, who steps up first, who gets the right engage in this fight. I feel like if it goes the way of D-Lab, that's going to be 2 towers and maybe an inhibitor that will be gone from the side of Leftovers. So they have to be ever so careful in this next engagement.
Yeah, and if Leftovers can somehow secure it, somehow steal the objective, then that gives them another foot in the door, if you will, because that will be their third Fangtooth of the game, which is that permanent bonus, which they direly need heading into this. So they are starting to posture. They're getting turrets around this opening, but they're not going to start because they're going to look to bait a fight here.
Oh, and the Subjugate connects onto Lauber. That's huge. That's the engagement gone from the side of D-Lab. He was caught unawares. Excellent play there from Mercy, but he is not done yet. Using the third-person perspective, he's looking to find one more. He is going right into the backline there. The stairs. Bond Druid, he jumps in there with the side of Mercy as well, but Bond Druid gets guillotined to death like the Frenchman of old. The shrapnel cannon expended as well to just shred through some of the tankiness there, but it is Toasty. He is singing the song of his people to keep his team alive. 1 drops for the side of D-Lab, but 2 for the side of the Leftovers.
Oh man, Mercy went in, he phantom dashed, he swung his colossal blow, and he connected with exactly nobody with it. Had he connected with even just one person, hit one person away from that stairwell back into J, then that fight goes entirely different. Specifically, had they hit Toasty, I think they just RGS D-Lab. But unfortunately, they did not connect with anyone. Toasty stayed up, and as we saw, Appy Picker started to burn down from all that damage that Bri is pumping out, and Toasty just stood right next to him and rendered it null.
Oh my gosh, and they're going right for the Orb Prime. There wasn't even a second thought about it. With only 3 members alive for the Leftovers, there was nothing that they could do to contest. They just saw that it was happening and just had to wave goodbye to the Prime as it got dismantled. This is an interesting decision, Doc. So why the Prime instead of the Fangtooth?
I really like this because they know that Leftovers were still, like, despite losing 2 heroes, they were still posturing around Fangtooth. They were still going to be running directly to Fangtooth. D-Lab said, we're going to throw them off their game, and we're going to do the unexpected. And they go over to Orb Prime. They get the Orb Prime buff, and what that's going to do is that allows them to apply lane pressure to the middle and to the duo lane, which is going to open this opportunity for them. Leftovers are going to have to respond to creeps pushing into their tier 2 towers, and as a result, that's going to open the window for D-Lab to get their second Fang of the game, which is going to give them Primal Blaze. So I love this decision from them, saying we know where they're looking, and we're going to go where they're not looking. So great macro level play from D-Lab.
Sure, and there was no vision on that side of the map either,
Exactly.
Doc. So they were able to just sneak on over, and with the tower state right now, the Leftovers, they don't have much to give. So if the wave state is not in their favor, they're going to be hard pressed to kind of take those neutral objectives. Folks, you don't just take the neutral objective because you think you can. You have to look at the whole state of the map. And here's Lauber using that Prime buff to great effect, pushing that tier 2 tower. And Mercy has to expend the Colossal Blow to move Lauber away, but the rest of the team is backing him up here. My gosh, immediately chunked is that health bar. It's now up to Jay to play the protector of his inhib, but 2 daggers to the face will ward him off. My goodness, the siege has begun here for the side of D-Lab. They are showing why they're one of the favorites here in this tournament. Bartledew, they are trying to do something to protect this inhib, but it is slowly getting chunked time and time again.
Yeah, this is great pressure coming out. Great utilization of the Orb Prime buff. I was expecting them to apply pressure to the duo and to the mid lane and then use that window to go do Fang, but it looks like they want to at least burn a few more seconds of this buff before moving over to that Fangtooth. They want to chip, they want to burn, they want to see if they can get this objective, because that will open sort of passive pressure against the Leftovers, which then means that they don't ever have to come over to this duo lane until the inhibitor respawns, which is really, really nice from a macro decision-making point of view for the side of D-Lab. So I love this pressure coming out from them. They're not rushing things. They're taking their time. They're being disciplined with the objective. I'm expecting in 20, 25, maybe 30 seconds, they're going to start rotating over to that Fangtooth, but only time's going to be able to tell.
And Doc, as you say, kill creeps, but the inhibitor is the one that is killed in the end, and that's exactly what D-Lab is looking for. They played that to perfection. They know the exact timer, but it is Bondruid. He is, oh my gosh, the forward crunch gets stopped there, and the atomizer does come through. Bondruid picked off there in the jungle. That's disaster for the side of the leftovers, and that's immediately the go button for the D-Lab to go to the Fangtooth. They were going there anyway. Now, just the cherry on top.
Yeah, they get a nice juicy pick onto the crunch. They're going to use their net worth advantage from sieging that inhibitor. They're going to get a nice buy. They're going to utilize that to get some nice items online, and they're going to look to start moving toward this fourth Fang that still has not been claimed by either team yet. But D-Lab, this is their game to lose right now. They are very firmly in control right now. They are very strong. They have a lot of net worth advantage over the side of the leftovers, and they're looking to just close this out using discipline and smart decision making. They are working on this primal Fangtooth. Mercy looking to potentially steal it.
Yeah, he's doing a little bit of window shopping there. I don't think he's going to be able to make a purchase onto this Fang. He goes for the desperate subjugate to maybe get a last hit, but all for naught. I mean, you got to applaud the attempt there. Doc, I love the play on getting the left inhibitor because that is the side that Fangtooth is on. So if the wave state is in your favor, they have to respond to that, right? That opens up some space for you to take that Fangtooth. So I really like that they chose that inhibitor in particular to go for. But right now, the leftovers, they need to find a way back into it. And I think it's Bondruid. He hasn't really, like we talked about, Doc, found his way into this match. What is his role specifically now that he doesn't need to really protect the off lane? I'm finding trouble here on what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, Crunch, again, when he falls behind is a very challenging hero to play, and I think one of the only players who can answer that question accurately is probably Grady. But he has, his original purpose was find the Klari, knock the Klari up, or find Lakeinator and knock Lakeinator up. But at this point in the game, Klari has a spell shield, so it's going to be very challenging to bypass that Mesmer. It's going to be very challenging to get on top, as we saw. You know, he tried to engage the Klari, and Lauber just walked up and Colosseum'd him. So, yeah, this is just very challenging. It's going to come down to relying on Bry to really melt damage in an AoE, and then he's going to have to just find his way in the door somehow to get a last hit or get a knock up on a key target who maybe is more vulnerable than someone else. But right now, D-Lab is playing it tight. They are playing disciplined, and it is going to be very, very challenging to find that necessary pick.
And here we go. They're looking to siege once again with the Primal Blaze online. They want this middle inhibitor now. All 5 members grouped up in the area. Bry doing his best to just attack the creeps, but every time a turret is dropped, it is destroyed, whether it's the Plasma Grenade or the Untamed Growth. Lauber looking to do a little bit of backdoor action. Good thing Bry, one of the best in the business at sweeping up the base, able to quickly decimate the wave, but still the siege continues, Doc. I'm going to keep talking because the action is going to happen here as the middle inhibitor falls. Will D-Lab press the issue? No, for now, Doc, they back off. Orb Prime is online.
Yeah, they're resetting. They're utilizing that advantage that they just achieved by pressuring an inhibitor, a tier 2 and an inhibitor. They actually appear, I thought they were recalling, but they're waiting in that fog wall cheekily, waiting for an unsuspecting visitor to come through. From the perspective of leftovers, they said, oh, well, they ran straight to Orb Prime. So they were hoping, D-Lab were hoping for a leftover to walk through that wall so they could put him in the microwave.
Bondruid, he finally had Conti in his sights. He goes for the forward crunch, but Conti is able to just hop, skipping away from it. Another stasis bomb just doesn't connect there for Bartldew. That's another guy we haven't really called too much in this match. The Decker has kind of really been an unknown here, not being able to facilitate a lot of the kills in this composition, Doc.
Yeah, I am a little whelmed by the Decker's presence in this game, right? We haven't seen, there was a fight earlier where we did see a really nice 2-person ion strike, followed by a stasis bomb, followed by a containment fence. However, Mercy missed the colossal blow on the stun targets, and that made their fight very, very challenging. So Bartldew did nothing wrong. It's just he hasn't done anything extremely flashy in this game because of the pressure that Conti has been applying everywhere. It's very, very difficult to play this game as a Decker against a Klari who is extraordinarily strong at this point, and someone like Conti is the last person you want to be up against. but Blink followed by the Coliseum on Bry does force the Blink. Ooh. Bry is in danger right now, but his boys are starting to collapse on him. So, but Conti might catch him out here.
I don't know, having the Blink gone from your Iggy and Scorch, that is rough because that's your only escape ability. So another 5 minutes is when Bry is going to be vulnerable. This fight is going to be breaking out here outside the doors of the Prime Pit. Mercy, he's looking for a way to engage Bondrewd as well. They're kind of going for a two-pronged approach, but discipline here from D-Lab. They know they can't give anything for free. They don't want to let anybody out of their sights, but it's Conti with the invisibility. He's looking for Bry in the backline. The turret's dropped. It looks like a disengage here for the side of the Leftovers, but they need to regroup as they are split 3-2.
Bond did initially find Toasty there at the opening of the Orb Prime Pit, forcing the Blink out of the Narbash. So there is a very small opportunity here, but Leftovers might have overstayed their welcome here.
Okay, the rain gauge does go through. The stasis bomb whiffs, and immediately Bartle do just delete it there from the Bramble Patch and the Hypercharge. My goodness, there was no chance for the Decker to stay alive. Now they're gone for 60 seconds. There it is. The door has been opened for D-Lab, and it was all just a bait and switch. The Coliseum dropped upon the head. The Crash Bang Boom as well knocks up Mercy, but he comes crashing back down. The Infernal there from the side of Bry pushes away a few members, but the healing from Toasty is just too strong. He knows what it's like to be put in the crisper, and there it is. Bry does take down the Narbash finally on the back end. The bow support's gone for both sides. Bondrewd, he's looking for his way in, but it is Lakinator, that hypercharge, as we mentioned, just so strong. Mercy does expend the Blink to try to turn tail and run. He has a sliver of HP. Conti is on the chase. One dagger will do it, and he finds the assassination on the jungler. Just Jay is the one to live to tell the tales, but what a bloodbath outside the Prime.
Oh man, that fight looked so good. They bought so much time for Bry to do Iggy and Scorch things. He was pumping so much damage, but Toasty with a 3-man Crash Bang Boom knockup, it hit Bry, it hit Mercy, and it hit somebody else I didn't see. I think it was Bondrewd or Mercy, I don't remember. But that fight lasted so long, and Lakinator on the Skylar, who loves shredding tanks, got to just do exactly what he was hired to do. He got to just take his Hyper Shredder, Hypercharge, and just shred those tanks. Sevarog and Crunch, because at this point, Crunch really has been building, Bondrewd on the Crunch has been building very tanky, because he knows that he is just a little bit behind and has to sustain. So Skylar just got to fry them during that entire engagement, and Conti, this Narbash is just such a problem because they're investing all of their resources to get him, and they get him, but then they all die as a result, and they lose the Orb Prime, and they're going to lose the 5th Fangtooth of the game virtually for free. So that is a double buffed D-Lab that is going to be pushing into the Leftovers. That is also their 3rd Fangtooth of the game. So Leftovers were up 2-0 in terms of Fangteeth, and now D-Lab have closed that chasm and actually surpassed the Leftovers with 3-0 in the last, 30 minutes or so. So they now have the bonus to offense and defense, which is the last thing that the Leftovers want.
Yeah, it's a free item basically online for you. Doc, this is looking dire here for the side of the Leftovers. TJ DJ on the desk did predict this would go all the way, the whole distance to game 3, and it's looking like it. Basically now, how does D-Lab close this one out, and how does the Leftovers, or how do the Leftovers defend this here? It looks like the Leftovers might have to go back to the drawing board in the draft to see how they can make some adjustments after this one. But right now, it's Lakinator and the boys looking to close this one out.
This game is still not over because Jay is still very strong. Bry is still very strong. If Bry goes down, though, then this game is over. Bry is the only thing keeping these creeps off of the core. And if he goes down, there's just no shot at the Leftovers to defend. Jay is allowed to die, technically, but it's going to make their defense virtually impossible. This is a very challenging situation to be in, and I hope the Leftovers are using this to really find a window that D-Lab is not going to give them. But they also need to start thinking about game 3, right? You have to be. It's tough, right? You want to focus on the game that you're in, but you also can't let it get to you. You have to figure out, all right, how do we adapt? How do we grow? How do we improve for the 3rd game? What do we do differently? How do we reset mentally in order to bring our A game that we brought in game 1 to the 3rd game of the series? Because this is feeling real rough for the leftovers, and I hope that they're having that conversation potentially.
Okay, and this could be the final moments of the match as we creep towards the 40-minute mark. The alarms now are blaring in the ears of the leftovers as the core is starting to be sieged. Toasty just in the back line there, drumming away, keeping his team alive, shielded, and healthy. This is close to the end, folks. The edge of the seat is near. Mercy, he's looking for a way. Who will he phantom dash? Because if you get a colossal blow into the fountain, that's 100-0 on anybody. That could turn the tides of the fight. But right now, with the double bubble buff for the side of D-Lab, there it is. They do go in. The Coliseum dropped there. Mercy, though, the crash bang boom does crash upon him. He gets knocked up and knocked down into the dirt. Lakeinator finds the kill. There goes the tank, gone for 80 seconds. This is definitely the win condition here for the side of D-Lab. They're going to be pelting at the core now, obliterating its health bar. Lauber takes down the support, and Baller will do with ease. Now the Spear of Nier hits the core, and D-Lab takes game number 2. We are going all the way to number 3.
That was an incredible showing from D-Lab, really showcasing the level of aptitude that they have, being able to mentally recover after game 1 and being able to bring just absolute, just clean gameplay and precision into game 2. They never once panicked despite being down in Fangtooth objectives. It felt like it was the leftovers game for probably the first 10-12 minutes, and then all of a sudden D-Lab was like, all right, and they flicked the switch and the game just took over in their favor. MVP of that game, I got to give it to Conti. He knew exactly what his job was. It was keep Bondrewd down and be a menace to Mercy, and he did that. He did, and the cherry on top, he also got to punish Bry because Bry was Iggy and Scorch. So they got to go back to the drawing board. Leftovers got to go back to the drawing board, and they got to figure out, what do we do? Do we ban Yin? Do we ban Conti's Kalari? Do we ban Aurora? Like, what direction do we go in?
It's got to be the Narbash. I feel like maybe you ban the Narbash and figure out how to deal with the Yin, whether you get the Sereth or something like that. Change it up a little bit. Maybe because even if you change characters, maybe your buttons aren't as fast because you're thinking about a new character this time, right? Your flow may be disrupted just by having to change. Folks, I do want to give a shout out to our producer, Secret Salsa, clicking the 1s and 2s, and Tedium, our cameraman there in the skies, capturing all the action. We are going to send it back to Keg and the kids to break it all down.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody. We had a doozy of a second game, and guess what? We go to a third. We wanted to make sure that we give you the biggest bang for your buck before we go to grand finals. TJ, draft difference. Unbelievable.
Yeah, for sure here with the draft diff. Essentially, I think it came down to two things, right? It's the D-Lab recognize what they need to change, take off the Richter, the Narbash wasn't a problem, still priority pick it, still play how they want to play the game. Pick the Kalari, match Mercy's aggression and how they adapted that way. And I think as well in the draft, like D-Lab secured a better late game. They could play this one out patiently. They got comfortable. And ultimately, even with leftovers delaying that game, they just couldn't win out in the end. So that Iggy pick, that might come back to haunt them, though.
I don't think the Iggy pick was super wise, especially at the last spot. Maybe something like an Argus could have had a better time there. But I think that Conte just shows up there. Very early aggression for him. He's always in Bondrewd's lane very, very early, trying to keep him down, get Lauber ahead. I really think that was the difference. And I think just the luck of, I don't know if you call it luck necessarily, but being first pick, actually getting to ban a hero to try to challenge the hero pool of the enemy team, not being forced to get rid of Yin and use your first pick as like a pseudo ban is the difference so far that we've seen in the series, I feel.
I mean, speaking of differences, right? We saw a lot of different changes in play style, Lance, coming from D-Lab from game 1 to game 2, and it seemed like it made a big difference.
It did feel like it made a big difference. I do have some reservations about how long it took them to finish that game out, as it felt like they were kind of in control of it from level 3 onward. The fact that it still took 40 minutes to finish the game out, they had to get 2 Orb Primes, they had to get a Primal Fangtooth. I think that gives a little bit of confidence still to leftovers, because D-Lab dominated that game more or less, and it still takes 40 minutes to finish.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's been a major tango between Conti and Mercy, and when it takes that long to get to the end of a game, it could instill some fatigue into either one of these two teams. But the ballet goes on. We'll have to wait and see who can secure that spot into the grand finals. So don't go anywhere. The coals are still hot, and this train is full steam ahead. Choo choo. So we're going to go to a small break and go to game number 3 very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The train has not stopped. We are still going full speed ahead. We have no control. We're already in the drafting phase, TJ.
Absolutely. This train does not stop for anyone here. If you didn't get to use the bathroom, absolutely tough luck. You're locked in for this game. Draft is already gone. It's already begun. Leftovers first pick, taking away that Kallari away from Conti. D-Lab, though, are they going to take away the Yin or not? Lads, keep this going. Oh my god, we're going down the hill. It's mental.
Choo choo, you have to ban Yin. I do not believe you want to put that in either Bondred or Mercy's hands here. Yes, it will be, but I like this ban from Leftovers. Conte was the difference maker in that game. Yes, several things didn't go fantastic for them, but the biggest impact was what Conte was able to do with the early ganks from the Kallari, going invisible, walking right behind Bondred, taking half his health, kind of doing a similar thing that what we saw Bondred in the first game do, where you just eliminated Lakinator from the lane for the first couple of levels. Conte did that to Bondred in game 2. Narbash first pick for Bartle the Bartle Bash, his signature hero, named after. Let's see how this goes for Leftovers.
Yeah, the Narbash, it just turns out to be one of the contested picks that we were expecting right at the start, which feels like so long ago when we all got here for game number 1 as well. Honestly, I want to know about the fate of this Richter, though, because that was banned away in game number 2. It obviously went into the hands of the Leftovers in game number 1, but now it's like, okay, which team wants to go for it? Faye apparently is the pick of the series meta, shall I say, and also that Drongo, well, so it's got to pay the Drongo tax.
Yeah, and we'll see if Leftovers came up with any ideas for how to better play against that. Hopefully we don't see Bry just slam the Iggy into it again. But the Skylar is up if Jay wants to do it now. We've also seen him play a decent amount of Revenant throughout this series. This might be the first time we don't see Skylar go. Also going to pick the Aurora up. That will probably go into Mercy's hands, which denies it from Conte, his signature hero. And yes, we will see the Skylar, who maintains her pick in damn near every game of PCC streak here, and that will be in the hands of Jay.
I just have to go for a moment here and just make sure we have got the names on the right side of the screen, because this is exactly D-Lab's draft from game number 1 in near enough this exact order as well. Of course, the Kallari pick Kallari ban does kind of give it away, but D-Lab though, Lorber, 2 games he's had his signature pick denied away from him. No more. He's going to get his hands on the big Sevarog pick as well. D-Lab going for it in the last game of this series here. 1-1. This should be spicy in a crunch ban as well, targeting against Bondred as well. That Aurora was a big part of what made Leftovers top side so deadly in the Swiss and in the quarterfinals games.
And I'd like to see Leftovers ban Decker here. It's Toasty's other main support that he's very good at. I think you can force Toasty onto Richter if he decides to play that without a whole lot of reservations. But instead, it's going to be the Zarus banned away. Don't want to pick that into Sevarog anyways because of the interactions we saw last time. You just Colossal Blow as soon as the Coliseum comes down, kind of cancels, uses both of those ults up. So still some options available. It looks like we need an offlaner and a support for D-Lab here. I think that it might be wise for them to keep their support for a little bit later. Gonna pick that Chimera up for Conte, which still allows them to maybe get Decker in this 5th rotation, as Leftovers won't be picking it up here. They need to round their combo. We're gonna have to see how they answer to the Fae and to some of the other picks that have been picked up here. You gotta have an answer to Sevarog. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see Sarah come out, but it's going to be Terra, who is the traditional counter to Sevarog. I can't believe I had forgotten about that for a second. Bondred played very well on that in the first game, so just need that mid lane answer, and it's Iggy, and I am disappointed.
Well, this is going to be Bry's redemption game because, well, I mean, I could just see, obviously, the caster cams as well. Philly's got his head in his hands with that Iggy pick going up. It was a big talking point from game number 2 with playing it in towards his D-Lab composition. And Bry's like, you know what? I can do it. Trust in the process. Trust in the Iggy, because this is it. Last game, tournament life is on the line. If there's any game that you're going to show this Iggy pick is going to work, now is the time. Decker, the natural last pick, going to Toasty, one of his signature picks as well. This is going to be a tense game, Lance.
Yeah, this is spicy, and I like the Decker last. We had a prediction that was going to be coming out for Toasty. It's good into Terra, not as great into the matchup itself. Yes, you can keep the Narbash in a cage. You can cancel the Crash Bang Boom if he doesn't have the True Silver online yet. But it's mainly there to try to keep this Terra in a field because you can't CC immune a wall. This is going to be a spicy game. This is for a trip to the grand finals. You win this match, you are guaranteed money. You lose it, you have to play another best of 3 series to try to profit off of PCCX.
It is all down to this. We are caster.
All right. Thank you, Keg and the crew. It's HD Philly B here and Dr. Shadow to cast the final game of this best of 3 for our semifinal match. I want to welcome in the viewers who are watching this on the A stream. You are here for a banger series. It all comes down to this. Doc, Bondrewd on the Terra. We saw that in game 1 where he was 4 levels up at one point in the game, just managing the entire map with pushing the wave states. On the other side, Chimera is the jungler here. We know Conte likes to press the issue in terms of invades, early ganks, things like that. Chimera fits the bill, but in terms of the meta, maybe not so much.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolutely insane game. I mean, we talk about comfort and how important being on a comfortable hero is for gameplay over anything else. Both Bondrewd and Lauber over in the offlane, I mean, they've been pivotal members of their teams in both of these games, and they're both on arguably their like the hero that they're famous for. So this is going to be absolutely spicy. In the mid lane, Appy Picker on one. I mean, we've seen him on the Fae, but he's really known for his Howitzer and Gideon. But Bry, he is known for his Iggy and Scorch. So my expectations for Bry are quite high this game. And after last game, it's going to be tough. He has a big hill to climb in order to prove himself here. But this Chimera, yeah, this is very different than what we've seen. And the Chimeras that we have casted on the B stream have all been just not impactful. They get to a certain point where the enemy team just kind of ignores them. Oh, Chimera jumped on me. Okay, walk away. So there's a lot of pressure here on Conte to really do what he did last game, but without an invisible hero. We saw that respect ban on the Kalari come out. The pressure that he was applying to middle and offlane was insurmountable for the side of the leftovers. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure here on him to do that again in this game. And will he be able to do it? Maybe, because he's looking at Bondrewd right now, but he did just walk over a ward. So Bond's going to be just fine.
So based on our stats by Jolster, who's one of our admins here for the PCC, 31% win rate for the Chimera throughout the whole event in terms of the statistics that we have right now. So not really the best. It's a 33% chance, 1 game out of 3, but that could be this game right here as he already is putting the pressure onto Mercy, just like in game 1. He was all over the jungle, just dominating the tempo there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat, though. However, not just this game, but we get to see Lauber on the Sevarog. That is his mainstay, his tried and true, his best character, so to speak. And so we will see what he can get done with it in the offlane, already winning out some of those trades early on. The dual lane now just duking it out.
And I think one thing to really point out here is, yesterday I was talking about how I believe in Mercy's Aurora. And I think Mercy's Aurora is really the missing X factor that Bry's Iggy and Scorch was missing. Last game, they didn't have the control that I think is necessary for an Iggy and Scorch to be successful around the pit. Lauber getting caught out with a kind of a lazy back here. Mercy is privy to this. He is going to force the blink. So Lauber does not have a blink. Bondrewd does have a blink. Mercy is going to now leash this Cyan buff and deny that from Lauber. So that is going to send him back 5 stacks. And that is great pressure coming out from Mercy. All the meanwhile, Conte looking to do something in the duo lane. Will he be able to? Only time will tell, but he's currently walking all over wards. So nothing's going to happen here. He's going to look to deny some resources. But this Mercy, we saw glacial charge after glacial charge, absolutely incredible, impactful control around these pits. So I think that's going to be great.
The ambush right there onto Bry. He was unsuspecting as off the top rope was Conte. He is now getting the oil slick on him to slow him up just a little bit. I don't think he does have the cleanse on him, but a nice 1-2 combo there from Bry to stave off the Vance from the Predator of the jungle. He has to go back to his side and take out that 2-camp. Doc, yeah, as you were mentioning, Mercy, when we casted them yesterday, had such an impactful time on that Glacial Charge for those objective fights, cutting off the team, splitting them, allowing them not to get last hits, etc. And especially if the Iggy or the Fae, right, they're easy to cut off from the team because they don't have natural movement abilities. So if you can get Appy away from the rest of the squad, that could be a huge boon for your side. Mercy now, he's the one who's pressing the tempo here. He wants to take the 5-camp. Bond Druid has also joined the party.
I love this. I love seeing junglers doing this in tandem, especially with their offlaners like Bondrewd. Will the Glacial Charge? Ooh. No, he was thinking about it. You can see Mercy was thinking about Glacial Charging Lauber because he does not have Blink, but Bry does not have any mana. He is going to be forced to retreat toward his Mercy and Bond as they are rotating middle to potentially add some pressure here.
Yeah, he was going there for the River Bug, which I think was denied away from him. Yep. Appy has one, and maybe Conte got the other one. So that will send Bry back to base for now, but I think that's okay. He can get his first item online and then head back. We know the wave clear on the Iggy and Scorch is just astronomically good, so he'll be all right with that. I don't think any creeps will even touch the tower at this point. On the other side, Bartledew, he's looking pretty low here in the duo lane.
Yeah, and one good stasis bomb that actually just vanished. I don't know on your screen.
Yeah, saw that.
Okay. I'm glad I wasn't the only one to see that. I thought they patched that. But, yeah, stasis bomb is just going to vanish and not connect on Bartledew. If that does, then I think Lakeinator potentially has damage to at least pull out a blink from Bartledew's Narbash. But as we always talk about, patience. Hoarfrost onto Lauber. Lauber does not have a blink to get out of this. He doesn't have any mana. He's not going to be able to Phantom Dash either. Bondrewd is just going to chase him down and burn it. And that is the capitalization that we like to see when these big timers on the blinks are not available. So Lauber Sevarog is now down. First Blood is on Bondrewd. Oh, that is a great start for Leftovers.
Yeah, and he's going to get a massive amount of tower damage as well. And so you want that's good because that limits the farm then of the Sevarog. That is the goal. Anytime Sevarog is on the map, you want to limit his farm. So putting in that little bit of extra tower damage, making him feel uncomfortable in the lane, that is perfect. Doc, we talked about last game, who was the primary target of who to focus on, right, to kind of limit their credibility or their ability in the match. It was Bondrewd last time who got the shaft, right? This time it is Lauber who's getting the brunt of the focus here throughout the game.
Well, yeah, I mean, Leftovers already focused the grief toward Conte's hero pool, right? Like he is forced to play Chimera at this point, and we can see here. I mean, this first Fangtooth is a Leftovers staple. All the meanwhile, Bondrewd is scouting out the mini prime because he does not want to give that up for free, as we saw in Game 2, where D-Lab walked over and just took that. They traded. So I love this coming out from Bondrewd, just getting his eyes on the mini prime, making sure that it's not being traded. Just great all-around use of his downtime as his creeps are shoving into his tier 1 now. So he didn't even miss anything while doing that.
And the most important thing here, I think, to note is like Chimera's a very early game hero, right? He can take the Fangtooth early on by himself. He wants to secure some of those early objectives. He wasn't even over there at the Fangtooth. They knew that the rotation was off there from the jungler, so they were able to secure it themselves. And there's no way a Chimera is going to contest into all those Iggy turrets. He's just going to get obliterated. He can't cleanse all of that damage. So a great heads-up play here from the Leftovers, recognizing the compositional weaknesses of the other side.
It's just a great adaptation from Game 2. You know, they lost Game 2 pretty convincingly, but they've proven that just in the span of the last 15 minutes, they were able to learn, adapt, grow, and improve heading into this Game 3, which is the make or break. With this decides whether they get money for sure out of this tournament or not. So that is, I love to see that, and I know that Mercy is making those calls, as Mercy is kind of walking near that mini prime pit. He is clearing the area, and him and Bond are going to look to do this mini prime.
I mean, he does have the red buff online, so it's that extra damage over time as well. So I think his clear he's feeling comfortable with it. He's level 6, has the cryo seism as well. So if somebody does, leap into the pit, he'll kind of freeze them into place. It's just a matter of who will get it, and it is Bondrewd. Once again, they're facilitating. What?
It goes to Iggy. The turret got the last hit.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I guess they're going to facilitate the Iggy and Scorch then, maybe by mistake, but at least the tower down would be beneficial. But ooh, that could be a crucial misstep.
Bry walked away to make sure that his turret would stop hitting the mini prime, and it got a couple auto attacks off, and the burn persisted for like 2 seconds after, and it was just enough in between Bondruid's auto attacks that it ended up, you could see the buff fly to Bry in the mid lane. So slight error. Bondruid's not feeling great about that, but he doesn't really care. He's still going to bully this Lobber Sevrog, and Mercy is going to look to continue to bully this guy. However, Lobber does have Blink ready to go.
And there he is, the blink expended
now he
immediately. Wow. As soon as it's up, it is down again. They are really putting the pressure on Conte. He is waiting behind this fog wall for Jay and Bartleby to step up, but they're wary. They know what the Chimera wants to do. The communications are clean, especially with the aerial assault and the thunk coming in. There's not much the Chimera can do. He's going to have to pick his battles as he does jump in there on the duo lane, and he does come up with the kill, ladies and gentlemen. Somehow, some way, the ambush does connect, and Bartleby can't keep his carry alive.
I hate seeing that sort of patience. Like, that was so much wasted time that turned out to not be wasted. But you know what? He gets a kill on Jay, and it just, I mean, it ultimately works out for him, and it looks like they're also going to use this man-up advantage here against a Narbash to trade tier 1s across the map. So both teams have now taken a tier 1 tower across the duo lane and the off lane. So net worth across the board is pretty even, but the mini prime and the first Fangtooth has gone the way of the leftovers. So they do have a slight advantage here, but Appy, we have not seen a huge fly trap yet. So we're going to be waiting for that to happen. As soon as we get that impactful fly trap, I think this game could shift in favor of D-Lab, or if it gets whiffed or cleansed or something like that, then leftovers could take the momentum because Conte has fallen a little bit behind. He did get that kill on Skylar, but what I was saying, what I meant with him like standing there in the fog wall for about 30 seconds, like you're already behind. You have to be doing something. You have to be getting something. And as a Chimera, the second you fall too far behind, playing this game is going to feel really, really bad for Conte.
I do like the trade, though, in terms of taking that tower in the duo lane, because the next Fangtooth, I think that's what D-Lab's looking for. They're going to look to set themselves up to take that objective. That's why the Chimera is kind of hanging around here. They're going to put in a couple wards down as well. So without the safety of that tier 1 tower, if they do chase any, low members of the leftovers after the fight, that tower's not going to be there to protect them. So I think that does play to their advantage just a little bit, but it is going to be off of Appy to land that big fly trap. He's going to be trying to power farm to level 11 before this Fangtooth comes online, though.
Yeah, Bry, and we can see Bondruid has gone from base to this Fangtooth. Second Fang is spawning. The scoreboard is still just 1-1. Bry in a tight space, Conte jumping.
And I think that Bry immediately does use the blink. Yes, that is expended now. Bondruid, he's in, but it's into 3. I believe he's going to have to use the Unstoppable. He uses the blink instead first and the Unstoppable as well. Puts in the Island Hurl to lock down Lobber. The Hypercharge does come through, and he is stasis and put into the dirt. Jay comes up with the elimination there. That is a great pick onto Lobber. They locked him down and sent him all the way back to the spawn room doors.
That was a clean Hoarfrost, but this fight is not over yet. They do have Iggy turrets on the Fangtooth. They are burning it down. They have 5 people getting healed up by the Narbash, but this could be the opportunity that they're looking for. But no, the Glacial Charge, that is what we wanted to see. That is the type of stuff. I know that's such a simple looking play, but doing it at the right time, at the right angle is really, really challenging. And Mercy has been on point with those in not just this series, but like in this tournament so far. So that secures the objective for them. And this is just looking really, really good for leftovers after securing their second Fang of the game. But we can't forget that they were up 2-0 Fang Teeth last game, and D-Lab took it back. So this could still go D-Lab's way.
Yeah, but just watching them take the Fangtooth with the turrets and the healing coming through, it was just it seemed like it was an easy take, right? Like just having those two together is such a positive thing for your squad. Mercy doing the Glacial Charge right before the 500 mark, so that the hunt could be secured safely without anybody blinking in and hunting and trying to steal it away. That is what you're talking about in terms of the timing. But the composition here from the leftovers just really good right now.
Yeah, just team composition in general, the slow burn comp, the Narbash, Iggy, and Scorch, it is a staple. It is a classic. It is tried, true, and tested. And right now, Leftovers are just showcasing what that means against one of the top teams in all of Predecessor. They are just wiping these team fights. They're not acing, right? But they are doing exactly what they need to do with the composition that they're given, and they're making those macro level plays like rotating to that second Fang immediately after getting the pick that they do, instead of just trying to play Brawl or whatever. So we're 15 minutes in and there's only 3 kills, but each of those kills has been so important to each of the teams.
Yeah, it's unlocked an objective basically, and those objectives, it's in each step towards victory, those objectives. So right now, all the teams, they're looking to get some of their crests online. We can see Lauber, if he goes back to base, he will have his crest. He's looking to, I think it's get Tainted Guard there next, but he has to Phantom Dash away from Mercy, who's making a gank here now. Conti is also in as well, but the Chimera, what are you going to do against the Knight of the Realm? Lauber, he just barely dodges away. The Ion Strike does hone true, but Conti is being run down here. He has to expend the blink. The Highland Hurl does not come through. Appy, though, he expends the Fly Trap to lock down the Queen of Ice, and the Narbash as well. Lakenator cleans up. They get 2 over here in the skirmish on the red side.
That was just such unfortunate timing for the Leftovers. Lauber did not have blink when that glacial charge came out from Mercy, and then all of a sudden it was up and he blinked away immediately. So as soon as it was off cooldown, it was used. Conte, he did a great job holding it as long as possible and was able to get away with it. So, I mean, fortunate for them. As a result of this, the second mini prime of the game is going to go the way of D-Lab. Who are they putting on? They put it on Lakenator. They are trusting in, the Dirty Lake component of their team. I don't know what their game plan is quite yet with that mini prime buff, but my hopes is that they're going to use it to siege either off lane or mid tier 1 tower to start opening the map, get some net worth into their pockets, and kind of close the it's not really a chasm, but close the gap that has been incurred from the loss of the 2 Fang Teeth and the first mini prime.
And Doc, in that weird engagement we had on that red side jungle, Bry smartly went over to the duo lane and took the tower all by himself, because that's what Iggy does. You leave him alone, those towers are going to be melted and burnt to a crisp. So a really intelligent play there to make that rotation, knowing that Iggy and Scorch, he's going to be waddling ever so slowly to the fight. So if you can't get there in time, go somewhere else and do some damage. And he did just that. Also putting some damage on this mid-tier tower at mid-tier 1 tower as well, excuse me. But right now, the teams, they could be grouping up in this mid lane for the next fight.
Yeah, we can see Lakenator with the Drongo, with the mini prime buff coming middle. Toasty lingering nearby. He could double jump onto a ledge, hit a stasis bomb, but this mini prime buff is going to make pushing the D-Lab tier 1 tower very, very challenging. And it's going to give them a slight edge, which is going to force a numbers response from the Leftovers if they want to keep that tier 1. If it's not important to their philosophy of play, then they won't do it. But I anticipate that they will. Lauber, though, trying to catch Bry, misses the subjugate, and Bry is now going to get some turrets down to maintain some lane control over in that duo lane.
I mean, that's not a 1v1 you see every day unless you're in like the bronze tier where you have the Sebrog in the offlane versus Iggy offlane, but one nonetheless that the Iggy could potentially win because of the item choices from the Sebrog. You can see them exchanging blows there, but now we have a skirmish in the mid lane. Conti, he's diving in and trying to initiate the Ion Strike whiffs there as well. The Fly Trap to try to lock in some members. Bartledew using the Crash Bamboom to just disengage the team, just make sure that nobody comes close to his squad. The healing, though, is ringing out amongst his squad members, and they are healing right up. A lot of ultimates expended in that engage.
The blink from Toasty's Decker was forced from that knockup. Mercy is going to double jump to get away with the statue, and they are looking to set up and repeat what they did before. However, they did not get a pick, so this is going to be messy.
Yeah, it's a 5v5 fight, but with all those ultimates down, it's the Hoarfrost that comes in, and Lakenator with the Shrapnel Cannon, the last ultimate on the board. He takes down Mercy. That's the jungler that cannot hunt this objective, and the steal goes the way of the Dirty Lake, and the boys at the final moment, they're able to take it away from the Leftovers, but can the Leftovers clean up the remains of Dirty Lake and the boys? They do claim 3. There's the Plasma Grenade to slow down the Lakenator. Yes, they lost the Fang, but they got the kills.
Yeah, they did lose the Fang, but they got 3 kills as a result. Unfortunate that it was stolen. However, with Mercy going down so early in that engagement, they did not have the hunt there to secure that. But again, we're seeing this slow burn composition, this Narbash just keeping everybody so healthy, and Bri just burning, melting, eviscerating people with fire. Jay trying to step up on Lakenator and Toasty here. Toasty has like no HP, but it was enough. He absorbed enough damage to allow him and Lakenator to both get back, get a reset, spend some money. Because as we saw, Lakenator did get a nice kill there onto Mercy. So that is a not insignificant amount of money that's going to be going his way. So scoreboard really close, 4-5. Fangtooth very close. The next Fangtooth is going to be Primal. And D-Lab has successfully denied that third Fang passive from the side of Leftovers. So they do not have that bonus to offense and defense. So we're going to start seeing posturing around Orb Prime for the next 4 or 5 minutes. We're going to just see a ward battle, basically. These teams are also going to be shoving as hard as they can, all 3 lanes, to try to maintain wave presence. And whichever team comes out on top of this push and pull is going to get wards down first around that 4th Fang of the game.
And with the mid-tier, tier 1 tower going down for the side of D-Lab, that does open up the map here for Leftovers, which facilitates that Iggy just a little bit more, so he can set up more quickly around these big objective fights, get those turrets down early and often, so that way you have the max amount of damage output that you can possibly exude. So definitely a contentious moment for both of the squads. You can see a lot of the lanes have been kind of swapped on their heads. The off lane is now in the duo lane and vice versa. We have Bri and Bartle do. Those two have been attached at the hip. A nice thunk, though, clatters into the side of Appy. Now the Crash Bang Boom as well. It doesn't even matter that the Fly Trap was expended. The Ion Strike now hits a bunch, but the Crash Bang Boom, it finally comes to fruition. Knocks up 3. A double blink from Conte and the support, who gets Toasty, who is now crisp there to the spawn room doors. 2 members down after that engagement, all off the back of that Narbash.
Jay with the atomizer from downtown. Appy Picker popped the stasis to survive the cryoseism. As soon as it was off, the atomizer smacked him right in the face and sent him right back to base. Toasty trying his very best on the Decker to control the situation, control the fight. He missed the Ion Strike due to the passive from Mercy's Aurora. Just a great closure there from Jay. The Glacial Charge is coming as they are looking to do this Orb Prime.
Okay, Conti is jumping in. Can he get the smite? Hits it! What the steal? That time, the timing was off for Mercy. The Glacial Charge is too early. Conti expends his life for it, but he gets the Orb Prime. That's exactly what you come for. So that is a huge takeaway here for the side of D-Lab. Dirty Lake and the boys, they're back in it.
That was insane. The fight is still not over yet, though. Who is that? That's Lobber. Lobber is going to get caught out, but Lobber and Mercy both fall. Toasty looking, Appy looking, hunting, but they are burning in the oil as Jay is starting his aerial assault.
Okay, the hypercharge does come through. Appy trying to stinging nettle, but Jay just too strong at this moment. The plasma grenade as well. A double kill for the carry. Lakenator uses the shrapnel cannon, but he wants to re-engage Bri, knowing he has no mana into his name. He uses the blast cone, but it misses. He does find his counterpart in the carry in Jay, so he got what he came for. Now he's going toe-to-toe with Bond Druid. The Wastelander passive doing so much work against the Knight. He is bleeding out. Lakenator, he doesn't retreat. He wants more. He's smelling blood in the water, but it is Bartle with the March of the People. He's allowing to get his team out of dodge there. Wow, what a skirmish outside the Prime.
Lakenator re-engaged because that fight lasted so long that Conte died after getting the steal, respawned, and had time to reapproach the situation. So that's why Lakenator started to go back in. But Jay gets a double kill, but does ultimately fall there. D-Lab gets the edge in that engagement. Not only do they get the Orb Prime steal, which is net worth, but it's also Lakenator still has the buff on him, which means he's going to continue to pressure the map and prevent pressure into him. But they also don't lose Lakenator. Lakenator survives that entire ordeal. Meanwhile, Jay does fall. So very favorable for D-Lab. They are down in kills still, but I mean, the guy who needs to live is the one who survived. So Lakenator's feeling really good right now. Those rad rounds are cooking. And we can see here, Bondru is actually 2 levels down on Lobber's Sevarog. So things are looking rough right now from the offlaner.
Well, he's not fighting like it. He's going toe-to-toe with the Sephirog here. Bry, Blink, and using the Infernal as well. He burns Lauber down and gets the elimination. That is exactly the play we want to see from Bry. But on the opposite side of the map, the go button has been hit for D-Lab to take the Primal Fang. Jay is there to launch in a Plasma Grenade. Bartledew now has marched his way to the forefront. The Atomizer into the backline, I think, just barely whiffs the Lakeinator, and they are able to then reverse sweep in terms of Fang Teeth. They are now up they're tied at 2-2, but Leftovers, they are now here to re-engage after all the damage done by the Fangtooth Jay onto Appy Picker, but the Stasis Crest is getting a ton of value. The Hypercharge now on cooldown. The rest of the D-Lab, they get out of dodge, and they got what they came for.
That was a great recognition. Lauber probably just giggling to himself, saying space created over in that off lane. He did draw the attention not just from Bondrewd, but from Bryze, Iggy, and Scorch. And with that fourth Fang of the game, that you cannot not have Iggy and Scorch around an objective. And as you saw, they saw that and they said, all right, fine, we're just going to get a free objective. They walk in, they get the fourth Fang of the game, which is their second Fang, equalizing that scoreboard from a macro perspective. But now 3 heroes, maybe 4 heroes on their team, except for Lauber, now have Primal Blaze, which means they are going to be absolutely deadly in these skirmishes, to the point where I think they're going to be able to easily out damage the heals that Bartledew on the Narbash is pumping out currently. But again, at every minute that this game ticks on forward, you have to be worried for D-Lab. Yes, they have a Sevarog, but this Narbash, bro, like his heals are insane. His ability to sustain his teammates is just crazy. So I can't help but still be a little bit worried for D-Lab right now.
And Jay on the Skylar, I think that's a more worrisome character because of the shred that they have. So even if the Sevarog does get tanky, I mean, if Skylar gets on him, it could be donezo. So the D-Lab using their advantage, though, however, to take the mid-tier 1 tower. So they have leveled the advantage there on that set, give themselves a little injection of gold, the ambush, as well as the call onto Bry, but he doesn't even care. He just shrugs that off. Kante, he doesn't even know what to do here on this Chimera. Anybody who tries to jump on, they just shrug him right off.
I love, actually, I didn't even notice that he had picked this up, but Kante has picked up the Near War Boots. I am a Near War Boot enjoyer. I don't think it's objectively the best tank crest, but I love it. I love its move speed, its regeneration, the healing that it offers, but specific to Kante's role in this game, and that is just being a little race car to jump on top of a singular target or targets, as well as using the Near War Boots mobility to get in and get an Orb Prime steal, like what we saw a little bit earlier. You know, without Near War Boots, I don't think he gets that steal, because that allows him to quickly navigate around the angles that Mercy's creating with the glacial charges. So I love this pickup coming out from Kante. I think it's a very creative use of the tank crest.
Yeah, and going with the Gaia boots as well, that gives him that little extra move speed and verticality and jumping too. So you're right, he is zooming around the map to try to create that pressure. But so far, Doc, I mean, he facilitated just that one kill in the duo lane early on, but really, other than the steal, hasn't been as much of a presence as he was in game 1 and game 2. And as this game wears on, that Chimera, I think, loses more and more value. So the time is ticking here for D-Lab to kind of close this game out. And as the desk talked about, they had trouble closing it out in game 2. What's to say that they changed anything up here in game 3?
I think Kante's job, though, has changed between game 2 and game 3. In game 2, he was the star of the show. He was the anime protagonist. In this game, his job is simply just build tank now, stand in front of Lakeinator, stun the proper person in a fight, and let Lakeinator do dirty lake things. And yeah, he hasn't done anything flashy this game, but he really has been doing his job. I mean, again, your job as a jungler is objectives. That is it. And he has done that to almost perfection since the 2-0 deficit that Leftovers put them in early on. So they are still firmly in control. But every minute, the timer is ticking. Bartledew is getting stronger. He's only level 13 right now, so he's got 5 more levels to scale. But flip side, Lauber's Sevarog is becoming a problem, but you did raise a great point about that hypercharge coming out from Jay's Skylar. But again, Skylar doesn't want to be shooting a Sevarog unless he's by himself.
Sure. There, I appreciate TDM's eye in the sky there, our observer for this match. That was a good view of how the teams position themselves around these objectives to try to take the space. Bondrewd now, he's going toe-to-toe with Lauber. The Subjugate does lock him down, gets those fancy feet into place, but those two are still going to be battling it out, creating a 4v4 situation as both tanks are kind of tied up there in the mid lane. It's really going to be maybe how Kante or Mercy decides to engage in this fight. Both are checking their corners using that third-person perspective. There's a nice little glacial charge to block off Kante for now, but he does get the ward in the end. I don't think either team is going to be taking this objective just yet, Doc.
They're going to have to get a pick on the Iggy and Scorch. D-Lab is going to have to get that pick if they really want to fight here. We can see 2 turrets have been placed to start hitting the Orb Prime. I don't know if they're going to start pulling it, but they're definitely baiting it. They're feigning the engagement here. Bondrewd, very healthy. Bondrewd is regaining control of the wave state in the mid lane and has successfully forced Lauber back. So now we have a 5v4, but Lauber and Bondrewd are actually going to just look at each other. So we got a 5v5. Let's see how this plays out.
And once again, Bondrewd maintaining those wave states. Their 2 towers went down for the side of D-Lab during this scuffle, during this waiting period outside the Prime because of Bondrewd's work to maintain those wave states. The towers are just falling now everywhere because these creeps are being left unabated. It's like deer. You gotta hunt them down. You gotta cull the herd, so to speak. Now it's because the Mercy keeping the heal down. Mercy has jumped in the Hoarfrost to try to lock somebody in, but the blinks do come through. The Hoarfrost not strong enough just yet to get those eliminations. They have to CC chain a number of members though, returning to base though.
The inhibitor.
What?
Yeah, they never set the left wave. They never set the duo wave, so they've just lost the inhibitor. And now at the Orb Prime, the Glacial Charge is going to block them out. Bondrewd is going on Kante.
Kante was blocked off by that charge, as you're saying. Bondrewd, he's feeling like he is strong enough to take on the world. There is a low member, I believe it's Mercy, who's trying to initiate the best that they can. Here's Kante with a triple call. The Stasis Crest here in from Bry as well. I think he's going to turn the tables on this. He is burning. He blinks right on top of Kante. The Infernus comes through and burns him to a crisp. Now it's just Toasty with the Cryoseism upon him. He gets deleted as well. Appy's like, oh my goodness, everybody's down. Lauber here, he's going to get just pummeled into the dirt. He colossal blows too, but it was just a delay. The inevitable.
Damn.
Jay finds the elimination, and the patience wears off here. The slow burn composition of the leftover succeeds, and they move on to the Prime.
Incredible patience, but the MVP of that engagement, Bondrewd, the lane pressure he applied in the mid lane, it essentially forced a singular response from Lauber Sevarog in the mid lane to the point where they ignored duo lane. So not only do they get the Orb Prime there now as a result of that very patient, long, drawn-out fight, but D-Lab lost an inhibitor. So that's net worth going the way of leftovers. Now there's super creeps pushing into them in the left side. So now all leftovers have to do is apply a little pressure to that off lane, to the opposite side of the map, and they will always have a man up, or almost always have a man up advantage in these engagements. But the downside, though, is that the 5th Fang of the game has spawned. This is not just paramount because of the Primal Blaze, but it is going to be the 3rd Fang for whichever team gets it. Can Kante get another Miracle Steal, or will the slow burn with the Orb Prime buff be too much for them?
Okay, well, the leftovers are already on top of it. This time, maybe it was a bait and switch as they're waiting for the side of D-Lab to make their move. It is Mercy doing the double jump, the atomizer right onto Lakenator. They find their primary target. Bartledew, he was taken on too by himself. He comes to decide to re-engage, but it is Lakenator who gets the better of the ADC duel. It eliminates Jay. That's a bulk of the damage down, but Bondrewd, he gets his way into the backline and finds Appy, but he might not be long for this world as he goes for the wild rush to escape. Lauber decides not to chase him this time. It is a 2-for-1 trade, but another inhibitor goes down for the side of D-Lab. Those creeps are winning the game for them, Doc. The battle not just yet over now as Kante jumps in again. Bry, he's locked into place. He tried to get Lauber with his dying breath, but the tank just too tanky, and he's able to sustain it all. It's just Bartledew playing a song for nobody, but there are creeps wailing on the core.
The gag grenade was so clutch there. Bry wanted to put a turret down, but he couldn't. But the core, it's melting. It's at 20%. Is it falling?
I don't think that Lauber has the clear for this. The creeps are going to win it. Oh, they do. The creeps, they take it all for for the side of the Leftovers. The 6th man wins it, and the Leftovers, they move on 2-1 over D-Lab, our number 1 seed. An incredible series between these two squads.
What?
Stunned.
What did I just watch?
Folks, I am speechless. This is why the lane state and the wave management is such a crucial part of the game. D-Lab, they let it slip for just a moment, and the creeps just ran through their base, ransacked all the structures, and they took the core down themselves. Doc, an incredible match between these two.
That was incredible. I mean, that team fight, D-Lab won the team fight. They lost the game because of it, because of that slow burn. The slow burn required so much time and so many resources into those areas that were away from lane states that the creeps just ultimately pushed in. And yeah, you had super creeps from the left lane, and then you had inevitable super creeps once that inhibitor fell in the right lane. And that fight just drew out so long. That and the Orb Prime fight, just there's a reason they're called Winions.
Simply put, Doc, it's been an absolute pleasure casting this series with you folks on the A stream and B stream. We have more predecessor action as we have our 3rd place match, which will be against Primal and D-Lab. That is one you do not want to miss. But to break down this series and this game, we'll send it back to Keg and the desk.
Sorry about that, guys. Lance looks like he's contemplating life right now. We just had to give a moment of silence for him. Lance, what's going through your mind, man?
What's going through my mind is the power of the minions, how close the small margin at the end of that game. Lobber clears all but 2 minions that take 1 more auto attack apiece, 1 more siphon would have gotten both of those minions. Yeah, the core would have been on 2 or 3%, but they can live to fight the back just slightly too late. They played the waves perfect on the side of Leftovers. My big takeaway from this, and just like as a whole in retrospect, the whole event, we have 2 teams that didn't auto-qualify for our main event that had to go through our Swiss that will be in our grand finals. 2 teams that people were thinking were going to win the whole event, or were our 2 favorites, our 1 seed and our 2 seed in Primal and in Dirty Lake and the boys, now playing for 3rd and 4th. One of those teams isn't going to make any money this weekend. Crazy. I can't believe the way that game ended. I would like to say that I'm at a loss of words, but I'm actually blabbering instead.
Okay, I mean, look, TJ, describe to me, right, the changes or the small margins, I suppose, of the minions winning that final fight, or just winning out in general, right? How much did that cost, D-Lab?
Well, it ultimately cost them everything.
No, but like monetarily, like how much do they lose out?
It's absolutely
Too much money.
I'm still trying to get over that, to be honest. It was almost poetic foreshadowing, because about 2 minutes before that happened, there was the dance around the Orb Prime, and the minions took that left lane inhibitor. That was just poetic foreshadowing. And I was like, D-Lab, surely you do not, you made the mistake. You got stuck in the fight. You couldn't recall. They do eventually get back and hold onto that inhibitor, hold off the core. But it's like, you can't fall for it. Lightning does not strike twice. But man, you saw the minions crash on the left, the inhib falling on the right, and it's like, they're not backing. They're not going for it. I mean, why are they not recalling? And it's too late. Finest of margins, just wow.
How you doing, Lance? You doing okay?
I am great. I gotta just take an opportunity, strut my stuff here for a minute. I did call that Leftovers was gonna win this series.
Come on.
Is this your penance for getting out of analyst jail earlier?
It is.
I'm the reversal.
I was 0-3 yesterday. I'm 1-for-1 today. I'm going to make the right call in the grand finals when it's my turn to pick there too. And I cannot wait for what we're going to see in this finals with Autumn Leaf taking on Leftovers. 2 teams. Some people thought Autumn Leaf was going to get there for sure. They were one of the better newly formed teams with some of the players that they have on it. Didn't expect them to 2-0 Primal for sure, but Leftovers, nobody. And I mean nobody outside the 5 people that are on that roster had Leftovers beating Rogue, then beating D-Lab and making it to finals. What a performance by the Leftovers. I need to apologize to Bri. Iggy and Scorch stunted in that game. Bry looked like the best Iggy in the world, like he is. It was the right pick. They played very, very well. Damn, what a game.
Of course, with that being said, Leftovers and Autumn Leaves having themselves secure that grand final spot has been great. But before we do get to see the grand finals back over on the A stream, we really do thank you for being here on the B stream for now. We will be seeing D-Lab versus Primal on the 3rd and 4th game seed or matches to see which of one of these two teams can secure maybe just a little bit of money, being able to get into that 3rd and 4th place slot. Of course, that will be on the A stream. But man, TJ, final thoughts, man.
I knew it was going to 3 games. I could just see this matchup from the start going to 3 games, but I don't think anyone could have predicted that ending. And that is heartbreaking in a way for it to go down like that. The fights were so close. I mean, ignoring the ending, Leftovers still played it very well, honestly. I think like going for the Terror, for instance, into the composition that D-Lab actually went for just turned out to be a stroke of genius once again by them. Like that, Bry had his redemption on that Iggy pick purely because they could never get onto him. They took out the Kalari, and it's like he's got a Narbash looking after him, and they've just got to try and get through that front line so he can just kind of chill, throw down the turrets, pour out the damage. They played it well, but the ending, like, that's gotta go down in predecessor history. That is on the biggest event, on the biggest stage where everyone is watching, but that ending, only PCC. Only in PCC.
Only PCC. Now, TJ, stay with me for a second. If this is going to be one of the endings before we even get to the top 4, right? What could we expect to see for the last 2 entire series of the day, of the tournament?
So for the last game, I want to start talking about the grand finals, for sure. I mean, 2 teams that we had in Swiss making it all the way through to the grand finals, eliminating essentially the big 4 from 2024. All of them bar Rogue, previous champions. All of them making such deep runs as well. For a team like Autumn Leaf of super team forms, and it's like, is this going to be 5 solo queue players, or they're actually going to hit the ground running? And they do, blowing over Primal by the looks of it as well with how that game went. And now Leftovers, talk about redemption arcs, talk about how many teams right now are watching this thinking, damn, we could have had Bondrewd, we could have had Bry, you know, but they said they didn't go for them. They formed their own team, and they're in the grand finals for a shot at that 10k prize pool. That is incredible. So grand finals is going to be an absolute banger from just a storyline perspective. Third game though, probably the grand finals we were expecting, like D-Lab versus Primal, Seed 1 versus Seed 2, now playing for the last $1,000. I don't want to go too much into detail because, spoiler alert, I'm actually going to be casting that game as well. So I'm really looking forward to that one because, hey, it's a third place game where there is something on the line. And as Lance said, one of these teams ain't getting anything if they lose this one. So that's going to be a really fiery affair to look at.
Absolutely. And of course, Lance, roster mania for this game has been absolutely wild leading into this tournament, and I can only imagine what the big shakeup that we've seen, not even in the grand finals or 3rd and 4th place matches we've hit yet, have already set in stone what a wild 2025 this entire scene's going to have. What can we expect to see for grand finals, dude?
So much action. A spot that I want to highlight in it really early. We have Gwassi, the support for Autumn Leaf, playing against Jay, the carry for Leftovers. They were a duo lane for every event, all 9 PCCs until 10 here. Those two have been in a lane together. So a lot of familiarity with how they like to play the lane. A lot of adaptation. You know, you got Neft and Bartledew taking the roles respectively on the for the teammates of each of these. We'll have to see how they play against each other, considering they spent so much time playing together. I'm really excited about the mid lane matchup in Soul Reaper versus Bry as well. I think that is 2 of the top 3 best mid laners in the game, both formerly professors. Mid laners as well, which is kind of cool to point out and see. There's a little bit of a rivalry between Soul Reaper and Mercy as well. If you spend any time in Soul Reaper's chat, you are aware of the friendly rivalry between Mercy and Soul Reaper, which Soul is just constantly clowning on him. It was going to feel very, very good for Team Mercy if they are able to win this here. And it's almost a shame that we have to go through the 3rd and 4th place match, even though it's going to be a very, very good series, because I can't wait for all of the stories and all of the developments that we're going to see in the grand finals best of 5 after our third and fourth matchup.
I mean, hey, look, it's never a shame to have too much predecessor, right? We can never have enough of it. It's been an absolute journey to be a part of this. Of course, I will not be the host for the final 2 matches, but it's been an absolute pleasure to be here for the B stream. But that being said, though, we will be moving over to our A and main stream, the same channel, for the last 2 series of the day. So if you want to head over there now, please do so. But we'll also be raiding over there as well. So we'll make sure everyone can go over while we take a small break and get ourselves set up for the last 2 series of the day. So you definitely don't want to go anywhere if it's as wild as the last match we just had, because it's only going to get wilder from here. I've been Keg, I've been your host. You can find me on any social media, and we will see you in just a few minutes.
Hello gamers, welcome to the Prime Championship Circuit. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and we just watched another banger of a series for both semifinals here at PCCX, but it's time for one last showdown before the grand finale. Two teams still need to contest for third place in a best of three. Soul Reapers Kittens and Dirty Mercy and the boys take a break for now. It's the last chance to battle it out for these teams to secure their place with the best of the best in predecessor history. Who emerges victorious? Who goes home with their pockets filled with money? And can they pull off one last incredible performance to end their time here in PCCX? One last time today, this is your last time to show off and show us what you've got. We're watching Dirty Lake and the Boys versus Primal. These are the money matches. Bring it on and give us a damn good show. But first, let's introduce our desk analysts. Today, let's start with Blue Jay, aka CarJ, aka Cade, distinguished and outstanding talent in the esports scene. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's awesome to be back after the games yesterday. We're just getting better games going on through today. So we're in the final four now, or finals, and then the third place match. But what I want all the viewers to know is this match means something. This is for money. You know, this isn't just a show match that these teams are getting for placings. These teams are going to come out and try to win and play the best that they can. So I'm just very excited to see this game because all the teams that we have at this point are just amazing.
Welcome, Blue Jay. And of course, we have Dr. Shadow, caster and desk analyst, a legitimate healthcare professional IRL and in-game when he's playing a healer support. How are you, Shadow?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just coming off of the high from casting that semifinal match with HD Philly B. That was a game of all time for sure. That was just, I still can't believe what I just watched, and I'm even more excited to watch what should have been what I think many of the viewers at home think was going to be the grand final for this tournament. It is the third place final here, but as Blue Jay mentioned, there is money on the line here. This is still equivalent, if not more money than many other tournaments in this predecessor scene right now. So this is still a very important match for both of these teams.
I definitely agree with that. That was the closest game I've ever seen in the history of PCC, and I've been losing my mind since the beginning of today, and now I'm going to continue to lose my mind, but this time publicly. It's the two teams from Swiss that move on to the grand finals, and this was mentioned in the back end behind the scenes. This is PCC 8 all over again as we go into this third place match here. D-Lab versus the Doctors, which was the name that they used to go by, and now they're Primals. And you guys are right. We're talking about money here. $1,000 goes to the winner of this best of three. So D-Lab versus Primals. What do we think? How do we feel going into this third place match?
I am... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, you go first.
Yeah, I am a little worried for Primal. I think they have not had the warm-up that that D-Lab has had. They have had objectively fewer games. Well, really one game fewer, but the quality of some of their games has not been enough, I think, to really awaken the primate within their full power, if you will. Whereas D-Lab, I think they're figuring out what works, what doesn't work, and I think they're going to be coming into this game with a slight just momentum advantage. Yes, they lost a really important set just now, but I think they still... The gears are turning a little bit better than I think with what we saw with Primal against Autumn Leaf.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, like you said, D-Lab coming off a heartbreaker of a set, so they might have a little bit more emotions going into this game, and that could be a good thing or a bad thing, right? Primal coming off a game where it kind of was pretty one-sided on the side of Autumn Leaf, so they could either, if I know the players on Primal, though, they're very, bantering and friendly, and they probably have pushed that game out of their mind or are just wanting to play a good predecessor game coming in. So yeah, it's going to be really a toss-up. Both these teams, at least when it comes to a scrim analysis point of view, have pretty much split games throughout their whole time coming up to this. So it really is anyone's game. I think D-Lab maybe is a little more coherent of a team, and then Primal's kind of just going to, try to out-mechanic you. But I think both these teams are great, and, we'll see what happens.
And I guess you just have to use emotion to fuel you as you go for this one last series for the two of these teams. But let's talk a little bit about these rosters. Both of these teams have won a PCC in the past. And D-Lab, we know historically they've placed second PCC 9, PCC 8, PCC 6. But this is the first time in a long time that they haven't made grand finals. They're going to be playing for third place. Meanwhile, Primal, they've also been in the back end of things, but they've also been a PCC champion. They won PCC 8. And when you were, if you've been keeping track and just listening to what they've been saying, Primal, and watching them, they've been known to have a response for every draft. Comp, they're known to thrive in chaos. They play high tempo, and going to this tournament, they're going in with full confidence. But when it comes to Dirty Lake and the boys, we know they like playing front to back. They play team fights well. Both of these teams, they have a lot of coordination. They've played for a long time together, right? Let's talk about the rosters though individually. Let's start with the duo lane. How are we faring there?
Yeah, the duo lane coming out from Primal, we're going to see Cure and Zihi, whereas on the flip side, on the counter side, we're going to see who we just watched, Toasty and Lakeinator. Four all-around incredible players. I will give the edge, though, to the Primal duo lane, and the reason I say that is Zihi he's known for being this just absolute monster across the entire map. From level 1, he might be war criming off lane. He might leave Cure by himself for a little while. He might then go middle, and then he might go back to off lane, and then he'll go to duo lane. We might see something spicy like that. It's hard to be able to predict exactly what he's going to do, and that's what makes Zihi that X factor in the duo lane.
Yeah, no, I mean, like you said, Z's been around for a long time, and he is kind of known for doing those shenanigans. One thing is interesting to point out, in scrims a lot of the teams, when they would pick Decker, Argus support, picking these picks would actually go and start in the off lane, in the mid lane, and kind of harass the enemy laner into either blowing a flash, getting a kill, and then playing weak side on the duo lane side. And that's something that Primal would actually do a lot. And I haven't really seen that much in this PCC. So I wonder if that was just kind of a phase that they were going through or other teams were going through. But when it comes to the duo lane matchup in general, you have Season, Lake and Toasty been together for a ton of time. They're playing a lot of Narbash right now. I think we saw from the last set that Narbash has kind of been reigning king a lot in these matchups so far. It just feels like a ticking time bomb where if you can get to 20 plus minutes, you can just team fight. Whereas if you play like the Decker into it and you're trying to counter it, which is what Zihi's known for, he's known for more of those engage. Decker, he's playing a lot of phase right now, Muriel, all these high pressure laning supports, and it's seeming like the Narbash side of it is just taking things down. So I'm going to give a little bit of advantage to Lake and Toasty just because I think the meta favors them a little bit more with how they want to play. But like I said, hopefully we can get Z on a Richter and get him hooking some Narbashes,
With that being said, Shadow and Blue Jay, let's look at this draft. This is the first game of the series. We're fighting for money here. There's $1,000 USD on the line, not platinum, not rupees, not pesos. All right, so we got the first pick in ban. That's going to be D-Lab, and they're targeting the support. They're taking out the Muriel.
Yeah, Zihi is that X factor, I think, coming out from Primal. But Primal is going to rebuttal by targeting the meta, which seems to be this Narbash hero. So this is actually really uncharacteristic because you know what this means. Yin! I get a Yin game. I get to watch a Yin game for once.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love this. I love that we're going to get some different supports being played. I love that Yin is getting played in the game. And then, coming in with the next pick is the Skylar. One thing I want to talk about Conte is it's very interesting to see Yin get played because a lot of these junglers actually don't have a lot of extensive practice against good teams on the Yin because it gets banned out so many times in scrims. So it's really interesting to see Yin come in and being played by Conte, who generally just doesn't have a lot of practice on the character, I think. But we see Skylar Kwong getting slammed. It's a great duo. We haven't seen a lot of Kwang actually being played. We're seeing Terra come back into the meta in the off lane. We're seeing a lot of Crunch, a lot of Sevarog. So I'm excited to see these 2 picks come in from the side of Primal.
And if this is going to be either in Robot Juan's hands, it could also be in Mav. Mav, he's a consistent jungler. He helps set his team up for success. But D-Lab, they're locking in some damage outputters. You've got the DPS. Add that to Yin, you've got a lot of damage coming from the Gideon. You've also got the Drongo to go against that Seraph. That's the duo ADC. That's the ADC for D-Lab right there. And now you're also seeing the Seraph. What do we make of that?
The Seraph, I was going to say I'm expecting a Seraph, Countess, or Feng Mao coming into this matchup against Yin. Yin thrives against people with projectiles, but struggles against high burst assassins. And Seraph being one of those ones who can just get on top of the Yin, stay with her. Her jump can actually stay with a Yin when Yin lash kicks to try to either get away from combat or move to another target. So Seraph is a great way of sticking onto this Yin hero. I'm not surprised by it. I think it's a little bit easier to play than a Feng Mao, but I like it as well on Primal because they have the flexibility to put Mav on it, but also sneaks. However, Mav does tend to favor more like tanky type frontline heroes.
Yeah, no, and then we see the FaZe coming out from Primal, which they played a lot, and they played in their last set as well. FaZe, a champion that has kind of come back into the meta for PCC, kind of giving you that stability in the lane to be able not to be ganked, and if you're playing correctly, kind of out harass your enemy. But I was kind of thinking the Decker might come out because there really was no other options. The Richter didn't look too good here on the side of D-Lab, so the Decker and the Crunch comes out. If that is going to be a Kwang offlane, Crunch into that matchup kind of struggles early, but then comes online later. But I don't know. I have a feeling the Seraph might actually go into the off lane on the side of Primal. We might see a Quang in the jungle. So yeah, but we round out with the Iggy. So both comps looking kind of what both teams like to play, but a little bit different in that because the bans were coming out and kind of target banning some of the players on these teams.
I love the matchup in the mid lane, especially. You got Iggy, and then you just pair him with items that give him more HP, a lot of damage, and then you pair that with Epoch as well. During team fights, he is just running around or staying there with all his turrets just dealing the damage. But looking at these team comps now that they've been completed so far, Dr. Shadow and Blue Jay, which one are you favoring and why?
I am leaning toward Primal's team comp just because they have that front-to-back efficiency that I like to see. They're most likely going to have Mav on that Kwang in the jungle. They're going to have this Seraph, who is a solid answer to the Yin. But if Yin gets to a point where she's just three-shotting the Skylar, then it's just game over.
Yeah, no, I think I will take D-Lab in this scenario, only because I think their comp is a little bit easier to play. I'm looking at their jungle mid matchup, which they have the Yin and the Gideon. So I think they're going to actually be enabled to play a little bit more throughout the map than the Seraph Iggy will be able to. Primal's main thing is they need to keep pressure in dual lane with the FaZe and the Skylar and make sure that the Skylar is farming well, because the Skylar will just outskill the Drongo into the late game. And we've seen throughout this entire tournament that Skylar has been the main carry in these games that is taking over and really establishing herself as the #1 carry. So that's kind of Primal's objective, but I think I'm going to give it to D-Lab just for a little bit easier performance on the comp-wise.
Primal really showing that they're not afraid of Yin. They believe the answers. They have the answers for her, and that is with this team comp alone. But going to game one, will there be monkeying around in the jungle, or will things go swimmingly at the lake? Let's not delay this any further. Let's send it to the game with TJ and Tang.
First seed versus second seed, but not in the matchup that we were expecting here in the third place playoff between these two teams. How you all doing? Thank you so much, Ardog and Nadeska. It's TJ and Tang with a recreation of PCC 8 Grand Finals, down to the attire and the casters as well. It's a rematch, 1K on the line as well, Tang. How are we feeling about this one?
Yeah, I mean, going into this tournament, definitely not something that we were expecting, of course. But D-Lab against Primal, that is a match for the ages. And honestly, it's one of the matches that we were most looking forward to going into the game, right? First seed, second seed for a reason. Both have had a pretty stellar season in the PCC, have been winning championships. They have been getting to the finals, especially for D-Lab. And now Primal against D-Lab, this is gonna be a grudge match. The last one, if we remember, you said it before, right? PCC 8, it was Primal getting the better of D-Lab, winning the finals 3-1. This time around though, D-Lab, they are gonna try to get their revenge.
So it seems with how this tournament has played out, we've got a changing of the guards, but we also have to find out who was going to be the better of these two teams. As you say, I like the angle of this grudge match here. And it looks like there's also a big question as well, is that how serious, I want to say, are these teams going to really take it? The third place playoff match. There is, of course, $1,000 on the line to the winners here as well. We saw that the drafting and the bans were a little bit different. We're going to see Yin in action here as well, picked up by the side of D-Lab. So going to be very interesting. No shenanigans, though, as the mini waves are going to be crashing. Let's see how game one plays out.
I think so far Yin has a 100% win rate, only been played once though. We did see it in the Autumn Leaf EWT game yesterday. This time around, it's gonna be Primal trying to fight into the Yin. Looking at the draft, they did not go for many projectile heroes, right? They have the Iggy in the mid lane, can't really be countered with the ultimate that the Yin possesses, and also can't really reflect any of those projectiles easily, right? So that is gonna be the idea for Primal. For D-Lab though, it's gonna be, again, a matchup that they haven't played too much, because if Yin is banned every time, then you also can't really practice on it.
I think there is an element of teams just still trying to figure out this hero as well. They know enough to respect it to ban away, but can they actually still deal it with as well? Because gotta think about it this way, if you could actually deal with the Yin successfully, you essentially get an extra ban on your opposition. So I wonder if this is going to be kind of the laboratory for both of these teams to try and figure out how to make it work. Conte with that first gank, going to look to get over the terrain with that lash kick, the wind burn as well, getting some decent damage. Map with that counter gank, go Heaven's Fury, and a rock going to be dropped onto his head there. Still trying to fight this out with the minions as well. Conte's going low, Map goes up, he crashes back down. First blood secured by Primal, and he wants even more. Gonna get the reset. It's Mav who's still alive. Double kill over in the mid lane, but on the left hand side, it's action in the duo because it looks like Cure is down.
Cure is down, but it's only a consolation prize because 2 kills drop in the mid lane. Mav is just a different beast if he's in the finals, whether it's the grand finals or the place for the game for place 3. He is still popping off, and that gank in the mid lane. Conte again trying to punish the mid laners. This time around, Mav is there to cover. It's not gonna happen as easily as it did before for D-Lab. This time around, it is Primal having the answer, knowing the playbook from Conte and punishing accordingly.
So it's the first big clash between these two teams, and Primal are the ones going to be walking away at the happiest of the bunch. And of course, even the bigger fight over here is on the right. Robot 1 able to secure the Cyan away from Lorba as well. But going back to that play in the mid lane between these two teams, I get the sense there's a chip on the shoulder of Primal, considering how their semi-final went earlier, Tang.
Definitely is. And also something to say as well is that on the offline, you said it right, Robot Yuan is not the main player. Sneaks was playing in the semifinals and also leading up to it, but has been swapped out for Robot 1 for the grand finals. Has been struggling a tiny bit in the previous semifinals. This time around, the Kwang. Robot 1 securing that Cyan buff on the right-hand side, has been dealing pretty fine into the Crunch. Honestly, it doesn't say much. Crunch in the early game is pretty weak, but has been holding his own.
See some heavy trading over on the left-hand side. Conte going for an invade on towards this 5 camp. Robot 1 is going to be in position to try and deny a little bit of it there. But with the push, though, Toasty double stun coming out. Mav with the gank on that left-hand side. Not going to find any kills, though. Just having a look towards the blinks as well. Looks like he has got one out of Lakenator there.
Yeah, and he knows that he can invade the red side now because he knows he's dropping those camps to Conte anyways on the other side. Question is, can Lakinator walk into lane? Should be fine. Mav is going to take the 5 camp away. He's going to transition over to potentially the 2 camp as well, and then try to contest River as we see Seismic get his own denied away from Conte on the Yin. We did see him before, especially on Kalari, so he likes his elusive picks, and Yin, it's pretty much the same playbook, right?
Well, he's also trying to play it as well, just permanently being aggressive, getting in the face of Primal wherever he can, and trying to also match Mav as well. Seems to be as a different evolution of Conte as a jungler. I mean, I remember in the quarterfinals when we first saw the Kalari, it was a pick out of nowhere, but man, Conte really showed up here. Mav, though, gonna show up in the mid lane, hiding behind this wall. Conte over by the Shadow Curtain, not really got much here to really deal with, just gonna force Mav out. A little bit of damage on towards this Iggy as well.
Yeah, neither jungle really has many camps up, so they just invest their time a tiny bit in the mid lane, make sure that both Epi and Seismic know that they are not the only ones really liking that middle wave, but that there is also junglers to be kept track of. So we see both of the junglers reset, go back to the red buff, and then try to transition over to the blue side, which means for Robot 1 on the right hand side, the Kwang already warding and knowing that Conte is gonna slowly but surely path over to him, and we see the same on the left. Lakinator and Toasty, they know that sooner rather than later they are gonna have a Seraph in the lane again.
It's all about planning, it's all about knowing, and also how to prepare for it as well. The fundamentals, say the vision game coming out for the side of, well, coming out for both these sides as well. Fangtooth is on the table as well. We're about 20 seconds away from Mini Prime spawning on the right-hand side. I'm wondering what the teams will decide to do. I mean, Seismic being on the Iggy and Scorch does mean that there is a bit of an advantage in these pit fights. Should they get the pick first here? Containment defense from Toasty and the Blink being utilized. Seismic does complete the roam. Whereas a Molly, not going to do too much damage there, but it's all about sending the message. That message being Primal having an advantage over this first objective.
I like the blink from Toasty if they want to contest this, because he did not take much damage there, and also got that ultimate out of Seismic. Epi Picker is in the vicinity.
Shouldn't try and get in. Robot 1 also rotated over there. Stasis Bomb actually hits the wall there, and Primal do secure, even though the stun did come out on towards Mav. What about the exit frags though? Robot 1 looking for a pick on towards Conte with the blink being forced from the Tether and the Fury of the Heavens used. Ultimate burn on the left-hand side. Lorba gets him alone time with this tower. It's going to get a lot of significant damage here, but over on the left-hand side, looks like it's going to be D-Lab wanting to keep this fight going. Appy getting aggressive. Going to have to burn his blink to get away, though.
I think Abby really wanted to cancel a recall of Kwang there, because Kwang is dropping so many minions on the left-hand side, but had to pay for it with his own blink, as you mentioned. Lorba really loves to be alone on that right side. That is usually what we see out of him anyways. Usually he's not somebody that over-rotates. He really likes to win through lane, and also does not like to rotate before his turret is down. The tier 1 should drop in a second, but he might be caught because Seraph is close by, and actually the tier 1 is actually far too healthy for him.
Gonna go for the reach crunch. Conte is on the way as well. Forward crunch followed through by Mav as well, but the ascend will come down behind the Shadow Curtain, and Conte is going to get Lorba out to safety as well. Tier 1 tower still standing though, but on a sliver of HP. One more wave underneath that tower, and they imagine that Lorba is going to be unlocked to wreak havoc on the rest of this map with that crunch pick.
Yeah, that is something that should happen, but also it's also that Crunch is really strong in the 1v1, especially against the Kwang, should always be able to get push. So the second he gets the tier 1 down as well, Kwang can't really step up past the 50% line on the map, because he is always under threat of getting caught, as we see a bit of a shuffle in the mid lane. Toasty does what Toasty does, which means roaming mid lane, especially on that Decker pick. Gonna get a good trade onto Seismic. Remember, every damage taken here could be an opportunity for the other team to start up that mini Prime. I think that is what we see both teams posturing for.
Yeah, they are essentially in this right-hand third of the map, hovering between the mid lane and also that solo lane tower. Toasty over here, also with the rotation coming through from Zihi, means Lakinator versus Cure is the 1v1 on this left-hand side, with 3 members essentially going in towards the mid lane. A few resets coming out, spend some of that gold, and get ready for that next fight. Approaching the 10-minute mark here, Tangner. What's been your assessment of this matchup so far?
So it's been relatively slow. Before, we always had objectives being taken instantly. We did see the same with that Fangtooth, especially now that the Iggy has been picked up for Primal, right? But usually we also see the response with the Mini Prime, and then sometimes the Iggy team as well wants to get every objective on the map because they know that is what the hero does in the early game. So far though, we've not seen many kills after that earlier engagement in the mid lane where the 2 versus 2 happened, and it was 1 for Primal. But now we are seeing the Mini Prime finally being started up. Should be easily secured. Lorba is really big on that crunch, so I'm really expecting them to give it over to him.
For sure, Dan, with the uppercuts that KO blow onto that smaller orb, purple guardian on the right side means Lorba's going to get that Mini Prime buff. This tier 1 tower may as well just crumble right now at just the sight of Lorba with this Mini Prime buff. Robots 1 has got it all to do. It might have to just concede the pressure here. But what else can they achieve across the map, though, here? Because Mav is pushing for an invade, utilizing the pressure in the duo lane. Heaven's Fury on towards Toasty. Iron Strike misses from that Decker. Senzo going to crash down. There is Cure with the ultimate. Toasty, it's obliterated by that Skylar. Athy still able to drop rocks down as this fight over a red buff, threatening to spill over as well. Looks like Mav was able to secure it. The Quelling Gale comes out from Conte with the slow field, stopping the projectiles, but Heaven's Fury, hell hath no fury, like a Seraph Scorn. Conte's going to drop down. Black Hole, this fight still carrying on as D-Lab look to re-engage. Abby gains damage down. Mav going low. He might lose his red buff for this one on the hunt from Cure. No, Cure actually not on the opposing team, but on the right-hand side. Tower falls, and so does Robot 1.
Yeah, so Crunch utilizing the time he got alone on the right hand side to get the lead, get the Mini Prime as well with his team, so he's able to get the solo kill as well as the turret on the right. But as we saw, Primal do not really care about the Quang, is not going to be one of the main win conditions because they want to get the rest of the team ahead instead. They go for the red invade, they get a really good pick onto Toasty that sadly does not connect with his stun ball right there. And if you don't connect with those stuns, then Mav is going to have a field day with you, especially now that he is already 4-0-1, completely fed out of your mind, and that is a nightmare for the dual lane of D-Lab that can't really do anything against the Seraph.
I'm going to go aggressive onto Lorba here. Feels like a new robot there. Got a fresh shine to his armor, moving in towards the mid lane. Now he knows that his job has been done in the right-hand side. A few resources, though, not available for this upcoming Fangtooth fight that the Primal boys do lock in with the turrets coming down. Lorba versus Rope 1 on that right-hand side. Good tether out from the Quang here, but Lorba trying to zone out. The problem is, though, he's not able to zone out the rest of the D-Lab team. Primal do secure Rope 1, does make it over the pit, though. Cure with that Hyperface doesn't get some damage down as well. Lorba jumping in towards the pit as well, trying to get members down, though, but Mav is down. Toasty picks up that shutdown. A scrappy fight inside of this pit, and where do the members seem to be dropping? It's going to be Primal, though, one by one. D-Lab finding the fight that they are known for. 4 members dropping. Robot 1, the last one standing. He's going to drop down. Ace for D-Lab as they even up this kill score.
Yeah, and we finally see the difference when the Swedish offlaner makes it into the fight as well. Once he rejoins his team, D-Lab suddenly are an entirely different beast. The Fangtooth is still being claimed by Primal though, so even though the team fight is being won by D-Lab, they have to only get the gold from those kills and also get those structures down a tiny bit as well. Left one is gonna fall, mid one it's gonna take a bit of damage, might still be saved, but honestly with nobody pathing towards it, Epi should be able to claim this as well. So objective lead firmly in the hands of Primal, but gold lead now in the hands of D-Lab.
For sure here. I mean, one thing that D-Lab aren't going to be happy about, though, is Toasty. Now, actually, no, there's going to be 2 things they're not very happy about. One of them is Toasty picking up that shutdown. Second of all is Lakinator biting the dust in the left-hand side. Cure and Zihi overpowering the D-Lab duo lane there in an isolated 2v2.
And it's just so hard. If the lane is this long, then a phase route might as well be a death sentence. Conte in the mid lane is going to take a bit of a poke from Seismic, and Mav not going to be able to take the kill, but at least force him out. And this will result in potentially a bit of an invade towards the red side again. Mav might be looking for the 2 camp.
Primal really like the invade on his left-hand side, willing to commit multiple members there as well, and Cure able to relish in the chaos, taking down a tier 1 tower on that left-hand side, get himself some of that standing gold and equalize the turrets over on the left as well. And speaking of turrets, only tier 1 standing is going to be Lorba's there on that right-hand side, certainly having a much better time in this lane they did in that previous semi-final matchup versus Bondrude as well. As I said, this game feels like there's a bit of chip on both of their team's shoulder, wanting to make amends possibly for how they went down in those semi-final matchups.
Yeah, Lorba definitely it's doing a lot better this game. I think part of it is also that the Kwang that Robert One had to rotate over to the Fangtooth. Meanwhile, Lorba was allowed to stay there as there's gonna be a catch onto Mav, but Zihi with a good pull, making sure that Mav with the lazy recoil is not getting punished. That is what we picked this hero for, but still gonna be the tempo a little bit delayed. But yeah, so far, Primal, they need to find an answer for the crunch, but maybe they don't even need to find it, because honestly, it's gonna be the next Fangtooth that is gonna be very important. That is where we're gonna see the game shift. Left-hand side, a bit of a collapse going in.
Yeah, at the moment, Robot 1 dealing with Lorba here, but a collapse on the left-hand side. Cure taking out Lakenator once again, but the D-Lab squad wanted to get some revenge. Riftwalkers, but no Stasis Bomb connects. Containment Fence does come down and shooting in the air. Clay Pigeon shooting for the side of D-Lab, able to take down Cure, and now they want even more, just to try and take down Zihi on this phase. Gonna blind all 3 members. Oh, he thought about going for the outplay, but he didn't have it to get over the wall, but that would have been a little bit embarrassing there.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a bit silly, but in the end, he bought himself a little bit more time on the right-hand side. While all of this was going on, we did see Lorba get the frag onto the Kwang, but ended up dropping to Mav. Again, Conza is fighting against the Seraph that is going to be in the front line. Ultimate used by the Iggy to buy himself a bit more space, and Mav is going to secure this one, gets the reset as well, but it's going to have to blink away. Epi might still be chasing, but Seraph, especially with that movement speed from that Heresy, just far too fast to catch onto him. Now, the jungler is down for D-Lab. They can't really start this objective, but they're still gonna try.
You're trying to utilize that advantage, because actually Primal Mav has just gone back to base here. So even though D-Lab lose their jungler here, they still secure the mini prime for themselves. A good heads up play from your side on Dusk as Cure and Zihi arrive on the scene to find that Guardian already felled there. So D-Lab still finding advantages, even though they are losing that Ying in the jungle. Lorba trying to get some damage down on towards Zihi and Cure. He's got Tosi to help him out as well, but Lorba running level 12 on that crunch with the mini prime buff. Not really a fight the Primal Duo Lane wants to take.
Yeah, especially not just before the Fangtooth spawns and nobody is close by for them to help them. But yeah, I was a bit afraid there. Honestly, I've seen a Skylar ultimate steal the objectives that we won too many times. But D-Lab, I think there was good body blocking coming in as well. So they managed to secure it for themselves. Now Lorba is going to have that mini prime buff, is going to grant him some bonus armor as well. That is going to be important because remember, Fangtooth is up. This is going to be a deciding fight. Both of these teams really want it.
And Primal need to just find a way to contain Lorba. Looking towards the peel on their team. A lot of pressure going to be on this Kwang. Going to be on Robot 1 and Zihi as well to just try and get the priority members out. As this dance begins around the entrance to the pit. Size are going to throw down the first turret. Going to get a little bit of a love tap on towards Lorba. Not too much there. Grouping up by Primal. Over towards the right-hand side of the pit as well. Jockeying for position. Conte happy with the pit. D-Lab able to have first move towards it here. They're trying to poke him out. Abby just dropping all the rocks from the sky as well. But not feeling confident enough to start the pick just yet.
Waves are pretty good for them.
Oh, Lorba's going to jump on a stun there because Emerald Fence does come down as well. Lorba locks inside a cage, but he's going to find a pick on towards Robot 1, and yeah, Appy goes for the black hole, tries to try and get Mav away. This huge Seraph, though, deletes Conte. Wow, that mace did so much damage. Still trade out 1 for 1, though. This fight's going to carry on. Zihi with the energy lance does bite the dust there, but there is the Riftwalkers. There is the Stasis Bomb as well from Tosi, trying to do what he can for the rest of his team, but guess what? There's no one left alive there. Lake on the other side of the pit.
He doesn't
what can he do? Oh, no, wait. Surely the call has been made. Maybe does Seismic know about this? Oh, please, no one be alt tap right now. Lakenator finds it. Damn it. That's why you don't alt tap on a recall here. But now Lakenator's got to try and get away from Cure and Zihi as the end chance does confirm. Plasma Grenade and the Hyperphase Cure does bite the dust there, taking out Lakenator. But a bit of a crazy sequence of events over by that left-hand side.
It's a bit of a bummer. I feel like Lakenator could have played it a tiny bit better. Did have to blink up. Could have dodged away a tiny bit from the phase, but ended up getting blinded, and then it was pretty much lights out for him, both in the game as on his screen. Now, Conte has been making his way back, so he is going to be on the Fangtooth. We are looking at the top. Resets have coming in for Mav as well on the Seraph, so she is not going to be at a health disadvantage. Lakenator going to spawn in another 1 second. It's going to be a short time where there's a numbers advantage for Primal, and they're going in.
Tether lands and Conte going to be the next target, fighting inside the Quelling Gale with 2 melee champions wailing on you. Jungler down for D-Lab once again, and it seems absolutely crazy that last fight was over nothing. The Fangtooth still standing until Primal secured himself what I like to call the free Fangtooth Monty. Permanent additions to their offensive defensive stats there, and they take it away from D-Lab.
And that's exactly why you want to pick that Iggy for your Dawn side. Taking those objectives early, Fangtooth, only 20 minutes in and you already have the third one secured, and they feel so confident right now. They're instantly gonna head over to the Prime. Question is, can D-Lab punish them?
I need to go for the fight. Lorba leading the charge. All 5 members of Primal in the pit. Toasty with the Riftwalker Stasis Bomb as well. Black Hole from Happy. Gonna look for the combination here as Alpha starts to drop. Lorba still causing so many problems. But he gets taken down. The turret stands tall. Primal actually just bounced Lorba away. And the All Prime secured by Primal as well. But it is a 2 versus 3 right now. Zihi and also Seismic in this pit is gonna jump down, take down Seismic. Zihi blinks over the wall, taking the All Prime. But Dirty Lake and the boys will deny the purple buff from all of the Primal squad. It's another ace going away at D-Lab.
Another ace, and that was so close. If D-Lab got that Prime as well, it would have been pretty much the entirety of the base open. At least Primal was able to secure it away. Conte not in the pit quite yet, so they can only siege down those tier 2s, but it's gonna be hard to open up the map much more than that. But whew, what a game. We can definitely see that both of these teams are so close in skill level, right? Like 18 to 18 objective score. Yes, in the favor of Primal, but after this Prime play, like I wouldn't put it past D-Lab to still come ahead out of these team fights.
For sure here. I mean, this is number 1 seed versus number 2 seed as well, and they are there for a reason here. It feels as well like all of these plays just have that edge to them as well, just a little bit of an extra kick behind them, as it's just something to prove. Both teams, they may not, they might be, the draft might be a little bit unorthodox here, but hey, $1,000 is still $1,000, man. One of these teams, with all of the effort they've taken to prepare for this event, losing here will not get anything from this tournament, so don't be fooled to say there's nothing on the line here.
Yeah, if 1k is nothing for you, then maybe it's good that you are spending your time playing Predecessor, but I don't think that's the case for everybody. I think 1k is not only some pocket money, instead it is something real. Happy Picker is definitely not gonna want to lose it, but is gonna lose his Blink instead. Robert 1 goes in, but he might be the one getting caught. Toasty again with a good lockdown. He's gonna be able to get the frag. Mav now caught out as well.
Mavi's going to have to force that Blink out. Toasty looking for a Stasis Bomb would be quite the cross-court shot. Conte with that last kick. Mav going to be using the arc shots as well. Gotta wait here. Will it be stopped? He will be stopped just in time as well. And Mav going to be oh so sad about that one. It's actually the arc shot will take the rest of the D-Lab squad over towards the left-hand side, where guess what? Primal spring the trap there as Appy's going to make his appearance. Quelling Gale does come down. Primal have got the numbers advantage here, but they need to try and fight their way out there. Lake is low, so is Conte, so is Appy as well. Cure takes some damage. Lakenator shrapnel cannon obliterates Cure as well, and that will be enough for Primal to retreat there. But D-Lab, oh, that could have been a bit dicey there.
It looked so rough. It looked like a trap into a counter trap. But yeah, I mean, that was close. The left-hand side, it was just a bit awkward for Primal to walk forward with Lorba still threatening the flank, even though as a crunch he was a one hit. If he gets on top of you, the CC chain is long enough and Lorba is fed enough as well that he can still do the one-shot combination. So definitely a bit rough for Primal, and D-Lab showing us again, you know, what happens after 20 minutes. The thing that D-Lab is known for, right? D-Lab time starts and suddenly all those team fights that looked so rough in the early game get flipped around, and D-Lab, like it is written in the script, suddenly starts winning. And Lakenator, the guy on our screen right now, is one of the big reasons for it as well. On the Drongo, 9-4, hasn't been shown much in the early game because that is just how they play, but Lakenator in the late game is definitely a different beast.
Ignore Lakenator at your own peril. I don't know what it is about D-Lab. It's just that this is something that you can kind of find in a lot of D-Lab games. D-Lab time is just when team fights go the way of D-Lab. They just seem to pull it out of nowhere. As long as they are somewhat level, or maybe even slightly behind, that is still enough for D-Lab to find a 5v5 team. And they have a reputation for just winning these fights around objectives, around rotations as well. And seeing them starting to group up as well. And as you say, Lakenator, a bit quiet in the early game, finds himself going down to Cure as well, but he's still going to be feeling confident about this one. Looks like Primal Fangtooth is going to be the next battleground here. D-Lab, not a single Fangtooth to their name just yet, wanting to at least get something back and try and stop this and get it away from Primal.
I think something that D-Lab has still not really found an answer to is when Primal is able to set up first in those pits, right? It's really hard to walk into an Iggy, especially now that you are a Crunch and Yin as a frontline, right? Neither one of these is extraordinarily tanky, right? So it's really hard for them to walk in, and I think that has been sort of the biggest issue for them. They see Lob on the right-hand side, they might start to look for a pick now.
Teva is going to land on towards Lakenator as well with the blink out. There is that Obliterate coming out, and there is Lakenator popped like a balloon by the side of Primal. Conte arriving on the scene though, but the damage already done, and now Conte is the one in trouble. Gonna have to try and get away with the blink, looking towards the Blast Flower. The Quelling Gale comes out, but once again Inferno doesn't care about that one, and a Hyper Face will take down Conte. Mav follows Appy over the Blast Flower, and there is the damage coming in. D-Lab time is gonna be taken off the board. It's now time for Primal to win themselves a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, around the Primal Fangtooth, Primal, I guess they're just built different, but also, I guess Lorba doesn't really want to play the game with his team because he is stuck on the right side. His team doesn't really play with it as well. They just completely ignore it. Walk in, Lakenator gets caught on the left-hand side, something that we are not very used to seeing, honestly, and then Lorba tries to get the inhib, but is not gonna have enough time to get even that. So Primal, at a time where all the teamfights look to be going D-Lab's way, suddenly we see a big shift again. Seismic and the rest of Primal secure that Primal Fangtooth. Give them the temporary buff. They already have the 3 Fangtooth secured. The 4th one is not going to give them too much apart from that, but it is going to allow them to be even stronger in teamfights, and that is exactly what they're going to try to use to go for that Prime next.
You know what? Silly me, Tang. To think that I would almost doubt Primal being able to take the Primal Fangtooth. The clue has kind of been in the name there, but I guess when we talk about Primal fights, maybe we'll have to figure out a system when we talk about Primal at the Primal fight. That's a lot of times I've said Primal, by the way. Up fight, though, with this contestant is Desolator the boys trying to collapse on towards the Primal team with that Primal buff as well. And I'm going to keep on saying it there, but Lorba going into the pit, looking for a move on towards Zihi. The blink away All Prime going down lower and lower. That's a big knockback, though, and Primal do secure the All Prime as well. Conte hit by the Tempo. Robot 1, that was a massive play to find here. And looks like D-Lab are going to start falling like dominoes because the rest of Primal on the hunt as well. And Mav is the one in the middle of it all. 4 members going to drop, aced by D-Lab twice before. This time, it's going to go the other way. Primal find an ace at the cost of Seismic's life.
At the cost of Seismic's life, but I don't think he cares whatsoever. That is gonna be the game. Guys, 30 seconds still on the death timers. No way for D-Lab to make it back to defend it. But yeah, what a knockback by Prime. Honestly, one of the biggest MVPs for Primal, knocking Conte out of contention of that Semite, and now we see Cure and CE just go the victory route towards the core that is gonna explode any second now, and Primal take the game, go 1-0 up in this best of 3.
One step closer to securing themselves the $1,000 on the line for this third place match here. Primal, though, seems to find a solution to Conte. It turns out you just need Mav with a Seraph with a heck of a lot of kills, right? Because Conte would go in and quelling Gale or not, that Gale felt more like a bit of an autumnal breeze, shall we say. And it just seemed to just roll straight through it. And Conte did not have the impact there from the Ying.
I almost feel like Conte had to feel what he was doing to other people yesterday, because I think Nuxlet did exactly what he did yesterday, and suddenly Conte is on the receiving end. Suddenly there's a Seraph in the enemy team that just completely runs over him, right? The 2v2 in the middle, it goes haywire, and suddenly you are super far behind. Suddenly the Seraph is 4-0-1, takes over the entire game. D-Lab time happens, but regardless of that, they still end up losing. So what is that going to do to the mental? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see and check out how they recover from this. But I think all in all, game was pretty even.
It was an even game. It was back and forward there. We had 3 aces as well. 2 for D-Lab early on in the game, and then that final ace for Primal when it truly mattered right at the end as well. D-Lab time might have just snoozed that alarm, I suppose. That's going to do it from us for game number 1. It's back to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Welcome back to the desk. Thank you so much, TJ and Tank, for your phenomenal cast. Both of these powerhouse teams are so well matched against each other. It was, like they said, non-stop back and forth. They're on an even playing field. These are the top 2 teams who auto-qualified for main event. But in this third place series, gold is on the line. Primal able to take game number 1 away from Dirty Lake and the boys, and they know it's their last chance to write their names in the books. But Shadow and Blue Jay, what did we make of game 1?
I mean, that was the Mav show for the majority of the game. There were some ebbs and flows with his gameplay, but the Seraph did exactly what we talked about during the draft in terms of being the hero, being the answer to this Yin character, proving that Yin can be beaten, no longer with a 100% win rate in this tournament, and I'm curious to see what D-Lab does to answer. Like, will they try to pick up the Yin again and ban out the Seraph, or will they pick up the Seraph and give the Yin, or what? But that is what I took away. It was the Mav show. He was the star of that show, complemented by the rest of Primal.
Oh no, Blue Jay.
Muted.
We can't hear you. He's cooked. Is he back now? Testing. No, we still do not have Blue Jay with us. So I guess let me let me ask the question, Shadow. It seems that Seraph might be the answer to Yin. Let's hear from Blue Jay. Let's see. Let's do a little mic test.
Hello, mic test. 1, 2.
Mic test. There we go. We got Blue Jay back. Woohoo! Okay, Blue Jay, we need to hear from you. What happened in game 1?
Yeah, so game 1, kind of like Shadow was saying, Mav kind of took control early, and Primal actually started to struggle around the objectives, even though they were getting the objectives. With Seraph and FaZe, they have a little anti-synergy when you're actually in the pit on objectives. You get stuck in the back of the pit as the FaZe, and you can't really pull your team to safety in the way that you want to, so you have to go forward. But a team like D-Lab, which actually has pretty good engage on the pit, was succeeding in those fights. The main fight for me was when Primal invaded the red side jungle of D-Lab and caught Lakeinator in the dual lane, and then they kind of just spiraled from there. You get 3 kills there, and then your other carries are on the opposite side of the map, and you just have to give both objectives, and the game just kind of ends there. You have to Hail Mary into a fight at Orb Prime as D-Lab against Primordial Blaze, which is just really hard unless you steal it. So that was kind of the big turning point in the game. I want to give a quick shout out to Robot Juan, who actually came in and played an amazing team fight game on the Kwang. He had a little bit of a rough laning phase against Lobber on the Crunch, but he came in and played team fights really incredibly, and just coming off not playing any matches in this tournament to coming in and kind of stepping up like that. So I want to give some shout out to him, because that's not easy to do.
And I also want to mention that there were so many moments that, Shadow, you were talking about Mav and how he was, I'm assuming, the MVP for you for Primals. But Zihi on that phase, there were so many moments he was just 10 HP, 20 HP, but he was able to just take him out of the fight and let him live a little bit longer, provide him with the sustain that he needs. And you guys are right. Maybe Sereth seems to be the answer for Yin. But we're asking the question, how does D-Lab make it through game 2, and what do they need to do to take us to game number 3?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, just from my perspective, I'm not very proficient in the off lane, but I think the jungle, so I can't really speak to the off lane side of things, but I think the jungle is where they need to be looking. The last 2 losses that we've seen from D-Lab, Conte was not thriving. So they need to do something to enable and empower him to thrive, whether that's putting him back on his Aurora, whether that's getting him the Kalari pick. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but Chimera and Yin do not seem to be it. So I think he is kind of that factor that's missing, because the duo lane, there's so many supports and so many heroes or so many carries. I don't think you're going to like mess with that too much, but he is kind of the X factor for D-Lab.
Yeah, and I want people to look at what D-Lab has been performing with. They've been performing with Narbash, right? Narbash with Sanctification plus healing gives your jungle and the rest of your team a lot of assistance in surviving some of these fights where you might have died if you're on other characters. So when you throw them on these different characters, you kind of have to play your comp a little bit different. The first thing I want them to do is actually start pushing vision lines a little bit further outside their jungle so they can time these invades that Primal likes to do into the red side, the blue side of the quadrants, because you're seeing Conte get picked out on his 2 camp when they push into the jungle and then they invade into lane. So if they can get some vision line down just on those corridors a little bit more, so they have the knowledge so they can make crossplay maps when that's happening, and they're not even in that situation to get picked out by Primal, then I think they could succeed a little bit more into the game. But I agree with what you're saying about getting Conte on a jungler that he might look a little bit more comfortable on. One thing I do want to say is I've played against Mav's Yin a bunch of times, actually, and he has a really, really impressive Yin. So I don't think they want to give that over to Mav. So I think that I wouldn't even be shocked if they took the second pick side here, they banned out the Yin, and then got the next 2 picks. So it's going to be interesting what they do on the draft side, but I would not be surprised if that actually ended up happening, because they think the Narbash is just going to get banned anyways. Primal.
They have so many tricks up their sleeves, all this monkey business. But both teams are just showing what it means to play the video game. This is peak Predecessor at its finest, only here at the PCC. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with game number 2. Welcome back to the desk here at PCCX. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm here with Blue Jay and Dr. Shadow. We just watched Game 1 in our third place series between Dirty Lake and the boys and Primal. But going into this game number 2, the stakes are just so much higher for D-Lab. We talked about modifications in their draft, possibly putting Conte on a better jungler. Should there be any changes, though, when it comes to, let's say, the duo lane? We noticed that both of these teams banned supports first time around. How do we feel about bans or picks or bans surrounding the duo?
Yeah, I think, it was tough. Muriel and Narbash were the first 2 bans last game, and I can understand not wanting either of those support players, Zihi or Toasty, to get those. I'm not sold on any of these supports or carries really being that special, with the exception of Narbash. I think Narbash is he's on a different level than all the other supports. But if you give Narbash, then you have to do everything in your power to get a Richter. And whether you pick Richter early and you flex it into the off lane, I don't even know. I haven't seen any teams do that in PCC, so I don't even know why that would, or if that would even be a thing. But at the end of the day, the thing that D-Lab needs to do is they need to get those numbers up. Their CS numbers across the board, they had, on the side of Primal, there were 3 members of Primal who had more CS per minute than all of D-Lab combined. So whatever they're doing, I think to Blue Jay's point before the break, they need to get vision up, and they need to just be looking for opportunities to shove waves and maintain wave states, because that's their biggest issue. I mean, they lost a semifinal game because they weren't maintaining wave states. So that needs to be in the front of their mind right now.
Yeah, no, I think you said that great. I think Skylar, as a champion in general, I would like to see D-Lab put a little bit more prio on. They keep taking the Drongo early in these drafts, and I'm kind of wondering why. I think Skylar right now is just leagues above any other carry, so either looking at a ban or looking to take that in your draft is probably just a good first step into going in. If you look at the bans through Narbash and Muriel, both of those are, you could say, the best enchanter supports in the game. And then you have FaZe, the other enchanter support in the game, coming out. And just kind of, it's an enchanter meta, I guess, now. I would like to see the Zinx come out. We saw that actually being proud by a few of the other teams. And I think that character actually could really benefit, if the Narbash and the Muriel are both banned. So I would like to see maybe a Zinx come out from on the side of D-Lab. So that for the dual lane, I think, is the 2 things that I would try to focus on the most.
That could definitely turn the tides for Dirty Lake and the boys with that Zinx pickup. You're healing your team with FaZe. Zinx can do the same and resurrect them back to life. Without further ado, Shadow and Blue Jay, let's head right into this draft, because this game is going to be spicy. Primal's got the first pick and ban. They're currently 1-0 in this best of 3 series. It's going to actually be the crunch ban.
Yeah, I guess they didn't enjoy the windows of opportunity that Lauber made for them, and they're opting to just take that opportunity away. They'd rather deal with a Sevarog or deal with a Terra or something of that sort. And then, D-Lab, they're going back to just the traditional roots of banning Yin until her next balance patch, probably. And then Primal are opting for the Sereth. Again, it is still a flexible pick, but we saw in Game 1 that was the Mav show on Sereth, so I feel like they're going to just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I have a feeling they're going to run it back doing that again. But the flexibility is still there as a threat.
Yeah, and then you're seeing Skylar and Narbash coming out from D-Lab, but I think Primal's kind of setting up a trap. I would not be, disturbed if they picked up the Muriel here on the side of Primal. That combo from Sereth and Muriel is a combo that Primal really likes to play, and they played in scrims a lot where you have the Muriel cross-map ulting onto the Sereth at Ward Prime, so it will be very interesting, and I think it is going to come out because the Grims here, they go for the FaZe again. They just like the FaZe, so I'm completely wrong. But Skylar Narbash is exactly what I wanted D-Lab to do. Pick up the Skylar first, make sure you have that lane prio and that late game carry threat with the Skylar, and then pair it with what you've been successful with this entire time.
I'm going to be upset at Toasty if he misses his thunks on that Grim. But that's the duo lane, and they're already we're seeing it. Usually, you don't really prioritize the duo lane so early in the draft, but they're having they put so much priority on somebody like Skylar and Narbash because she's able to deal so much damage, and Narbash, which is what we've seen. Toasty is capable of just sustaining his whole team. And the Kalari, of course, this is what you guys were talking about. Put Conte on a better jungler, and that's what happened game 2 against Leftovers. They forced Leftovers to ban out the Kalari, and D-Lab said, this is our chance. We're going to take the Kalari for ourselves. And they're banning out the Sevarog and the Chimera off of the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we talked about before the break is Conte, getting him onto a hero that he's comfortable on, that he's had a strong performance with in previous games of this tournament, and Kalari is that hero. Kalari and Aurora are the two that stand out in my mind, so they've successfully acquired one of those for him, so I'm going to be really watching him and looking at the pressure that he applies to whoever's in the off lane, as well as whoever they put Seismic on in the mid lane. Primal banning out the Sevarog. They are targeting Lauber at this point, it seems like. So they're really looking to enable Robot 1 or Sneaks, whoever they have in that offlane role heading into game 2. They really want that person to thrive a little bit more than last game so that they can bring that team fight to an even higher degree than in game 1, which was already really good, but they want to really empower that person.
Yeah, and then you see the Gadget and the Grux coming out. Very interesting combo. The Gadget getting picked up most likely because the Xerath is in the game, so it has a little anti-synergy there from the side of D-Lab coming over to the side of Primal. And then Robot 1's Grux is pretty legendary in the solo queue scene. Yeah. So he has a pretty legendary Grux, so that I love that they're picking him this. I want to come back to this dual lane, though. The Grim getting picked up, this might be the first time in the whole tournament that Grim has been picked up in the dual lane, a character that was used a lot in scrims at the beginning of this patch. And pairing with the phase, I love the idea because Skylar and Narbash being a lane that kind of wants to starve you out, get the Skylar and the Narbash fed up to the 20-minute mark and just kind of destroy fights. But the Grim phase as a combo, phase beam into Grim empowered Q, and damage is just an insane dual lane that people haven't been playing. So I'm very excited for this Primal draft. But also D-Lab just drafting kind of how they do when they win games, right?
I love the last pick from D-Lab with that Howitzer too, because you place the Tesla Dome with the Gadget and Howitzer ults and just hovers right above it. And so that's going to play a huge role going into these team fights. But let's talk about strategy from both of these teams. Dr. Shadow, can you cover the strategy behind the team comp of Primal and Blue Jay? What is the team comp strategy for D-Lab?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Primal's lineup right now, I'm theorizing that they're going to go for heavy oppression picks with utilizing Seismic on the Gadget to kind of zone the fights to allow those picks to happen. They're not opting for this like big wombo combo sort of team fight that we would see with like a Zarus Gadget Aurora type of deal. I really foresee Tesla Domes more as like a zoning tool that are going to allow Grim to really pop off in this game. And then there's Robot Juan on the Grux. He's just going to be Gruxing on whoever he can get his little Grux paws on. It's not super analytical, but what hands with axes? I don't know, whatever. but really with the Seraph, with the Grim, and with the phase, that is a lot of single target oppression. So they're really going to be looking to get a phase route and just blow people up to allow Mav on that Seraph to just snowball out of control.
Yeah, on the side from D-Lab, I'm thinking of three things. One is safety in the dual lane, making sure your Narbash and your Skylar aren't getting picked on by this Grim and phase, especially when the wave bounces onto the side of Primal. If they hold a good freeze and they're able to bring Mav over, then it's going to be kind of lights out for the dual lane of D-Lab. The second one is I'm looking at an immobile mid lane and an immobile off lane with the Grux and the Gadget. Zar's Cage into Kalari gank is basically a kill on any of those two characters if they don't have Blink, so I expect Conte to be playing around the mid and the off lane side of the map. That's kind of the pieces, and then the third one just being, well, I kind of grouped those last two together, but mid lane and off lane playing for the Kalari into Zar's Cage, and I think that's going to be a recipe for success for D-Lab, because then they're going to join these late game team fights and be amazing.
Game number 2 between Primal and Dirty Lake and the boys, and both teams are fighting tooth and nail for $1,000 US. It's time to cast your votes. Will D-Lab Soup Kitchen get swept away, or will the monkeys ride and tear them apart in their jungle? Tang and TJ, show us the game.
It will be our pleasure, Ardog. Welcome everyone to the Sanctuary map for this one. Set point and $1,000, just one core destruction away for your side on Dust. That is the Primal Squad. TJ here, Tang alongside me for this game. D-Lab certainly on the road. If they want to get anything and secure third place in PCCX.
It is close. D-Lab, the team that usually makes it to finals, now and on the brink of destruction in the third place match. That's not what I wanna be, especially not against this Primal team that has been popping off last game after all those consistent objective secures with Seismic on that Iggy last game. Were able to just run away with the game, get 3 Fang Teeth, get 4 Fang Teeth, get the Prime and the game. D-Lab, we have to see something different. But just looking at the jungle, TJ, already we can see Conte on the Kalari. This is gonna shape up to be a very different game.
Yeah, this Kalari pick seems to just be the emergency break glass when D-Lab needs something to happen in the early game. Conte, of course, does like to just sack a lot of his farm here to go for the ganks. That's an exchange of blinks, though, on the right-hand side. Both offlaners will be without their blink for the opening few minutes here. And if I'm thinking Conte right now, that is an immediate target on that Grux.
And I really like this, actually, because even though it's kind of in the favor of Primal, actually it's very much in the favor of Primal, we also see Conte start his blue side, right? So he is gonna pop over to the red side, is gonna go straight after the blue buff to his red, and then potentially even look for the Grux that is not gonna have the blink up. And Seraph is doing this traditional clear, right? Red into 5 into 2 means that there is gonna be a timing for D-Lab to actually punish this very aggressive play in the early game with Seismic making a good rotation, not being AFK at the level 1 and punishing Lorba out.
They just Primal showing up in this game, showing up in the early moments as well. But D-Lab still have options. They have opportunities. And if we know D-Lab, the team that's throughout 2024, grand finals appearances all the way, this will actually be their lowest placed finish in the PCC, which is actually, frankly, bananas to think about in and of itself here. But it's 2025. Things are just changing here. But one thing that seems to be constant, though. Conte ganking Lorba with his first move of the game. Level 3 versus level 2. No blinks on the offlane as Lorba just needs to survive, but he isn't gonna do that. Robot 1 takes down Lorba, trades his life. Blink away from Conte. Map ascends forward and crashes back down on towards Conte's trying to play someone out, but the hat has been thrown. Going to do a bit of damage. Double jump to get away. Heaven's Fury coming back off cooldown. Soul Speed Gate to block the avenue out, and Mav will once again start this game with 2 kills in his pocket.
It's just so rough already. It's falling apart again. 2-1 the scoreline from the first game. 2-1 the scoreline in the second again. Primal. I'm not sure who got the first blood, actually. Robert 1 and Lorba died at almost the same time. We gotta look at the items. 3 short swords, 2 a short sword, and a cooldown reduction item. So that is gonna mean that Robot 1 still has the big advantage in that offlane. At least the lane was fine, and Conte is again looking.
Conte's still here. Yeah, but even though with this massive mini wave,
can't
get involved there. Conte is just going to have to go with the 1v1. A few melee minions will be helping out, but Conte's got daggers to do damage. Good double jump, avoids the crush. Able to get towards the tower. Conte still chasing this one under the tower. Robot 1 sees red. And he's going to also be seeing this grey screen of the spectate.
What do Primal feed to their substitute players? Holy, this Grux, he is out for blood. And also, honestly, he does the exact correct thing. Because the lane is completely screwed for him, right? He has to walk up. There's no other way. So he has to crush it in. And also, like, after the Kalari comes, he also sees the Howie rotation, right? So he needs to go forward because he knows that he is going to be screwed otherwise. And Seismic is not going to waste the time because he's going to look on the other side. Lakeinator uses the blink, gets Cure, actually, on the other side of the map. So Seismic not able to help out. Math finally making his way over, securing this one, but a bit of a misplay coming in. Lakeinator getting the outplay in the 1 versus, actually 2 versus 3. A bit of space back on D-Lab's side.
Yeah, and Mav just comes over the ropes and just delivers an RKO out of nowhere to take out Lakeinator. What a start to this game. No doubt of they're going to be fast-paced one because
What is this
Appy
offlane?
rotating over towards the right. Landmine not going to boot. Robot 1 back into trouble. Slow Mines get some damage. R2000 maybe. Appy's a little low on the old mana. Robot 1's a little low on the old HP. He's going to have to back away. Try to run. Appy might have an avenue here to punish a little bit more, but he's going to go back in towards the jungle. And whilst all this is happening, Tang Prime are like, okay, we're just going to start a Fangtooth. Sure, why not?
And Appy cancels his recall again to just punish the Grux even more. I don't know what the guy did to him, but definitely something bad. Fangtooth been claimed though by Primal, so still really good map play, making sure that even though the offlaner is getting punished, Robot 1, after getting that frag onto Lorba, has not been feeling too well on the right hand side. He buys his team again so much time. I think that is something that was overlooked in that previous game as well, where he was struggling a tiny bit as the Quang against the Crunch, because he had to make those rotations over to the Fangtooth pit, right? He was the one leaving the lane, while Lorba is a very lane-centric player, does not like to rotate too much and is getting leads on the lane. If you yourself leave, that is going to leave you in an XP disadvantage. Left lane, Conte.
Gonna go for the gank. He pulls Cure back into the waiting arms of Conte, able to hit both daggers and the death mark. Lakenator gets the kill donated. That's going to be Cure biting the dust once again in that left-hand side. Right lane seems to be an inferno for both these teams. Left lane, though, seems to be going exactly where D-Lab wants it.
And suddenly we see XP lead opening up for that Ceres on the right, but with a good invade, Mav might be able to sneak away that red buff, with Conte showing on the left hand side after that sneaky gank that got the life of Cure. Mav should be able to take this. Again, level 6 on Ceres is pretty impactful. Probably just gonna wait to get this. Should be another 2 or 5 camp. Appy Picker in the mid lane needs to be worried about a collapse, but honestly a gadget does not really have too much kill pressure on him. They're still gonna try.
Yeah, Mav is certainly going to bring the pain. Good landmine by Appy right at his feet. Gets Seismic away and Appy back towards his tower. Good play coming out from the Dirtstake and the boys mid laner. Lakenator responding with some damage here as it looks like Cure and Zihi will win a health bar trade over on that left hand side. Appy makes it rain in the mid lane. Seismic going low. Conte thinking of the tower dive, misses. The dagger just whiffs by the head. Mav steps forward though. Landmine, Heaven's Fury. Good immune coming out from Mav there on the Seraph will avoid his demise in the mid lane there. D-Lab turning up the pressure.
Definitely might be able to zone Seismic off the wave. Epipicker no mana though, is not gonna be able to do it, but again, health trades go in favor of D-Lab so far. Objectives again for Primal 4-3. The scoreline in terms of kills neck on neck, this is what we were promised, this is what we are getting, right? Again, to reiterate, winner gets 1k. This is our first and second seeds. This is the third place match though. They've both been bested. Finals is gonna be later on the stream, but first we are gonna see D-Lab and Primal still continue to face off, two powerhouses that a lot of us were expecting to meet up in the final, but we are gonna have to see them play here instead.
As I said, it's going to be at least a minimum of one game to be played with Primal on set point as well. And say in the PCCX as well, this almost feels like a bit of a historic moment as well. The changing of the guard, D-Lab and Primal, two of the top teams from 2024, having to duke it out here for third place, while new teams rise up to take their place as well. Such the transition and a little bit poetic as well, but we're still keeping our eyes on this game. D11 Primal still is an entertaining game. Primal going to have 4 members over on this right hand side as the dual lane is over here as well for the Mini Prime. Take Lorba. Starts to lead to charge, hits that first barricade done on towards Mav, but Mini Prime going to drop lower and lower, looking for Conte to get into towards the pit. There's the Conte coming down. D-Lab do secure it. Conte gets the steal on the Kalari. Mav goes low, but there is a big Warlord challenge, big double stun coming out, but not enough. They can't confirm. Lorba has the hat on him, and he will be going down to that gadget. Now Cure is stuck inside this pit, rooted up, but the Make It Rain comes out from Appy, and Conte loops round the back, looking for the Assassine, looking for a dagger in the back of Zihi as well. Going to try and hack him down. Death Mark, one more dagger should do the trick. Energence comes down, not enough. Mini Prime stolen by Conte. Primal losing 2 members.
And already we see a different kind of D-Lab making their appearance in this game. They get the Mini Prime as well. Conte able to steal this away, with Mav not able to get the Semite off within his queue. So a bit of a rough one for Primal. They used all their eggs in that basket right there. The dual lane rotates over. They had the numbers advantage for a tiny bit of time, but in the end they were the ones stuck in the pits. They were the ones dropping the mini prime, and Conte still not falling in that engagement is going to be able to get that for himself. And Robert Juan on that offlane that has been struggling so much in the early game, it's now only gonna get worse and worse with Lorba slowly but surely just getting the better of him.
You can see with the trades as well, Lorba dealing a lot of damage. The bleed's coming out there, but Lorba solo bolo runs through Robot 1 like a freight train over on that right-hand side. Primal looking to make a play on the left, though, with another Fangtooth about to spawn there. This will be the second one of the game. Both teams want this one. 2 Fangtooths of Primal or D-Lab to deny the free Fangtooth Monty. It looks like D-Lab are the ones who have first moved to the pits, but Primal is still looming around.
They're looming, but then they're not going to be able to make it in the pit. They know Lorba is going to be the first one there as well, and they know that the Ceres cage is going to be up soon. Mav is going to make his way in, is not going to be able to steal it. They might still look for exit frags, but Lorba is going to be there to help them leave.
Say just to get the rest of the team out, just bodyguard the body system deluxe coming through there from D-Lab. Safety in numbers, and Primal, I should say, unable to really get an angle. Instead, Mav would have got towards that pit. Would have been quite insane to get a double steal and back-to-back objectives here. Would have been quite pure cinema, shall we say, here on the Sanctuary map. But we seem to have a gank here. Both junglers are going over towards the left-hand side. Conte spotted on the ward. Mav is here. There's his crash down. Mav actually only has about 3/4 of his HP as well, so still going for audacious plays. That's the confidence coming here. But here comes Appy through the river as well. Lorba is going to take down Robot 1, but our eyes remain over here on the left-hand side. Appy moving forward. Cure and Z, he still gets his safety there, so it looks like it's just a play on the right-hand side. Robot 1 adds another death to his tally.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough, because as a Grux, like, you're not gonna have the most survivability once you fall behind, and it doesn't look like he is respecting the power that a Lorba can bring, especially when he has been fed as much as he has in this game, right? And it's also not only Lorba being fed, but also Grux being denied so many waves of minions. Now tier 1 being claimed, Toasty gonna get a bit of gold in his pockets as well. On the Navish, it's not the worst thing to give him a bit of resources as well. It's gonna mean that your enchant is more tanky. It's gonna allow him to heal more indirectly like that as well. So D-Lab really playing well around that right hand side, also around the left hand side. Honestly, it feels like Conte has been getting the better of Mav so far. The Mav had such a stellar performance in the last game. Looks like Conte has found an answer to the Seraph.
It seems that D-Lab, what they just do is having Conte just go on a gank spree, sacrifice his farm, just impact lanes and just go toe-to-toe with that Seraph. And once again, they're reaping the rewards from it as well. We do see a D-Lab evolution from how they have been playing the game, how traditionally D-Lab normally plays these games in 2024. Maybe, you know, if the old guard is being changed, maybe as well, D-Lab 2.0 is here, and Lance comes down from Zihi. Cure trying to channel that GTFO, blinks away from the hyperphase. Displacement orb does come down as well. Lakinator can't find a killing blow, but here comes Conte. Toasty with the blink. Good displacement orb, but not good enough to stop Conte's dagger. And now Zihi glides up. The Energy Lance comes down once again, but Zihi will fall. Guillotine and Lakinator is enough to take down the support, but still Primal are fighting this one, because here comes the rest of the team. Reinforcements arrive. Mav and also Sazig and Robot 1 looking to lock down on towards Conte, who stays alive. Mav not happy about that one. Appy Picker even goes into the make it rain. Sazig is still a drop, and Primal go way too aggressive. They can't turn the fight, and D-Lab stands strong.
Holy, and Conte survives this as well. That is the strength of a Kalari if I've ever seen one. And D-Lab in a steal with the offlaner rotating over to the left-hand side for Primal. They still end up winning the team fight. So Lorba gets a lot of XP on the right-hand side. They also get a lot of gold due to the kill credits going over to all of the members of D-Lab. And again, such stellar performance coming out of them. And this time around, it looks very much different than the last game, right? last game. If we remember it, all the big team fights have all been claimed by Primal, especially around those objective pits. Now we already have one Fangtooth secured for D-Lab, 14-4 the kill credit. It's definitely in the lead now for D-Lab, and the question is, can they keep the gas to the pedal, right? Can they keep it up, or are they gonna end up falling again? Because Mav is not done with this game either yet.
No, absolutely not. Primal are still going to give this everything they got. But D-Lab find themselves in an advantage. We just crossed that 15-minute mark. We have essentially a 2-level lead. I think when we last saw Lorba's XP bar, it was near enough ticking over to 11 if he did get a tower. Probably in the next wave will do the trick. Junglers even, mid lane is even. Big difference though. Gotta be in that dual lane. Lake and Toasty have locked in for game number 2. And this feels like the D-Lab of old. They're going to start up the mini prime as well. Forcing the members here, catching Primal off guard with a tempo advantage.
Yeah, Mini Prime is not gonna be responded to from Primal, that know that if they are behind like this, they are gonna have to give something up. Grug's not even able to be in the same lane as Saras at this point, is otherwise he can be just instantly be trapped in a Colosseum, and honestly with the stats advantage it would look rough, but Lakenator is getting caught. Mid lane has to blink away.
Good blink by Lakenator, keeps his life as Primal tried to spring the Fnatic Death Brush over by the left-hand side. They're going to transition immediately in towards the Fangtooth as well, which spawns in a matter of moments. And there it is, already on the board, already starts up as well. D-Lab, though, looks like they want to contest this one. Maybe they can't get the objective, but maybe they can get the exit frags on the way out. Primal secured a second of the game, giving them the as-combat movement speed, but they are still in combat at the moment. So not going to feel it just yet, trying to expedite the wave of Lorba. Colosseum hits 5 members with the Colosseum, and it looks like D-Lab can't get out of this one. Guillotine onto 4, and here comes the ultimates, here comes all the damage. Primal scatter to the wind. Mav is low, so is Slasmic, so is Zizi as well, as Dirty Lake and the boys arrive on the scene. Take 1, take 2, take 3, take 4. Mav running to the hills. One more shot's gonna send is enough. Mav will stay alive, but D-Lab claim 4.
They get the Fangtooth, but they lose the team fight. What an ascent though, towards the end. It looked like that is gonna connect from a Lakenator, but really good reactions from Mav to make sure to get out of dodge. But still, Primal, they get away with the steal, at least momentarily. Good cage from Lorba, trapping all of them in a hellish nightmare. 4 members drop, a lot of blinks used. We can only see the Grugs having it up any longer. And for D-Lab, they also used a lot in the chase, right? But at least they can reset with full pockets of gold. We see Toasty, 14 assists. This is a nightmare. 18-4. Kill credit heavily in favor of D-Lab. And now all the small objectives have been claimed. And the question is, for the big ones, when is D-Lab gonna feel confident enough to spring the trap, start it up?
They do see they are in a commanding position here. I mean, Lakenator 9, 1, and 3 as well. Got themselves a shutdown here, as do several other members of D-Lab, especially Conte as well. Lorba, though, that Colosseum was absolutely disgusting. Looks like Primal want to get a bit of revenge for that one. Blast Flower will come in. Mav follows through with the Heaven's Fury. There's the ascend, up, down. Conte, though, looming in the wings as well, looking to try and help out. Lorba still staying alive underneath his tier 1 tower, but he cannot weather the storm just yet. And finally, Primal take down the solo laner for their Deadstaker boys, and it looks like they will also finally take down this tier 1 tower on the right hand side.
Tier 1 turret on the right hand side. Content still has the mini prime up, is just gonna be there to make sure those waves are not being pushed further. Grim might be out of position. Left tier 2 is being taken, but right side is where our vision should be. Cure goes in.
Cure blinks in there using that suppression mode. There's a slow Epoch. Appy strikes the pose into a Seek and Destroy. Cure gonna get himself a little bit of a shutdown there on towards Appy as the tier 2 tower does fall on the left hand side. Mid laner for structure seems to be the trade, but Primal aren't done here with 3 members and the minion wave gonna crashing under the tier 2 tower. Conte no man to stop this one. Lorba tagged in to try and help out, drops the Icecorn Talons, will be enough to maybe stop the minion wave, but no, it will not. Now Lorba Colosseum goes for the engage onto 3 members, but Cure doesn't care about this one. Cure runs him down. Seismic gets the killing blow as well, and Primal will take that any day of the week.
Yeah, not sure what Lorba, our Canadian offlaner, was trying to do there. Conte did not have any mana up to try to help him out, so in the end, just walks in a 1 versus 3 tier 2, already 1 HP, and they give over another shutdown to Cure. That is not the guy that you want to give that all that gold to, right? Cure has been known as being one of the best carry players that we have in Predecessor, and now with all of these resources in his pockets, he is gonna have the time to show us as well in this game, right? D-Lab still in the lead, looking at the kills, looking at the gold, but objectives, Primal are doing well with those, right? And with all of the gold in the right pockets now, with Cure collecting a bunch of those shutdowns, this is gonna be a competitive game again.
Especially because Cure was the target. Dirtec and the boys duo lane, Lake and Toasty is so far ahead. Primal just trying to keep their duo lane in contention here. Level 12 and level 10 for D-Lab. Primal level 10, level 9 on ADC and support respectively as well. So still a gulf here, but Primal, the road back in towards this game and also maybe looking towards taking the core begins with getting those shutdowns, begins with getting that gold, trying to keep themselves competitive in this one. And I think that's where the main difference is, and that's how Primal would get some success.
Definitely mid lane again. Epi Picker getting caught out. No blink up, no stasis after that earlier play as well. And Mav so good at punishing those missing cooldown timers. Now instantly transitioning over to that prime. No mid laner up. This is a numbers advantage. Can they utilize that?
Well, here comes the fight. 5 members in the pit, and D-Lab arrive on the scene. No one to zone out. Lakinator throws the plasma grenade in, or Prime. Down to 5, down to 4. Eyes on Conte, eyes on the board as Lorba goes in for that Colosseum as well. All Prime still hasn't dropped, but they've taken down Mav here. D-Lab looks like they're going to secure the All Prime for themselves, and that's exactly what they do. A disaster for Primal now. D-Lab looks to convert. Conte hits free with the guillotine, dagger, death mark. Looking for another proc. He's going to find it with the next pull as well, and Lakinator hyper phase shooting a fish in a barrel. 5 members drop. D-Lab find the ace.
They find the ace, and Conte in the backline just toying with them, getting the drop on them, and also Lorba just instantly focusing that Sarah, focusing Mav, making sure that this 50-50 is not even gonna be a contest. All 5 members drop. Almost looked a bit like a desperation play when it didn't need to. Epi Picker being caught in the mid lane. They had the numbers advantage, but they just lost so much HP on that prime. They also shuffled themselves in a position where they can't win those team fights any longer. Now Prime up on 4 members of a D-Lab. Primal also in their sights. We're seeing them slowly but surely make their way over. Question is, can Primal contest this? It doesn't really look that way. Grux on that right hand side. It's only gonna be Mav, only gonna be Seraph, potentially looking for a steal.
I mean, there's no zone coming out here. Lorba finally moves out of the pit just to deal with Mav. Ascend into the air. Mav in towards the pit. Heaven's Fury coming through. Primal, that's 2k. D-Lab drop the aggro. Mav dies and he's not able to get that Primal, I don't think. Yo, D-Lab with the confirmation from the notification as well. Mav goes for the play, but it's D-Lab who come out on top, 24-9.
That was so close, TJ. I think it was Darius with a Spear of Nia securing that. Like, hoof, Mav. That is one jungler I don't want to be across when I am in an objective fight trying to get the Semite of content. Mav, the caliber of junglers we have here is phenomenal, but this time around, Mav is not able to get it. Has been the MVP of the last set that we saw of those 2 teams when they played in the PCC. Remember, PCC 8, they were opponents in the grand final. Primal, well, formerly known as Doctors, managed to edge out there. 3-1 was the entire scoreline, but the first game was actually won by D-Lab back then, so we already see different timelines, different gameplay as well. Conte this time around, the jungler as well, and with that Kalari has been putting on a clinic, but nothing to take away from the rest of the D-Lab members, right? Lakinator especially and Toasty on the left hand side, they have been dominating.
And when they've got that Swedish offlaner in Lorber leading the charge, Colosseum twice in a row, proving to be game-changing in both those spots. That's a lot of damage onto Cure from Lakenator and Appy's poke there. And also with the Primordial Blaze, Cure has to go all the way back to base to regain that HP. D-Lab feels like the D-Lab of old right now as they're just filling out the blanks here. Needs to take down these inhibitors. Left side is going to fall. Primal can't really contest here. The options are a little bit limited. D-Lab kind of have the full run of the Roost right now. Conte throwing daggers, but he feels so safe to get away with that.
They still have both buffs up for everybody on D-Lab. They don't have the minions to shove in the mid lane quite yet. It's gonna be the Primal Fang expiring first, I believe. Or actually, no, the Prime first, because that's what they contested about. Mid lane tier 1 inhib is gonna be the target. The waves, they just die so fast.
And you can just see with the poke as well coming out from D-Lab, they do chip away at the primal health bars, but they have that wave clear, as you say, Tang, able to keep these minion waves under wraps. With that prime expiring as well, it's only the primordial blaze in their hearts, and that's damage over time. They look for an engage there on towards Lake. GTFO going to be cancelled. Actually blocked in the air, I think, by Conte. There's the guillotine. Mav is exploded in the fight in the side of the Colosseum. D-Lab regroup. Primal throw everything into that fight, but they're the ones losing members. They have to back away. D-Lab still here.
D-Lab still here, but they still have to retreat because the Prime buff has expired. Primal also no longer in their card, so they are not going to be able to keep sieging that inhib. A little bit more time bored with that sacrifice from Mav. Lakenator stepping up a tiny bit too far. The phase route connecting, but in the end it's going to be the Seraph teleported in the backline of D-Lab and not able to survive. 25-9, the next set of objectives, they are not going to be staggered too much, so whoever gets one objective might get both, right? Or we're going to see a trade of objective. D-Lab, usually a team that is really good at these situations, usually a team that is very patient, never overstepping when they don't need to, usually always the team that goes for 1 pick, goes for 2 picks, goes for 3 picks before they actually go for the objective, and not the team to throw. On the other side though, Primal, we've seen them before get the better of D-Lab. Can they do it again? Seraph has respawned. Lines have been drawn in the sand with vision control in the hands of D-Lab in the blue side jungle, and we can see they're already posturing, looking for any picks they might get.
So going to be moving up on this right-hand side. Cure split pushing on the left. He'll recall and rejoin his team shortly. D-Lab going for some control in towards this blue side jungle, pushing the waves in. Conte double jumping on towards the stairs, getting ready for the All Prime pit. They're not going to be staggered there. Toasto sees an opportunity with the moves for speed. Mav able to get out. Seismic does not have the same luxury. The only way he's going out is back to spawn, and Lakenate's going to send him their first class post already. A pick on towards the mid laner, and mini waves crashing onto the right hand side. D-Lab have Primal exactly where they want him.
Yeah, exactly. And with the 40 seconds death timer, we have 27 minutes in the game. This is more than enough time for them to take the Prime. And as I said, with those objectives being taken at about the same time, Primal is going to be up as well. But Sihi and the Co, they still want to try to contest this. They are in the vicinity. Lorber goes in.
Lorber Colosseum on towards Robot 1, and that's going to be the Grux dropping down. D-Lab dropping aggro, dropping bodies on that right-hand side of Zihi Cure, and Mav have to try and get away from this one because the poke is too much on Dead Sacred Boys. Energy Lance comes down, trying to get them out. Conte 2 max range daggers on towards Mav, does enough, gets him away. D-Lab, what do they decide to do with this now? Looks like it's back on towards your Prime with Toasty providing the healing, but Cure and Zihi are still around. Mav, though, can he get in towards the pit? Can he go for the steal? Conte backing out once again. D-Lab dropping the aggro, looking for the engage on towards Cure. Good knock-up. Comes out as he pulls Cure out away, but it's not going to be enough because Lakenator waiting in the mid lane. Going to take down Cure. Going to take down Zihi. That's the double kill for the D-Lab ADC. And now I don't even think they need that All Prime tank to take down this game. Minions already on the core. Primal retreat to try and take it back. And D-Lab, a worthy reward is the All Prime.
Yeah, they really want to go for all achievements in the game. They are going to secure the Prime in a second. But yeah, again, not to not to praise myself too much, right? But this is exactly the D-Lab playbook, right? They are not going to go for a 50-50. They're not even going to go for a 75-25. If they are in the lead, they're just going to go for one pick. They're going to go for two picks. They're just going to keep making sure that Math is not going to even have any avenue into these objective pits. They secure the Prime. They are still 2 death timers on the dual lane for Primal. They're instantly going to start up that Primal Fangtooth. But again, they are going to have vision on Math, so they might actually continue doing it, but the second he walks forward, you gotta expect the turn.
Oh, there it is around the corner. Mav actually sidesteps the Funk. Engaged by Lorbeter, looking for Seismic Z. He pulls him out of danger, and simply D-Lab move back towards that objective as well. They love to drop the aggro, trying to bait Primal in to this fight, but they have a mini wave onto the inhibitor, and I noticed some flashbacks to their semi-finals. They do not want to go down this way. Appy Picker will wave clear. Primal seem to do enough to get D-Lab off of the objective and reset themselves.
And Mav actually going for the sneaky invade, taking the red buff away from D-Lab. This is gonna sting at least a tiny bit, but Mav might be caught out. He's pretty deep into the red side jungle. He can escape. Grux might not be able to, but they are still able to walk it off. Lorba is gonna control the mid lane. Primal Fang is still in the cards. Question is, do D-Lab even want to take it? They can look for the mid lane inhib regardless without it. Seismic in the mid lane, almost getting caught. Lorba just not having enough distance to close in with the Colosseum. Conte might get trapped.
Oh, he's got to be careful here. Good double jump. Gets away from that displacement orb. And now Inhibitor Siege. Lorba, Colosseum on towards Seismic. But there is the Tesla Dome. And that's going to be Lorba running out of his Colosseum to get away from the Tesla Dome. A lot of damage there. Mav, though, drops once more. And D-Lab, that kill felt personal. Mav ran the show. But now D-Lab going to run him into the ground of his own base. Forcing the waves underneath the core. This is the D-Lab that we know and love. They're going to pat the stats. Make it rain on Primal's parade, but they take the core, and the third place game will go to a deciding game 3.
This is what we were hoping for, and this is what we are getting. D-Lab comes back in the second game. They go with the wildcard, they go with the Kallari, and a commanding performance from the side lanes, right? Both Lakeinator, Toasty, and the offlaner and Lorba, just honestly wrecking in the separate lanes, right? Doing really well around getting those leads, right? And then transitioning into those objectives. Something that we were missing in that first game. But D-Lab, they still looking scary.
For sure, the D-Lab of old comes back there, and I felt like a complete performance as well. But they know exactly how to close out these games well. You can probably argue that they actually were maybe playing with their food a little bit there. They had such a big lead on towards Primal that they could have perhaps ended the game about 2 or 3 minutes earlier. But hey, the core still goes down. That's the important metric here. And now, game number 3. We've seen Primal at their best. We've now seen D-Lab at their best. Game number 3. Ooh, that's a tantalizing game right there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think making predictions after this game, like, I wouldn't want to be in the position of our desk analysts, right? Because this looks to be a nightmare. I'm just happy casting it, right? But yeah, I mean, if D-Lab plays like this, it's going to be really rough for Primal. But again, if Primal plays like they played in the first game, same, just in a different direction. So third game, this is going to be where the 1K prize winner of the third place match is going to be determined. And I'm definitely stoked to watch it.
This best of 3 turns essentially into a best of 1. $1,000 to the winner. That's what we got to look forward to. But first, the post-game breakdown from Ardog on the desk.
Thank you so much, TJ and Tang. Welcome back to the desk. This isn't even grand finals yet. That was game number 2 between Dirty Lake and the boys and Primal. But D-Lab takes game 2, which means we have game 3 on our hands. Sure, you give Seraph to Mav, you gave Conte Kallari, and you give Narb on Toasty, and they prioritize Skylar in the hands of Lakeinator, which together makes for a deadly, terrifying team with Lauber on Zarus. Shadow and Blue Jay, please help make sense of what we just saw.
Okay, I'm gonna cover the duo lane because I'm apparently just a hater of duo lane. I'm always like, oh, it doesn't matter what supports and what carries you pick, like, who cares? But Lakeinator, he went 20-1 with this Skylar. But even more impressive was Toasty's performance on their Narbash. He went 0, 0, and 27. He had 87.1% kill participation. He had more assists than all the kill participation combined on the side of Primal. Like, the Narbat, like, when I think of a support, I think of someone who provides peel, who provides utility, and also sacrifices their life for their teammates. This guy didn't die. He literally was unkillable. So that is a singular problem that Primal is going to need to address heading into Game 3. And the only advice I have currently, as I think about this, is the phase just ain't it. I think they need a hero who offers improved killability. So whether that's a Decker, we talked about the Zinx. I think Blue Jay mentioned the Zinx. I would love to see a Zinx. The improved killability is definitely going to be helpful there. They got to do something else in the duo lane because, yeah, the phase ain't doing it right now.
Yeah, no, and you take Conte on the Kalari, and it's night and day from his other characters. He has a very distinct champion pool, it looks like, and the characters that he plays really well, like the Kalari, the Aurora, the Zarus, like he looks very, very good on. And then the Chimera, he brings out these other characters, and then they tend to struggle a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what Primal does coming in to this next draft, because I think it is so important against this D-Lab team to have a good plan coming into your draft. But when they get the characters they like, the Narbash, the Kalari, the Skylar is the big one as well that we talked about before. They kind of just look unstoppable in these games. So, and the only other thing that I would like to see Primal do is put Seismic on a pick that has a little bit more agency. Whenever the gadget has come out in these games, even with the other teams, we just haven't seen that pick have that much prio, have that much agency throughout the game. I would like to see him on a Gideon or an Iggy or a Faye or something that just allows him to kind of traverse the map a little bit more and help his team out where they're struggling a little bit, like you said, in the duo lane in that last game.
Let's Seismic box Appy with a proper mid laner. But ladies and gentlemen, I urge you, please stay hydrated, stay moisturized, and stay well fed, because today is not yet over, and we have the last game in this best of 3 before the ultimate grand finals. Let's take a quick break. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm here with Blue Jay and Dr. Shadow. It is written in the stars. Dirty Like in the Boys takes us to Game 3 against Primal. This is their revenge, and they want a piece of that pie. Without further ado, let's just jump right into this draft, shall we? Dr. Shadow and Blue Jay, we're going into this Game 3. This is the last game of the third place series. How are we feeling about picks and bans? Because it can really go either way. You either you ban the Yin, but then do you ban the Yin, or do you ban the Narbash? Do you ban Sevrog's or Lauber Sevrog? What should happen, or what do you want to happen going into this this draft?
I mean, thinking about it from the perspective I approached from the end of that game, the Narbash is picking Narbash and winning the game. Is that a coinkydink? I don't know. I'm not. I think so. I think that is an issue they need to deal with, either in the form of banning it, picking it, or doing something. Yeah. Okay. There you go. So they are opening with a Narbash ban. They're saying, hey, we can't deal with this creature that has been nerfed time and time again and is still like able to do so much. D-Lab, we saw in game 1 that they didn't really thrive with the Yin, so they don't want to play against a Yin, so they're going to go ahead and they're going to ban that Yin out. And now we're probably going to see a Skylar and a Sereth at some point in the first 2 picks for both of these teams.
Yeah, I would expect Skylar first pick coming out of Primal. It just seems like the strategy that most of the teams are doing right now. We will see, though. They are a very intricate team to where they play a lot of different things. I just can't see them letting Skylar come over there. So they do pick the Sereth, and that's giving the Skylar right over to D-Lab. I would expect D-Lab to come out with Skylar plus... they could just honestly do Skylar plus Kallari again, and it would not be any different than what their last draft is. So I would expect that to be probably, I mean, maybe they do like a Zaris, but I'm thinking Skylar Kallari is probably the next best pick. What I do want to see from Primal, though, is I want to see them get off of the phase, like you were saying. I would love to see a Muriel in this game. I would love to see them try to play that cross-map strategy. And D-Lab actually comes out with the Decker. So this is even... I think Muriel is great here on the side of Primal. I would love to see a Muriel coming out from them.
Well, will they listen to you, Blue Jay? That is the question we're asking here. But Sereth, we've seen what Mav was able to do with that hero from game 1. But game 2, it just wasn't so good against the Kallari. We were hoping to see the Kallari be the second pick for D-Lab this time around. Oh my goodness. There it is. This is what you guys wanted. And here is the Muriel and the Gideon. Put Seismic on a mid laner that's able to box and do damage, and that's Gideon. And then you put Zihi on somebody like Muriel, and you're expecting that Sereth to be able to dive on anybody, and you've got the reversal of fortune from Muriel, able to give her so much shields, and able to do that knock up as she's going into those D-Lab members.
Yeah, I love these 2 picks coming out from Primal. To the point Blue Jay was making before the break, put Seismic on a hero with skill expression, and he is going to thrive. Gadget doesn't necessarily offer that, but Gideon, oh man, we're going to see some... I'm expecting a Time Flux Gideon with some just insane value coming out. And same with Zihi. Zihi, put him on a skill expression hero like Muriel, like a Decker, and he is going to just be an absolute menace in this game compared to what he is on that phase. So I'm really excited for that. But flip side, D-Lab, they're whipping out the Kallari here. So they have shown their hand with their third pick. Conte is going to be on a comfort pick again. Will he be able to continue his 100% win rate for today on the Kallari? Or will Primal have an answer for that? Don't know yet.
Yeah, and then this is another reason why I just love the Muriel picks, is because Kallari hates playing into the Muriel. You come in, you deathmark, you do all this damage, Muriel pops your shield, stops you from killing your target, right? The Gideon pick is exactly what I wanted to see as well, because this is a very high-tempo, high-pressuring comp that Primal's putting together, and something that really is their strength. They love to run across the map. They love to push invades. They like to rotate the mid lane into the dual lane and create opportunities for early Fangtooths. And this is exactly what I think they should be doing. We see the Argus coming out from D-Lab, a character that's been a little underplayed in this tournament, I think, but a solid overall pick, and I think could be generally good, but I still am liking the trajectory of the Primal comp a little bit better than the D-Lab.
I'm looking at this Argus and I'm thinking about all the different ways D-Lab can take Gideon out from the sky. So that's the Argus, that's the answer. Gideon or Seismic is forced to build True Silver, or maybe he'll just wait out the Argus and he'll wait out the Kalari. But Primal, with that hot last 2 picks, it's the Countess and the Drongo.
I am kind of stunned right now because we haven't seen a Countess, at least I haven't seen a Countess in what feels like a week. This hero has fallen off from the mid lane, but is still very, very strong in the jungle. And we've seen in scrims, some teams are running Countess in the off lane as well. I don't know if they're going to be putting Robot 1 or Sneaks in the off lane yet. But if it Sneaks in the off lane, he'll likely be on that Seraph with Mav on this Countess in the jungle. Unless they're doing something spicy. I'm always here for spicy, but I really like this comp, even though they are lacking a quote-unquote traditional frontliner or something kind of like tanky. However, they do have the Muriel to absorb a lot of that damage, as the point Blue Jay was making with that reversal.
Yeah, and then we see the Crunch coming out last from D-Lab. I thought this was the correct pick. The Crunch looks very good into this comp. The Crunch is a really good pick into Countess. In general, can kind of CC chain her a lot. And the thing that D-Lab does have is they have the CC chain. They have the Argus stun and the Decker stun into the engage from the Kalari and the Crunch, and the Skylar can kind of fend for herself in the air. So it's going to be kind of come down to if they can land that CC chain combo on some of these characters. But Drongo Muriel as a dual lane is very impressive. You have an incredibly annoying double slow coming out, and then a ton of damage on the burst from the rounds from the Drongo. So, like I said, I think I'd give this over to Primal a little bit, but I do like how D-Lab rounded out their comp with the Crunch, and I think that they do have a shot to play kind of this pick stun comp that they're looking to go in and do.
Let's do a 5 words or less. Which team are you voting and why?
Primal, because Seismic skill expression.
Conte on Kalari is good.
Let's go. Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Once this game begins, the clock starts to tick and there's no going back. Let's get ready for the last game of this best of 3 series. Who wins the deciding 3rd place? Who wins $1,000? And who cements their place in the stands here at PCCX? Let's find the answer. Please take it away, TJ and Tang.
This best of 3 now becomes a best of 1. $1,000 on the line to whichever team is still standing once the dust settles. Game number 3 here, D-Lab versus Primal. TJ and Tang alongside me, as always here. And also, we're going to see the first exchanges there. Seismic walks into the red side jungle, but that's just going to be a quick way back to his spawn. Already, crazy start. First blood goes D-Lab's way.
Oh, this is a different story from the first 2 games where it was always Primal striking first, striking hard. This time D-Lab catching the mid laner out, Seismic not respecting it, not seeing anybody on the map, still walking in. He's gonna get picked up, but he is not the only one sneaking around, because if we look at the tap screen, we see on that off lane we have Sneaks making his return, was not happy with how Primal was performing without him, so sometimes to do things good, you do them yourself. Seraph being picked up on Sneaks now against Lorba. He's gonna have to prove his proficiency in a best of 1, at least for him. The winner takes it all.
And it wouldn't be the climax of this best of 3 series without both teams fielding their full strength rosters as well, just to give us that final game and then hopefully an ending that lives up to what game 1 and game 2 have set the foundations for. Big exchange goals, not just Sneaks though, but also that Seraph now moving in towards the off lane. Mav still taking a very feast and famine character. That's going to be the Countess in his hands, Tang. How does that change the game plan for Primal?
Yeah, so Countess really wants to get those frags early because she does stack up the passive with it, and also it is sort of where Countess is strong at. The level 3 is deceptively strong on the counters. Usually people think she's only late game. No, she has her timings where she can utilize a really strong 2v2 to get some frags, but with Seismic falling at the level 1, it might be a tiny bit harder. The only upset is the kill was taken by Lakenator on the left-hand side, did not go over to the Argus. So in that straight 2v2, they are still gonna be evenly matched. As we see in the mid lane, Seismic gonna go onto Argus left side. Toasty and Lakenator are gonna get pushed in by Cure and Sihi. But all in all, Conte again looking towards the dual lane, something we've seen all game for the last 2 games.
In the waiting in the wings, waiting in the shadows, moves forward. That's a lot of damage going down. The blink does come out from Cure. Deathmark will not live up to his name, and that's going to be Cure at least getting back to his tower, and will reset to safety here. Right hand side, Mav making a play, going to force Lorba out. Another dynamic duo, the Countess and the Seraph hunting forward. Lorba forward crunches back to safety, but he has got to concede pressure. A diagonal play across the map in left and right as both teams make their first move.
I really like this on the right hand side coming out of Primal. They sort of do what D-Lab did to them the last 2 games. They zone off Lorba from a bunch of XP in that side. Seismic is gonna get onto Epi Picker that's tried to cut off the way towards the right hand side, is gonna be able to go back. Conte is gonna shadow the mid lane again. Kalari, should I say Conte Kalari, has not really been known for farming much. He is there to help his laners out, and that's exactly what he's gonna do in the mid lane as well. Epi Picker, no mana. Conte is gonna help him shove this in before he goes back to his caps.
Yeah, Conte, the camps, the farm is just merely an afterthought. Kind of, if I'm there, I'm going to take it. But Conte playing around the lane is sacrificing his farm to keep up the high tempo game. D-Lab, this seems to be D-Lab 2.0, where that Kalari pick has not just been a random curveball. Seems that Conte has now made that pick one of his signature heroes here in PCCX as well. And it's just allowed D-Lab to play a little bit more fast and loose in the early game here. So definitely an evolution to what we saw from D-Lab in 2024.
D-Lab usually always went with sort of a tanky jungler, never really wanted to go for an assassin. If anything, they went for bruisers with Lorba on the other side with a Sevarog, but Epi Picker, good rotation, catching onto Sihi, not even having time to blink away. It would have been for naught anyways, and they get the pickup. 2Ks now deep. Definitely feeling fine on the left-hand side as well, with Epi Picker able to move over. There, Seismic might be caught out. Still has the blink up. Torn space as well. It's going to get him closer to the turret. Epi Picker might be there with another stun. So he is going to have to expand the blink, and D-Lab all over the map. It looks like they are the favorites.
Happy just utilizing this Argus to its potential, roaming left. Aether Crystal actually pinned Zihi to the wall and was unable to get out of that one with the body blocking. And now look at the response coming out from Primal with Mav rotating back towards the dual lane. Good stun comes out from Toasty, trying to get away in the blink from Lakenator as well. Zihi not really got the hard CC though, but now it's going to be Toasty having to try and get away from Seismic, but the passive will lock him down. Seismic does get the kill. Appy cannot save his supporters. Both mid laners meet, but there's going to be Seismic walking away with a kill.
Seismic gets a kill, but a bunch of minions get wasted in the mid lane. Still good rotation out of Seismic on that Gideon. Really, one of those heroes I really like him play, because Seismic always makes stuff happen on the map. He's not a mid laner that just takes farm, just stands back, catches waves. No, he's always proactive, always plays around his side lanes. That's something that we've seen this game as well. But now, for the first time, it has actually worked, because before, after that unlucky catch in that level 1, it has been struggling a tiny bit. Now, hopefully with that kill, it's all gonna change a bit again.
So, see, that's just showing off. Like, he just throws a stasis bomb from the middle of the lane, actually hits Cure right on the noggin as well. Going to cancel that recall. Seismic here with Mav once again. Back-to-back ganks on this dual lane, but Seismic still got the black hole. Instantly interrupted though by Toasty's stun though, but Lakenator still to target Mav. Going for that counter dive. Have to go back. Abby, big double stun from the Dreadnought, but here comes Sneaks from that right-hand side. So that's obliterated, channeled by Abby. Will get the kill on towards Mav. They also take down Cure as well. Primal start the fight. D-Lab end it with 2 kills going their way.
And offlaner changes, but the game plan does not. Seraph makes his way over to the left-hand side. They think they can collapse onto D-Lab, get back the kill advantage, and then look for the Fangtooth. But the fight, it just doesn't go in their favor. Good blink away from Lakenator. Also, a bunch of abilities being dodged out on means D-Lab not only wins the fight, but they also get so much time towards that left side tier 1. And again, Lorber does what he does best, playing PvE in the early game, getting his XP leads, getting his gold leads as well, and with that it's gonna be Seraph having a really rough time contesting with him. That's about a 2 minutes time waste, all things considered.
And it just frees up Conte to roam mid, roam left, every opportunity he gets. And he's able to match Primal's rotation. Mav and Seismic rotate over twice. Conte also follows as well, waiting in the wings in the Shadow Realm from that invisibility as well. D-Lab going to be 4 kills to 1 up in this game. No team has made a move towards the neutrals though. Fangtooth has not been touched. Mini Prime also hasn't been moved yet, but Sneaks and Mav going to be keeping our finger to the pulse of this game. Going to start up, see an opportunity and a tempo advantage to begin the first neutral of the game.
Shadow Slip deals 3 times the damage to jungle objectives, so Countess is actually really good at contesting these objectives. This time around we're not gonna see that in action, we're just gonna see a trade of objectives. Probably one of the first times in this set and also in this entire tournament that we see a Fangtooth only being claimed after the 8-minute mark. Usually we see it a lot earlier. Sihi on the other side is going to be left alone, takes a bit of damage. Conte there as well together with Toasty and Lakenator, trying to shove in the wave as fast as they can to deny minions away from Cure.
And they're going for the invade as well. Conte trying to take this 5 camp, but he doesn't really have Prio in mid at the moment because Seismic is just more than happy to rotate in towards that lane to help out his team as well. Don't actually think he was able to take away many camps away from Mav there as well, who was able to cash in on the rest. Loba picks us up that river above on that right-hand side. Back to the lane he goes, line in the sand drawn, no neutrals on the ground. And so we're going to have to find a different battleground for these two teams to clash.
I'm feeling a bit worried for Primal because honestly, as the Countess, she doesn't really want this to be the case, right? She has 0 kill credit so far, did not get a single assist nor kill. And as a Countess, you rely on those early frags in order to keep your sustain up, right? And that also allows you to stay healthy in your jungle clear. She has not gotten anything so far, so she is struggling a tiny bit. Is gonna be shown for Conte, should have caught her out. Conte is gonna look for the counter again.
Third time to Chando onto Lakenator. There is the damage, and that is the first stack of the Blood Tithe going on towards Mav, and they execute that one well because they recognize Toasty made the rotation over towards that mid lane. Right-hand side, though, that's going to be a pick from Sihi. The reversal came through. Lorber bites the dust, and a mini primed up Seraph is able to take down that offlane. Now Mav going for the tower dive on towards Conte, resets the aggro, going low. Conte was low on the mana, though. Cure just needs to hit the shots. Conte, what were you thinking, man? It's Mav who's able to walk out, but will he be able to walk out alive? Because now he is 30 seconds since the arc shots came on live. Might be able to get away. Abby Dreadnova denies the escape, and it will only be Cure who's able to make it out alive.
It will only be Cure, but the game has been flipped on its head. Honestly, Primal has been playing out of their minds in those last few engages. 5-4 now. The kills got about even. D-Lab has secured the first Fangtooth, yes, but Primal has secured the mini prime, and also they've opened up those structures. Right hand tier 1 has fallen now with the dive onto Lorber, and that's exactly what I want to see out of Primal, right? That reversal of fortune chained together with that Seraph, and there's no way out for Lorber to dodge out on that knock-up. Really good tower dive coming in, and Primal, they're showing signs of life. This is exactly what I was hoping for when I saw that we are gonna have a third game.
And it's exactly what Primal need to do. They can't afford to let their foot off the gas at any moment in here. So as we've highlighted before, and as Deska mentioned, as you have mentioned as well, Tang, is that this composition needs kills. It needs to get the ball rolling. It needs to start snowballing as well. As Sneaks going to go for what he thought was a 1v1, but Deseka boys, an honorable 1v1, not going to be allowed when Conte is waiting in the shadows. Going to take down the solo laner in the right-hand side, but Mini Prime already expired. D-Lab still keeping pace for now.
D-Lab keeping pace, and also this should allow them to take the tier 1 on the right hand side with no objectives up. There's nothing to really trade it for. Seismic again, so smart, so fast with those rotations. It's gonna threaten the dive, so Toasty has to back off, so does Epipicker. Seismic just getting a really good chunk out of Toasty, forcing the blink out actually, and also securing that tier 1. So tier 1's traded across the map. Good macro play coming out of both teams, and we can see exactly where those resources are being invested. This time, for the first time, which feels like in this entire set, Cure is the one ahead on the left hand side, even though Lakenator with Conte has been getting a lot of jungle attention early on.
So much attention, but not reaping the rewards necessarily. It's actually Primal, as you say, coming out on top there. And also with Toasty forcing out the blink, probably greeded a little bit for the minion wave clear there throughout the photon beam, but unfortunately he had to step forward to use it. Black hole and the blink punish coming out, but Seismic, is Seismic even the mid laner at this point? His man has been roaming this entire game as well. Primal really playing the game. They have that core identity, how they want to play, roaming, skirmishes, outplaying you, outboxing you, and D-Lab trying to match it up with their stronger team fighting composition. Been a very interesting game to watch as we're approaching game number 3 here in this best of 3.
Yeah, as we're approaching the Fangtooth spawn, the second one of the game, this is going to be pretty big, right? Movement speed in this composition for D-Lab would be pretty nice to catch up to the counters, to catch up to the Muriel as well when she ends up split pushing in the side lane later on in the game. Fangtooth has spawned. We see those rotations coming in from Lorber as well, making his way in. Sneak's going to get caught by Epi, and Lorber is going to take a big chunk of damage and is going to end up having to use everything to get away, but is still gonna end up falling.
That Synaptic Obliterator from Appy does get the kill, but as you say, that was a lot committed just to pick off Sneaks. And with that Fangtooth spawn, D-Lab now have the opportunity. They have the numbers advantage. They also have a Dread Nova and a Stasis Bomb and an Aether Crystal on towards Z. He blinks away, but there is the death mark. Conte assassinates. Seismic, though, wants to turn the fight with that Black Hole, but Lorber with the forward crunch. Big double knockup from that crunch as he likes to punch, likes to cause chaos, and that's going to be having the Primal team reeling. Mav gets deleted by Lakenator, and this will be a free secure for Dirty Lake and the boys.
They get their 3 frags. Seismic still in the vicinity trying to look for exit frags. Lorber might be getting caught. Cure going in as well, but Lorber just too fast, getting the distance with a good dash, and Cure not able to get anything for his troubles. Fangtooth also secured the second one of the game for D-Lab, and Primal, they must be reeling after this one. D-Lab so relentless, not going for those flips as we've seen in the previous game. Instead, they go for the pick onto Sneaks, then they go back, they play in the shadows, and then they go for Sihi next. Then they flip over, they go for the counters next, right? It's one after another, and they don't give any space to Primal.
No, just don't want to give an opportunity for a steal. For Primal to turn the game on its head. As you say, Dirty Lake and the boys have been relentless on the objectives, on the rotations, on getting those important picks. 15.5 minutes on the board, 9 kills to 4. Neutrals firmly in control of D-Lab, as Primal were at least able to get the mini prime back for themselves on that right hand side. A little bit of a consolation prize for this game. Firmly in D-Lab's control for now, but we have another period of time where we're waiting for neutrals. No mini prime, no Fangtooth for the next few minutes. We might have to wait for the old prime for the next battlefield to emerge.
Yeah, definitely might have to, with how safe both of these teams have been playing as of late, right? Epipicker in the mid lane, 4-0-1 on the Argus, has been sort of the silent damage dealer for D-Lab. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Seismic going in for those flashy plays, but some of them have worked out, some others were just a tiny bit too deep, so not with as good a scoreline, but still really well played by him so far. Conte is looking to the mid lane. Good stun coming in, and the combination is just too much for Seismic to handle. No way to press any buttons. Ends up falling, and Muriel Sihi might be in a bad spot now as well.
Oh, it didn't have time to channel Reversal of Fortune there. It's just going to still probably result in the same outcome. Zihi drops Primal, giving away 2 kills, but D-Lab laid the trap, waited for Seismic to think he was safe, but the long-range engage, Dread Nova, Stasis Bomb, Aether Crystal, Guillotine, death. That is a nasty combination. D-Lab playing it to perfection to get those picks.
Yeah, just so strong with that stun ball also from Toasty coming from across the lane, right? And then you have the damage coming out of the Argus, out of Epi, that is just 4 kills deep, right? Also Conte, 2 kills, 4 assists, has been absolutely on a tear with his Kalari. That's why we've seen it now for the third time, actually for the second time in a row after the one that last one, right? And it slowly but surely feels like D-Lab, they are just running away with it. Mav, this is the guy we have to look at, Epi Picker.
He's going to go for it. Tries to change your words. He hears you and he takes that one personally. Appy is deleted. Mav gets to kill. Another stack on the Blood Tithe to his belt. But look at the minimap. Look at the pincer here. D-Lab numbers down. But they take down Mav's size, with the black hole on Toasty onto Lorba. They don't have a way out. They get the pick, and that's going to be Lorba dropping because Cure is here to find the remedy to Primal's problems. Toasty blinks away because he sees Sneaks on the pincer, and it's Primal who come out on top. D-Lab might have overstepped in the mid lane.
That's a big shutdown to give over as well. Not Toasty, but instead Epi Picker falling on that Argus. Not who you want to see. Meanwhile, Counters being traded out as well, but honestly, it's not the worst. Has not been getting many of those frags beforehand, so it's not the biggest kill. Also, tier 1 secured now for Primal, so it's definitely not over yet. Kill score 12-6, but honestly, just the gold does probably not reflect that as much. 18.5 minutes in. We are gonna see those big objectives spawn next. I think second mini Prime has also been claimed by Primal before, so I'm not really expecting that to spawn before the 20 minutes mark. So I think now both teams, they just want to look at what they can find, right? So I think neither team really feels confident enough to start those objectives up from spawn, but now it's the time to look at the vision line, right? Push the vision in deep, try to make sure that whenever you are close to a shadow wall, you are gonna be the one getting the drop on the other team instead of otherwise.
We can already see here, Conte is going to eventually sweep out that control ward just at the entrance there to that left-hand side of the Fangtooth pit. It's going to be the third Fangtooth as well. Very slow-paced in the neutrals has this game been. Feels like at this point, Primal Fangtooth is normally spawning here, but no, this is just the third regular vanilla Fangtooth as well, so it will drop down quickly to whichever team is able to get there first. But look towards that minimap. Wards starting to be dropped by Primal at the river. D-Lab all around the pit. We need to see which team makes the first move. Mav going for some full raise. Going to be one status bomb. Looks like he want to pounce, but Mav concentrates the ground from Z. He does get him out. So just a little bit of chip damage. The D-Lab are the ones finding it a bit easier to start these fights. Dreadnought status bomb still a very potent combination here.
Definitely is. We see all 10 players being on the left-hand side. Epi Picker, the front line. You gotta think one of those stuns connecting can be chained with that other one, right? Whether it's Epi or the Decker starting with it. Seismic actually starts the play, goes in with that time warp, but now Lorba in the front line.
Lorba just goes straight back out of Primal pounce. The kill, but it's going to be traded. Matt is going to fall. It's Appy and Conte dealing with Stinks and Zihi on the right hand side. The D-Lab are the ones in retreat here. It's Appy is Toasty, gets toasted on the left hand side. Stinks jumped on towards Legacy. Doesn't have support in the Heaven's Fury, but Legacy aerial assault out does get the kill. But bodies dropping everywhere around this tier. 3-4-2 so far in this fight. It is a bloodbath on the left side. Appy though can't find the pick onto 3 members. They use that to blast out to get back towards the pit. They're going to start off the Fangtooth. No jungler available.
And Primal not only destroys D-Lab, but they also destroy the Fangtooth and TJ's microphone. So that is a combination if I've ever seen one. Epi Picker gonna take away that mid lane XP at the very least, but is gonna still try to run away. Does not have the most mana. Seismic not gonna opt to follow after him. Fangtooth being claimed 2 for 1. This was important. If D-Lab was to get this would have been pretty rough for them. Remember, those permanent stats only really come into effect if you get the third Fangtooth. The extra buff duration also feels really nice for Primal, right? That's always when those big objectives spawn. That's always the big difference maker, right? Like if Primal were to trade, for example, the Prime for the Primal Fang, the Prime would only last 50% less time, right? That is one of those big difference makers. So Primal taking the third one is really important for the game.
For sure. Just going back to what you say about that, the enhanced buff duration is kind of one of the sleeper benefits that you have for taking that first Fangtooth. Kind of a lot of people don't really pay much attention to it, but it is so important because it affects every single buff in the game. Also, Primal or Prime River buffs as well. And now we're at this point where teams need every advantage they can get. D-Lab's still in control, but Primal have started to fight back, feeling a little bit more confident to deal with the dive coming out from Dirty Lake and the boys here. It's going to be a very interesting next few minutes here with now all of the neutral objects coming back up. All Prime has been spawned. Primal Fangtooth about 3 minutes away, so we have staggered neutrals at this point in the game. It's tense with $1,000 on the line.
Yeah, $1,000, and both teams, they just realized, right, how to play their comps, because if we compare this game to the previous one, it's like night and day. The previous one, both teams had a lot of objective damage, so we saw like on cooldown when those objectives spawn, we saw both teams instantly go straight there. Now we know Prime is really hard to take, not a lot of objective damage on either team, right? Primal doesn't have an Iggy, for example, any longer. On Seismic, they can just delete those objectives. Conte on the Kalari does not is not able to tank up those objectives super long either, right? So both teams sort of have their weaknesses at taking those objectives. So we're just in a state where both teams just play for vision. We see all of those wards littered around the Prime pit, and we also are expecting sort of those picks to go in, right? Toasty and Appy Picker, those two guys with those big stun boys, they are gonna be a nightmare for Primal to deal with, right? That's why the vision control is so important, to always make sure that you know where the enemy is at.
Absolutely, needing to find any avenue here. Cure here, though, taking some damage on towards Lakeinator. A bit of a health bar trade. Mavi is here, though. Provides a little bit more than Toasty, who does back away. Appy able to help him out with the reinforcements there, but health trade looks like it's going to be favoring Primal here. Lakeinator taking a reset here at this point, so Primal do have an advantage here, but even on that left-hand side, you've even got the solo lane still fighting it out, so this is a 4 versus 3 at the moment in favor of Primal, but Dead Stick and the boys just keeping their distance, do not want to be caught out. Lorber forward crunches away, Sneak's gonna follow as well, blink out from Lorber, just can't seem to handle the Primal offlaner in that left-hand side.
Yeah, just can't handle it. Has to back away when that Heresy is online. The Seraph is unmatched in the 1 versus 1. As Gideon, I see him take a lot of damage. Looking at the minimap, he should be fine though, I think. Looking at Lorber on the left-hand side, Crunch, usually one of those duelist heroes that is really strong at controlling the pace of the game. This time against Seraph, it looks like he has met his match. And also, for the rest of D-Lab, it's a bit harder to play around those objectives this time, because the lifesaver of them in those last 2 games was the Narbash as well, right? Toasty providing so much healing, taking a bit of damage, it's not a problem. Just stand in the heal for another 2 seconds and you are topped up again. This is not gonna be the game plan this time around, right? Deca has a lot of long-range pick potential, but compared to a Narbash, it's going to be a lot harder to play those pit fights.
Absolutely. The sheer complexity and strategic depth required to click your abilities and stay within range of your allies is just mind-blowing. An incredible hero that is not on the board here. That was banned away in the draft, and as you say, that has just changed the dynamic here. With taking the boys. Toasty has done so much work on that pick here, but now on the Decker, now we have a bit of a collapse over towards Lorber. Sneaks already did burn the blink. Lorber going to go in towards enemy territory. Sneaks with the blink, with the Heaven's Fury as well, trying to beat him down, but this is a 1 versus 1. Might not have any interaction there, but it still have Zihi, but still, who's going to win this one out? Sneaks versus Lorber. Heaven's Fury comes out, Ascend comes back down, but that's a reverse of fortune. Zihi, that's not fair. We're just having an honorable 1v1 over here. Collapse in the mid lane on towards Mav. The Dead Stick and the boys do get the revenge. Seismic Black Hole will be responded with that Epoch from Appy as well. They redraw the vampires, trying to back away. Cynatic Obliteration channeled by Appy Picker. Seismic just closes the distance and closes the gap. Takes down that Argus. Takes down Cure as well. 3 for 2 in a cross-map play, and no team able to find an advantage.
Not a big advantage, at least one kill the advantage to Primal, but so close those team fights with the Sihi utilizing that reversal of fortune to help out his offlaner win that duel against that Canadian offlaner Lorber. Means that Mav is left out to dry in the mid lane, ends up being collapsed on, still a 3-4-2, Primal getting those 3 frags, D-Lab getting 2, not a big difference, right? And when those 2 big objectives are up, when the junglers are not down yet, especially for Conte, right? It's not a possibility for Primal to start up those objectives yet. Now though, with that Primal Fang also having started to spawn, right? It's gonna be a bit of a different game, because now we come into the territory where both teams are very evenly matched. So compared to the last game and the game before that, we're not gonna expect one team to just take one objective, roll over, take the other one. Instead, there might be mind games, right? We don't have perfect vision on Fangtooth. Maybe the enemy's there. Maybe the enemy's on Prime. Maybe they are in a Fnatic Death Rush in the blue side. Maybe they're in the red side. That is every avenue can be sort of explored here, right? And also something that we've seen in those previous semifinals is minions are not something to be ignored, right? Minions have been the MVP of today, and I want both teams to be cognizant of that.
Well, especially with what they've had to experience, I don't think Dare's Taking the Boys will be making that mistake again here. But as you say, it's mind games at the moment. We are in a bit of a lull state. Both teams jockeying for position, fighting over vision, fighting over angles as well. Lorber trying to force an issue. Torn Space comes out from Seismic, gets him back to base. Minion waves still need to be kept. These are fundamentals, the foundations behind successful play here in Predecessor. Conte, Toasty, and Lakenator actually body block each other there, all trying to go different ways, but they are going to regroup around this Primal Fangtooth. Cure and Mad behind the wall. Toasty able to check it with that photon beam, but it is so tense right now.
We see Muriel having to go to the right-hand side. This wave is pushing hard into that tier 2. Toasty at least, can at least reach under that fight with a reversal of fortune, but it's still gonna give D-Lab information on where that Muriel is. So the question is, what are they gonna do about it, right? They did see the Seraph on that left-hand side, but that is not a target they can easily catch. Lorber is the one that we're looking at when it's about those front line engages, and Epi and Toasty, they're the ones if you want to catch somebody from across the lane. That's what we saw before when Epi Picker got caught. Cure is actually on top of Lorber now.
Lorber actually goes back in. Cure just hits the shots into the offlane. He's going to go down. Mav, though, jumping forward with the reversal on top. Knock up on towards Toasty. But he's going to use that Shadow Slip to get back. That's a lot of damage. And now Primal surging forward, wanting to wipe out their Sekida boys. Toasty takes a chunk. Going to have to back away. Plasma Grenade out from Lakenator. They've got the distance. They're going to back away. But this means D-Lab lose complete control over the Primal Fangtooth. And Primal, they're going to start it up.
And the right lane is also a disaster for them. Look at this giant wave that Sihi prepared on the right-hand side. So Primal is being started up. Epi in the vicinity. Conte, full HP. Can he do it?
Oh, the Primal is going to be dropped there. Aggro lost. Sneak's going to go over and get some damage on towards Conte. Ascending and crashing down. They're trying to stop recalls. Right lane tier 2 has dropped to the minions. Dead Snake and the boys. And now, correct me if this has been wrong before, but this is where they were at in their semi-final matchup. Primal Fangtooth down to 6, down to 5, down to 4 as well. Waiting for going to fit. Seismic sees the opportunity. There's the black hole, but he gets instantly chucked out. But it might have been the distraction play for that Primal Fangtooth, which does get secured by Primal. And now they're gonna look for the team fight afterwards. Appy is able to get away. D-Lab looks like they got away with this one, but Primal are the ones who walk off with the Primal Blaze.
Yeah, they walk away with it. What a spicy fight that was. D-Lab can't really afford to lose the fight, right? With the big wave on the right-hand side. So instead, they can't really check it completely. Now Prime has been started up. Lorber again in the front line. Conte sneaking around an Invis around the pit. Sneaks is gonna have to leave. Primal does not have it in the tank to keep on trying to get it. Conte though does not connect with Sneaks on the second dagger. That could have been the kill that they were looking for. Instead, it's gonna go back the Primal Fangtooth is still on the members of Primal. That is at least easy to remember, right? But I think the big focal points in all of these engages have to be those minions, right? Left lane now pushing hard against Primal. They can't really start up that Prime, right? So they're losing a lot of time, and that is going to mean that those objectives, they are going to end up being desync.
And I like how they're playing around that Muriel as well. Zihi just seems to be on side lane wave duty. So long as he's able to get a regular push that will build up and build up on that left-hand side, forcing his hand here. But with Ila pushing the waves back, Primal still need to go back to the foundations, go back to the fundamentals, control the side lanes, control the vision as well. Everyone has respawned. Lorba is back, so is Seismic, but Lorba probably gonna have to think twice before diving onto Cure, because that Drongo is online and pumping out so much damage.
Yeah, Drongo is online, but TJ's internet is not as much. Prime has been started up. Sneaks is tanking this one up. They still have the Primal. Gideon is playing zoning duty, making sure that nobody can go in. Only Lorba gonna be close to the pit.
Primal are going to secure the onside as it goes in towards the black hole. They're going to look for the press there. They've actually find the damage with the high pace. Get damage down. Lakenator is out of the fight. Sneaker turns attention, takes down Appy. Mid laners are down for Bones, and D-Lab do not have the health bars to stick around. Lorba goes north, and it's going to be the rest of D-Lab going south back towards their base. They will at least escape here, but Primal get a big swing of gold.
Oh no, I really don't like this. Lorba could have proxied one wave, make the ending a bit harder for Primal that do not have the Primal buff any longer. They only have the Prime, only buffed up minions. They can still defend this. 4 members are gonna push in. They don't have the mid laner, no Seismic available, neither is Appy, but Lorba goes in, double dash, is gonna go further than he wants to though, and is gonna move the rest of Primal back to safety. QC, he is still playing around Vision behind the Shadow Wall. They still wanna go for the inhib.
Gonna start to take it down, and the inhibitor will fall on that right hand side. Come on, internet, you can do it. You can get us through the end of this game. 34 minutes on the clock. Primal will not overstay their welcome, taking the inhibitor on the right hand side and looking to reset with the enhanced recalls as well. Dare say the boys got the housekeeping to do as well, got to control their base, but now playing with the deficit. What a conclusion we are facing here to the third place game here in PCCX.
D-Lab had it all in their hands, right? Suddenly it's Primal completely in control. 34 minutes in. Everything is on the line. No big advantages for either teams, right? We look at the top, 18-14. Kill score does not matter whatsoever any longer. Third Fangtooth has not been secured for any of the teams. The big primes are off the board as of now, with them being a bit staggered. So Primal Fang is gonna be up when Prime is not. That is gonna mean that both teams know exactly where they need to position. But I think the big problem for D-Lab is that they have 2 inhibs down, right? It's gonna be really hard to deal with the split push that Toasty can facilitate on that Muriel with that reversal of fortune. And we can see D-Lab being restricted in their own base, can't move out. They're slowly but surely bleeding. The Prime still up on Primal for a few more seconds. I don't expect that to last though. Inhib might be getting pushed down with this wave though.
Third inhib is the last bastion for D-Lab to stand behind. Appy throws out Synaptic Obliterated, just looking for chip damage, not going to find much. And it takes Cure down to about 2/3. Sneaks and Zihi linking up. Lorba is here as well. Inhibitor only a whisker away from death. There'll be one more mini wave to crash here. This could be the game deciding moments here. Sneak's going to be hit by the stasis bomb from Toasty, but they're not able to link up. Appy takes a chunk from Size. We're going to have to back away. Lorba looking for an opportunity. Mav goes back in towards the backline, but Shadow slips back towards the rest of his team. Dirty Lake and the boys lose all 3 inhibitors, and Primal, they see the opportunity to take their namesake and go over to the left-hand pit.
Yeah, this is just a disaster for D-Lab. Getting 3 inhibs taken down by Primal, it's going to make it so hard for them to contest any of those objectives. Just a bit of inattentiveness is enough for them, for the minions to push down the core. That's what we've seen so much before already in this tournament, in previous PCCs as well. Sneaks and co, Primal, they are on that Primal Fang. Toasty, Appy and co, they are gonna try to contest this.
Conte Gonna go in towards the pit. Conte, what can you do? Conte on the Primal Fangtooth, but here is the fight from Primal. They will take down Toasty, and D-Lab are gonna run. They're gonna get out of their Lorba, able to escape the CC chain, but Conte, man, this jungler is just built different. Goes for the blink, and it should be enough to get him out. This game will go on.
And the best thing for D-Lab is that Prime has not spawned yet. So they have a bit of time, right? This Primal Fang, they don't need to do much with it, right? They need to clear waves. The right inhib is going to be the first one respawning. Once that inhib respawns, they're going to have a bit of an easier time leaving the lanes again, right? Slowly but surely, especially with all of those siege minions coming in, everybody is going to transition into completing their 6 items. You can see Lorba, for example, having 5.5 items already. Lakeinator, 6 items deep, completely finished with that Skylar build, already a potion in his pockets as well, and Primal and D-Lab. This is all gonna depend on a team fight. This is all gonna be one fight decisively decided onto one side, and suddenly the game is just gonna be over, right? Don't let those structures fool you. They are gonna give an advantage over to Primal, but they're not gonna be the big game changer that you think they are, because if it's Primal that gets wiped, then they're gonna lose regardless. Lorba is in the front line. The Crunch is not as tanky as he wants to be, but still, red side, we see a big blob of members grouping up.
Going to be in position around that Orb Prime, getting ready. It's up to D-Lab though to try and tank this out there. Maybe with a collapse there on towards Toasty on the back away. Containment fence does come down. Seismic takes the chunk, but he's still alive. Lorba looking to loop around, having to back away. His team's playing chess, moving one piece forward as one after the other. There's a collapse on towards Seismic, who does at least get away with the torn space. Lorba takes so much damage with the rad rounds, with the Primal Blaze. Cure drops Lorba, and now here comes the rest of Primal. The Heaven's Fury on towards Lakeinator with the good blink back, but that's a very low health bar on towards Sneaks, but Conte is down. Mav is still here. Seismic blinks forward. CCO kill on towards Appy, but he's not gonna find him. Seismic drops, and now the health bars are so low. One ability, one more Blaze could do it, but Minue's gonna crash in. Sneaks goes on towards the members of D-Lab looking for the damage. Salatic Obliterator fully charged here as members drop 3 for 4. Appy the only one left, but the D-Lab base is the main problem. Sneaks though gonna avoid the stun, and now they're both gonna take an arc shot over towards left hand side. Who is gonna drop first? Sneaks with the wings takes down the D-Lab mid laner, aced, and now the base is well and truly for the taking. Cure is here to deliver the killing blow with the minions. Primal are your team that secure 3rd place in the PCCX.
The biggest PCC to date, and it is Primal winning against the favorites of the tournament. Our rank 1, our seed 1 D-Lab falling in the end. Rank 4, not a bad result, but for a decorated team like that, it's gotta be a disappointment, especially with that 1k prize pool for that 3rd place team, right? We're gonna have the grand finals after this one, but this one, TJ, was already absolute cinema.
This was peak cinema. I could not agree more. Back and forward between 2 titans of the PCC in 2024. And as we look to 2025 and the rest of the competitive calendar as well, so much to look forward to. What a game between these two sides, coming down to a team fight, coming down to the finest of margins. Absolute cinema. That's the warm-up, though, as well, for grand finals to crown our PCCX champion. But wow, what a conclusion towards that game. Congratulations to Primal. They do walk away with the $1,000 of that 10k prize pool. Dead Stake of the boys for all of their efforts. Not going to leave with anything at the end. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but Primal are the ones who win that series.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially disappointing just looking at how well D-Lab was playing at phases of the game, right? Second game was completely in their favor, right? They completely controlled the entire pacing of the game. And the third game, they also had the lead, right? They were doing really well. Conte, again, on that Kalari was showing what to do. The dual lane was doing fine. Lorba was doing phenomenal. Epi Picker in the mid lane, the unsung hero, right? Getting so many frags on that Argus. But in the end, you're still playing against Primal. They are also, for a reason, the 2nd seed of the tournament. And in the end, they just completely flip it, right? Really smart macro play, always keeping those minions in check. And Winions win you those games, and once all 3 inhibs fall, it's just a bit too hard to come back.
Well, there we go. That is going to be the sun setting on this game and this series. What an absolute series that we watched there. And that's going to do it from myself and Tang here with the third place game. We're going to throw it back to the desk for the post-set breakdown. Then we're going to go sit down and buckle up for the grand finals. Back to our dog on the desk first.
Thank you so much, TJ and Tank. Congratulations, Primal. You've swept away Dirty Lake and the boys. Apes together strong. GG's D-Lab, and thank you so much for helping us put on a good show. But Primal showed us their sheer strength, their lethal force, and their deadly nature. Primal winning the third place series is a fact that rings loud and true. Sneaks, Cure, Seismic, Mav, Robot One, and Zeeky say their name out loud into the heavens, and they cement their legacy here at PCCX. But Blue Jay and Dr. Shadow, what stood out for you from that last game?
I mean, that game was an absolute bloodbath that needs to be studied by other higher tier teams, because I don't think you could have a closer game. That was so back and forth. That game was the perfect example as to, early games or early deaths don't matter as much as those late game deaths, right? Like that for a period of time, it looked like Primal was just not even playing the video game. And then they came online, they started getting those big ultimates like the Muriel Reversal of Fortune, like the Black Hole, like the Feast. And then we started seeing them actually getting a chance to press buttons and play. They were actually down in CS across the map, like drastically at the end of the game. I know people were memeing on D-Lab because they lost to Creeps in the semifinal match. Yep. But Lakeinator actually had 11.6 CS per minute, so he was definitely a creep enjoyer in that game. But when all is said and done, it came down to the very thin margins of who was hitting spells and who wasn't. We saw Appy Picker in that very last fight, just particle shuddering nothing for a very long time. There was 10 seconds where he was just shooting and it wasn't hitting a single thing. So, thin margins.
Oh no, Blue Jay, come back to us. Let's give him a moment here as we wait to hear from him about what he thought about game number 3. Blue Jay, are you there?
I think I'm here.
Yes, you're here.
We're having a little problem in the back end, but it's okay. Now, I just want to say congratulations to Primal, and then thank you to both teams for giving us a spectacular game. But Primal made those little differences in draft that we talked about before to kind of give themselves a comp that had the ability to come back in the later stages of the game, and then prevent D-Lab from having a comp that when they got those early game leads, that they would just sail into the late game without any real consequence of their team fighting. And we saw the Muriel having a big effect in the side lanes of those matches. There were, I think, 2 or 3 1v1s between Lobber and Sneaks where the Muriel kind of ulted over and saved a potential catastrophe from happening on the Fangtooth side of the map. So I think they just played really well cohesively as a team. And it sucks for D-Lab. That was a really close game. But like you said, those thin margins come out, and those team fight mechanics are what end up being the overall decider at the end of this game. But they should hold their heads high. D-Lab played an amazing tournament, an amazing series. So congratulations to both teams. But Primal came out with a win in the end.
Phenomenal plays from both sides. Thank you so much for playing. But it was, like you said, and what we've seen, Primal that ends this game at their enemy's core. Unfortunately, we are saying goodbye to you, Blue Jay and Shadow. What would you like to say before you leave us?
I just want to thank Choice Plays, Lance Cecil, the PCC for having me and welcoming me and HD Philly B into the community. I love Predecessor. I love getting to do all this stuff. I don't really have social media, so I'm not plugging myself or anything, but I just want to say we love Pred, and I can't wait for this grand finals that's coming up. So thank you to all of you 700 viewers or whatever at home for being here and supporting us.
Yeah, thank you to everybody, PCC staff. Like Shadow said, amazing production and amazing thing you guys put on here, and just really happy to be a part of it. I don't have any really socials either and stuff, so I'm not going to plug anything, but it's always a pleasure to be here. After I got dropped, I kind of needed a home, so I needed to come here, and this was the place where I wanted to be. So thank you so much, and can't wait for the grand finals.
Thank you so much for being here, Blue Jay and Shadow. It was an absolute honor to share the desk with you guys, and you two are brilliant, and I hope to see more of you in the scene, Blue Jay, Dr. Shadow. But gamers, it is not yet over because we still have to watch the grand finals, best of 5 between Autumn Leaf and the Leftovers. As Sabrina Carpenter would say, please, 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 don't go anywhere. Let's take a quick break. Welcome back to PCCX, and it's time to watch the Grand Finals Best of 5. We started with 21 teams, and now only 2 teams remain, but only 1 team walks away with all the fame, glory, and the honor of being called PCC champion. What you're seeing here at PCCX is the culmination of grit, training, and sacrifice. They know that the stakes are higher than ever, and it's time to go big or go home. And in the world of Predecessor, all it takes is one team fight, one objective, or perhaps one mistake, that one person out of position to turn the tides in your favor. These teams are standing on the brink of glory just ahead of them, but can they rise to the occasion, challenge fate, and rewrite Predecessor history? Let's continue to celebrate the extraordinary talents of these players who continue to defy the limits, push the boundaries, and redefine what it means to play Predecessor. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's welcome in our desk analysts for this grand finals. Let's start off with Lance, a brilliant caster and talent coordinator here at PCC. How are you?
I am stoked. This is 2 years in the making of PCC events. This is the big one. I couldn't be more happy to be here. I have to apologize for that shocked look on my face right when we came on. I had not seen how fresh my guy Medkit is looking. I like the cut. You stole my look.
And of course, Medkit, longtime desk analyst, meme generator, and Predecessor content creator. He does both of you do look very nice today. How are you, Medkit?
I'm good. Ready to collect myself now? Okay. In an era where contenders collide, exists PCCX, where true champions are born to compete. Where the first mistake could be their last, they must choose their battles. For only the strong survive and the bold victorious. What will these teams do for victory? One will succumb to destruction. One will rise to glory. But we are all witness. PCCX, let's go!
Let's go. I love the enthusiasm coming from you, Medkit. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, we do have a video from Soul Reaper himself. Let's take a look.
You thought you'd never see me again, didn't you? Well, too bad. I'm alive. You thought you'd never see me again, didn't you? Well, too bad. I'm alive.
I love it. That is our grand finals best of 5.
That was good.
Lance and Medkit. We have the 2 teams from Swiss taking out the powerhouse veteran teams Primal and Dirty Lake into the boys. They are the underdogs, the dark horses, the sleeper teams out of PCCX have emerged. Going into this grand finals, how are you expecting these 2 teams to play against each other?
So if you look back into our Swiss, like you're saying that they came from, Leftovers did take it to Autumn Leaf in the game that they played. They ended up pulling out the victory, destroying the core. So hopefully they're looking to rinse and repeat that. But Autumn Leaf has looked incredible. The gauntlet that they have fought through to earn their place in this finals is unlike a road I've really seen from anybody up to this point in PCC history. Taking out EWT, who a lot of people had picked all of the way to the finals, taking out Primal, who we just saw beat D-Lab in a best of 3 as well. It's incredible that they've made it this far. I'm expecting a lot of action, a lot of mid-prio between Soul Reaper and Bry, maybe a little bit of Iggy contention. We'll see if they have to target ban that Gideon out to facilitate Bry playing Iggy, because you don't really want to play it into Gideon. But I know this is going to be a slobber knocker. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a full series.
I can't wait to actually see if Autumn Leaf kind of adapted to the last time they scrimmed, which was about a week ago. We're gonna see if they changed up any strategies. Most likely, just don't give Mercy Sereth. Get rid of Narbash, get rid of Yin, and a whole bunch of other threats. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, both of these teams are coming in hot and they're ready. They're hungry. They want this championship. And this is PCCX, baby. You gotta be ready. You gotta know which heroes or which draft you want, because you gotta be prepared. This is the grand finals. Lance, you're talking about Autumn Leaf, right? They lost a game to even worse timing. They lost a game to Leftovers in the Swiss stages, right? They've only lost 2 games. But Leftovers, you're talking about them just coming in hot. They've only lost 1 game so far. They came out of Swiss 3-0, and the 1 game that they lost, that was against Rogue. They're a team of players that are newer. They're comprising of Leftovers. That's why that's their name, which can be compared to Scraps. But this team has shown that they're solid. They're able to coordinate well, and they devise a plan of action, and they're going to execute it. Let's talk about draft. We talked about, potential heroes. Medkit, you're talking about the Narbash. We've seen that on Bartle. What other heroes are you expecting to see going into this draft?
So I actually think that they've got a little bit different flavors in what they like to look for in drafts. Bri likes to go towards that Iggy. Soul Reaper really likes this Faye or this Gideon pick. But as far as what we are seeing, like from the jungle, Nivula likes to go with things like the Countess, where Mercy is preferring Aurora, and a couple of different options. So I think there's going to be a lot of room. We see the Yin. This is an alert. Yin has made it through the band. Not going to make it through the first.
Wow. We finally get to see Yin in the grand finals. Thank you guys for for giving us a chance to see this hero play out. But if I'm Mercy, I'm fully smiling from left to right ear. I mean, this is fantastic. We see Autumn Leaf pick up Sereth and Zinx. So far, a pretty good combination. They can dive with Sereth. They can regen with Zinx. And looks like for Leftovers, they decided who their ADC will be.
That's going to be the Skylar. I really love what I'm seeing from Autumn Leaf here. They've seen and they've been watching the games, because this draft is looking like the game between Primal and 30 Lake and the boys. They let D-Lab have the Yin, but Primal picked up the Sereth, and Autumn Leaf is doing the same thing. Nivula can have that aggression. He is the playmaker, one of the playmakers from Autumn Leaf, and you pair him with Soul Reaper, they're not afraid to box and fight and have those little skirmishes all around the map. You're seeing the Drongo and the Zinx. That's the duo lane locked into Autumn Leaf. And then the Howitzer in the mid lane for Leftovers.
And they are really pinching this mid lane pool by picking up the Howitzer. Already banned Faye in the first rotation. Gonna ban Gideon in the second rotation. I actually thought that they were going to give that over, but instead really targeting, trying to get Bri that favorable matchup into it. I also just want to go back to really liking the Sereth pick. A lot of people are thinking that that's the answer if you let Yin through, because there's not a lot Yin can do to stop Sereth herself. So there's a 1v1 that you can actually win. It'll be Belica, the fun button available to Soul Reaper here. Still 2 more picks coming through for Leftovers to round their comp out.
That is the answer Soul Reaper and team will go for, is the Belica versus the Howitzer matchup. If I'm Autumn Leaf right now, the last thing I'm probably thinking is who we're gonna need like a little bit more beefiness, maybe a front line or a tank. And it looks like Leftovers have chosen Muriel to assist in probably that Yin dive combination on top of possible wombo combo team fights, because they just picked up Steel. So now we see the entire roster for Leftovers.
Based on what we've seen from previous games here at PCC, the only other choice for support was either going to be Muriel or the FaZe, right? But they're opting for the Muriel, and they're taking that away from Autumn Leaf, and the last pick being Crunch here. Lance and Medkit, which team comp are you preferring and why?
I lean leftovers just because I know what Mercy can do on this Yin. I like seeing Bri on the Howitzer, and there's a lot of ways to take Seraph into a bad spot if she does use her primary ability onto you here. Lots of good protection with Steel and the Muriel too. I think I lean that direction.
My eyes are on Yin here. If that's Mercy on Yin, I can't wait. I love watching Mercy have this hyper aggression playstyle. And if he's doing that alongside a hyper aggression assassin like Yin, I gotta go with leftovers here.
Both of these teams are relatively new to the scene compared to the seasoned veterans that are Dirty Lake and the Boys and Primal. And they've managed to make it so far because this is the grand finals and it's a best of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please brace yourselves for our first game. Get your predictions in. Will Autumn Leaf be begging for mercy on their hands and knees, or will the leaves rain on the scraps? The draft is ready, the players are here, and they've come to play. This is the grand finale between Autumn Leaf versus Leftovers, only here at PCCX.
What makes a champion? Power, skill, strategy, and something deeper. An unbreakable will. Champions rise through fire. They stand out. At PCCX, the ultimate showdown begins. Who will conquer? Who will define a champion?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. This is the big one, PCCX. We finally made it. At the beginning, we had 8 competitors each looking to climb their way to the top, and now only 2 remain. The competition has never been higher between our last 2 finalists. On one side, we got the leftovers, the remainders of other people's teams who banded together in order to make a run at the championship, and they are oh so close. Who would have thought that a team made of scraps would have been the scrappiest, as they have gone 2-1, and made it look too easy. However, standing across from them, it is going to be Autumn Leaf.
I mean, this team, Autumn Leaves, has just been playing their hearts out. They have came here from the LCQ past the Swiss quarters and semifinals, ladies and gentlemen. This team is nothing to shy away from. Yes, Leftovers had taken them down once, but this is a best of 5. First 1 to 3, and this is the grand finals. They had turned a new leaf after that loss, and they have just been dominant in their performance, and there's nothing left but a question for you viewers, for you spectators here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, now, gamers, are you ready to hop into the finals of PCCX?
And we drop down to the sanctuary here, Ego. Ladies and gents, we're going to say it one more time. Let us know in chat who you're rooting for, because we are now beginning. This is game number 1. The champions are on the sanctuary. As you see here, a nice standard save start from both sides, looking to respect each other, as no aggressive starts are going to be happening here today.
I have to kind of emphasize on something you just said.
respect each other. Both of these teams have gone at it not only in scrims, but they are very familiar with each other as players as well. Autumn Leaf, having been knocked down previously by the Leftovers, they are very, very, very aware of just how potent and how willing and mentally strong these players are. And that's not even talking about what ultimately is a very solid draft, as we can look over and see Yin has been locked in to the Leftovers.
We've heard the talks, the yipper yappers of Yin. We know this hero is on a overpowered level here, Ego. As we know, they do not want to see it in this game, but they allowed it through, and Mercy is being able to pilot this. It's going to show us whether these lies have been told, or can Autumn Leaves really answer this going into this.
I got a little bit of a hot take here, man. I personally would rather see the Yin over the Bondrewd Bash. We haven't seen them pilot the Yin. Outside of maybe some scrims here, we have seen her make an appearance within the PCC, and that didn't go the best. But you have seen time and time again how just efficiently and comfortable they are with the Narbash built into their competition. They're willing to take you into those deep waters in a 40, 50-minute game and ultimately pull out a win.
That's what everybody's trying to do here, is be able to pull out that win. We did see the steal pick up through that draft. We talked a little about it in the background there. We thought Mercy was going to pick it up, but once that Yin was there, we realized, hey, it is too much to pass up. But let's go back into it. His opposing jungler is going to be Nivula on that crunch. We've seen it time and time again here. Ego Nivula had an outstanding performance throughout these stages, and just with this hero was allowed to just help and facilitate for his team.
I couldn't agree with you anymore, man. This crunch, especially with Nivula piloting, it has just been so very potent, and even more so than that, aggressive, as we are going to see him making a rotation over towards that solo lane. It's going to be Bondrewd utilizing the Bull Rush to get under tower, very aware that there's more than likely a jungler lingering, I should say, within that near proximity jungle. Mercy, though, is going to be able to secure that hunch, as he is going to be able to get eyes on him. It's going to be a 1v1 here, as a blink for blink will be exchanged. Crunch is going to get so very low, but with backup on the horizon, who will fall first? The answer is going to be Nivula, as he is going to get sent to the junkyard. Yin is going to be looking to utilize her own blink to create some space, but it will be for not, as Morose is going to be able to collect the kill, and Bry is going to collect the kill on him. It's going to be 2-1 in favor of the Leftovers.
3 minutes in, 3 kills here, Ego. We saw the aggressiveness coming out of Mercy. We talk about how his jungle style is he's going to take that fight to you. He's going to force you to beat him in that 1v1. And with the rotation, with an unexpected Bry within 3 minutes, look to that river, realized the gang potential, and was able to help to come out on top with that trade.
This is something I think that Bry may be doing in response of what we've seen from Soul Reaper up to this point within the tournament. This man is an adventurer, a journeyman, if you will. He has real estate in any lane that's not the mid. He is constantly rotating and looking to help its team establish pressure within the duo lane, within the solo lane. And we have seen them be able to pull ahead in a lot of instances because of Soul Reaper operating in this way. I do really like seeing Bry getting active here early.
That's what we want. As we see Mercy being a little bit more active, Morose does not have a flash, and he should be dead to rights, and there's just HP going down, but the leap is there. Mercy and Bondrewd still on that tail.
They're going to be able to just follow behind him. He's going to have to make some pretty solid maneuvers coming out of Mercy here in order to close this distance. An improbability is ultimately going to be impossible here, as we're going to see the Seraph evading death.
Evading death, but this allowed Mercy to get a nice little invade off into that 5 camp, not securing the in entirety, but still able to leash some XP nonetheless. So we're 8 seconds away from the first neutral objective spawning. We notice Nivula on that side of the map. Dual lane has been a little bit quiet, haven't seen too much kill potential there yet, but that all might change with Nivula looking on that side.
Nivula is going to be on janitor duty, going to walk onto a ward here more than likely, but actually not extending far enough to tap it. He's going to be making his way back towards his blue side jungle. I am expecting F6 to see both of these teams be putting a lot of priority on these Fang Teeth.
I couldn't agree with you more there. We've seen how objectives win in games, but look at this Bondrewd seeking for Soul Reaper's. Mercy's on the opposite end.
Dude, a 3-man rotation on the Soul Reaper here. That's a lot of prio. Blinky is going to be utilized here as Belica is going to be looking to create some space. Void Bomb does come up, but doesn't make contact, as it looks like both teams are going to disengage.
You're gonna have to take that disengagement, but they did force out the flash on Belica, and the worst thing you want to be in the mid lane as Belica is without an escape. Yes, you have that CC to create a little bit of appeal for yourself, but it's not gonna be too good if you're too far pushed up into that lane. So expect Mercy to be able to punish that flash, or that blink, I may say, in this game early on within the next minute or so.
And speaking of Mercy as well as Soul Reaper, these guys, solid friends, like to troll each other a little bit outside, but I'm 100% positive that it is going to be all business on the battlefield here. Everything's on the line. The championship, the crown, the $10,000 as well. Both of these players are certified in their professionality and in their skill. Not many people are playing at a caliber these 10 players in this match are going to.
Not at all, and that's why there are people inside of this grand finals. These two teams has worked their way both throughout the very beginning stages. Nobody thought they were going to be able to make it, and this is the first ever in PCC where from the Swiss stages, these two teams are going to be fighting for that crown, fighting for that championship here today.
As Tang said in the previous cast, man, it's pure cinema. The script writers for PCC need a raise here. Both of these Swiss qualifiers looking to oversend not only the first but number 2 seed in order to qualify themselves here into this grand final situation. Now, they're gonna have to make almost perfect plays against each other, knowing that if either one of them makes a mistake, the other one is gonna take full advantage.
We haven't really talked too much about this duel lane, but we can see they just got Cryo on side of that map, and now they're going to be pushing towards this first Fangtooth. Jungler's in the opposite side looking for an even trade, so this is going to be a handshake between Autumn Leaf and Leftover saying, hey, we understand we don't want to be pushing ourselves in bad spots here. We're just going to take this, keep it simple, and wait for that mid game, and I think that's where they're going to start to turn that heat up.
Keep it simple in the early is the best way to say it, right? We've said it time and time again, and you know what? I'm going to say it one more time. At this caliber of play, the only thing guaranteed to you is the early game. One mistake then can cause you to completely rattle out as you look to make your way into the mid game. So both of these teams are very aware of that. Are going to be looking to play it safe, a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, a suit and tie like you did at AEF6, as each team is going to take a separate objective on separate sides of the map.
And then with that early game, we saw a little bit of aggression coming out, but now we're kind of sitting a little bit back. Both teams saying, hey, we don't want this to go to a blowout just quite yet. We're playing for a $10,000 prize pool here, and we also want that crown. And to be able to brag about this for the next year, like, hey, we were the champs of this 2024-2025 season. But let's look into this duel lane. Neft and Guasi, these two top-tier contenders inside that duel lane, have to go against Jay and Bartleby. I mean, these guys have been playing exceptionally well, and when that dual lane pops off, it's going to come down to skill here when it into the matchup.
And I can't put enough emphasis on Neft, right? If you let him get ahead at any point of the game, your chances of losing basically double. As now we're going to see Soul Reaper here getting punched for not having access to that Blink Void Bomb. Is going to go down, but it is not going to knock down Mercy's HP. Luckily enough for Soul Reaper, a rotation from Guasi is going to stave off Mercy's Yin in the jungle.
Just a little bit of a scare there, pushing back, just poking, prodding, seeing where you can get stuff, and this is where they might possibly be able to force out the blink and flash. Mercy gets another kill, and Soul Reaper on the run, but not able to get away.
Dude, the leftovers are just leaving absolutely nothing left within this fight. We're going to see, though, looking to get a little bit of a trade as Bondrewd is going to play his favorite song, Staying Alive. He's going to dance away from the danger in the solo lane.
Navala, though, still lurking on that backside of the T1, forces himself into that, does not get enough to get the kill, and look at Leftovers forcing this T1 down 10 minutes into the game, opening this map here, Ego. We know how crucial this mid lane T1 is for the rest of the game.
Everything is just looking Leftovers right now. They got the kill lead. They didn't get a Fangtooth, so they're not really putting the enemy team here in Autumn Leaf in a position where they have to worry about that third pickup. So a little bit of that pressure has been alleviated. But, I mean, in exchange, they've gotten the mini prime. They've gotten the mid tower. They have basically gotten everything they've really wanted so far in this game.
they're controlling this game at a very good pace. You're seeing exceptional play throughout. Small mistakes have been made on Autumn Leaf here, and they've been punished by Leftovers. Mercy doing an exceptional job being able to close the gap on a lot of these kills, and the rest of Leftovers being confident, following up on their jungler, making the plays here today.
And that's something we've talked about within our previous cast of these teams that they're both going to be able to do, but it seems like when you have Mercy at the forefront, it seems to be just a little bit easier. If you see Mercy engaging, you're almost certain that you're going to be able to get 1 or 2 takedowns there, as well as maybe an objective off of it. If they continue this play, they can really put Autumn Leaf in a bit of a tough position as they're going to be looking to scale into the mid game.
And the mid game is where to get that prio in. They also need to worry about the second Fangtooth. Don't get me wrong. Autumn Leaf able to pick up the first one. You don't want to put yourself on the back foot, forcing yourself to fight for that third Fangtooth. We don't know how this game state is going to look like 15 minutes from now, and that's going to be very crucial. But here, another gang, another Mercy pops the ultimate.
Speaking of being put on your back foot, it's going to be Mercy yet again looking to put his best foot front forward. It is going to be an engage on Gwusi, bringing him below that 50% threshold. And looking at Neff's HP, there was zero chance he was going to be making a rotation to possibly help there. It's going to have to be a reset here for 3 members of Autumn Leaf.
They did get a little bit of pressure there, forcing Nivela and Gwusi back, making sure they're not able to contend into that dual lane. Just not quite on the timing to be able to get towards that second Fangtooth we were just talking about, but enough to send a message like, hey, we're going to be here in the next 30 seconds and you're going to have to fight us again. But the ultimate is down on the side of Yin, which is a crucial for whenever the ADC jumps into that pit to be able to block away some of those projectiles. So we'll see how this plays out as we see Autumn Leaves are able to get the priority on the Fangtooth pit.
I wonder if they are going to actually contest this, or if Autumn Leaf is going to be making a play for it at all. As you said, not having that ulti up means you're not going to be able to knock down some of that damage as easily as you might have. We are going to see Gwusi showing face, though, as Neff is also going to be making a rotation back towards the pit alongside his team. This Fangtooth is going to get started, being brought below that 4,000 HP threshold. Steel is going to be able to step in, but the question now becomes who's going to be able to step out. Autumn Leaf here is going to have to take the fall for taking that objective. Nivela is going to be oh so very low and now likely oh so very dead. He is going to be able to just tippy toe out for only barely a second before he ultimately is going to send up to Heaven's Gate. Gwusi now is going to have his back to the wall before he gets back into the grave. Jay looking to capitalize on the momentum that they have seized. It's going to leave absolutely nothing left of Neff, who is going to fall as well. That's going to be 3 members who are going to be eradicated.
Oh my goodness, they lost the Fangtooth, but they were able to clean up that fight. Now they turn their attention towards this dual lane T1. Yes, second Fangtooth goes towards Autumn Leaf, and that is a plus on their side, but they lost out in that team fight, and now they're going to lose out on their second T1. This entire left side of the map is now opened up. That's going to allow for Leftovers to start to create some deeper vision. And Mercy, though, contesting Soul Reaper, but does not want that fight as he sees Nivela approaching from the backside.
Might see a sizable soul tear into an attempt to combo out, but with that Void Bomb being just a little bit off, it looks like we're going to see a reset instead. Morosto and Nifula are going to be making a play for the mini prime. Waiting in the wings, though, we do see Bondrewd is going to be making a rotation on over with his team right behind him. It looks like we may have a fight. Bull Rush is going to be utilized inside of the pit while onto the back end. Jay is going to force Soul Reaper out of the engagement. Bri is going to be able to pinch between Gwusi, as on the bottom line, it's going to be Mercy, who obviously shows none. Bri, though, is going to be the one who picks up the kill on Nivela, who's sent to the scrapyard yet again.
And Morose is on for the escape, but the chase is there. Big Howie might not pop it out, and Morose is just going to go down, and that's a nice little 2-piece for the side of Leftovers as they now look to turn themselves towards this off-lane T1, and Gwusi is the only member left to try and defend on this side of the map.
Face of an Angel, man. Sereth got sent to Heaven's Gates, and this may be the last tier 1 for AO or Autumn Leaf to get knocked down. Luckily enough for them, they're going to be able to buy a bit of time as there isn't a wave to immediately push underneath. So Soul Reaper and Gwusi are going to be able to defend it and save the solo lane.
Star Fortnite, when it comes out to these objectives, Autumn Leaf is being in control of it, being able to secure them, but their problem right now is to be able to get out scot-free, and they're not being able to do that. Leftovers just taking the fight to them. They said, hey, we might not be able to get our economy throughout these objectives, but we're going to get those kills and keep up with you that way.
You know, they haven't really been able to get out of a lot of these engagements, but they have been able to get in the cardio. They have been doing a lot of attempting to running away throughout this game. They are, once again, 2 up on the Fangtooth, which is good, but with how the dynamic of these fights have been looking, I don't think the leftovers is really going to leave them an opportunity outside of maybe a steal to get a third.
No, I mean, they definitely have to fight for that. It's an all or nothing there. I mean, the third of Fangtooth gives you that permanent damage buff, give you the protections that you need for that late game, and it's going to be there forever. I like to think of it as a second tier 2 item towards yourself to be able to have an advantage against your opponent. And if they're allowed to get that third Fangtooth, Autumn Leaf still has a chance to keep themselves in this game, because we know 20-minute mark, that's where it really starts to become a problem.
I'm very much so, if I'm in the position of Autumn Leaf, just playing around trying to get to this third Fangtooth. I'm playing for picks 30 seconds before it even comes up and maybe looking to get a play around the pit. They need this to be able to propel them back into the game or just for a team fight to go their way.
And they need to go their way, right? Especially with about another minute left here. Third Fangtooth to spawn. And leftovers need to be able to defend this. But both of these teams are going to highly contest that neutral objective. Xerath, though, not having a good time into that steal. We like to think of steal as a good counter matchup to a lot of different opponents and doing a great job over there as those 2 EU offlaners, top 2, being able to battle it out.
I think Steel is just generally a good counter to everything because you can't counter something when you can't put in your buttons, right? You might as well throw the keyboard away. You get shield slammed into shield smacked into bull rushed. You're spending a lot of time just looking at your opponents around you. And if we do see him piloted in these team fights to take out someone like Soul Reaper, maybe get a timely pick on something like the other side's, not just Soul Reaper, but the Xerath, who's going to be a little bit harder to stick to, we could see it completely change the dynamic of these team fights and further extend their lead, as now we're going to see Nivula just knock down Mercy. That's going to be a lockdown kill, as now Autumn Leaf are going to be rotating towards the Fang Pit.
And that's their junglers down, ladies and gentlemen. This is a free smite advantage for Nivula, but Bonju says, we're not going to give you guys time to get the damage out, and now the battle has ensued.
Dude, Morose on the back end is absolutely getting shredded, though. Neftam looking to engage. Is going to have to fight Interbri, who's going to be able to utilize the Blink. Will come out, but in the blink of an eye, he is going to be eradicated. Neft is going to get buried alongside this Mercy, as it looks like now both teams are going to reset around the pit.
And Moreau is fighting for him life. R2000 doesn't hit, but Soul Reaper picks up Bondrude on the back end as the fight still is going on over by this Fangtooth pit. Mercy is now up, though, and the rest of Autumn Leaf is looking low. It's going to be hard for them to contest this.
Soul Reaper solid poke here with the use of the Seismic Assault. Will be able to get the knockup, but with the Fangtooth being dropped there to that 500 point, it is going to get easily smited away, as one Fangtooth is going to go in favor of the leftovers.
That's what they needed. A saving grace there. A huge ult coming out of Bondrude there to be able to take the fight towards Autumn Leaf. To like, hey, we're not even giving you a chance to get this slow, so you have that smite advantage to be able to stall, create some time for Mercy to get back up. And I think leftovers played that exceptionally well, picking up their first Fangtooth of the game.
At this point, I'm going to ask you, F6, from your perspective, what are you going to be telling outside of Soul Reaper locking down a couple kills out of the mid? Are you telling Autumn Leaf to kind of play towards that third Fangtooth is no longer really a possibility? You're going to have to jetson your way back into this game another way, as it does feel like all the momentum is still in the leftovers' pockets.
As it is, and Soul Reaper looks to be dead to rights here. No more HP, but Gwassi try to save the day. No neurogenesis, but here comes Neft looking for another fight.
Off the back, and I have to assume this is going to be a chase. It is going to be a blink, though, in response to Kill It Where It Stands. Getting out of dodge, it is going to be Mercy on you, now making their way back into their red side.
You have to ward it down, though. They do know Morose is there, but Morose is going to try and take this fight. Bartldo is here to help support, but can Morose take this as Nivula shows up?
going to be a 2v2 Cruncher on the engage. It's going to be able to knock up 2, put down 1, as she is going to get buried underneath the damage. Jay is going to be looking to at least make it some type of a trade, but the utilization of that reversal of fortune won't be enough to save her, as Morose's tick is going to be enough to put her down alongside her teammate Crunch, though, getting very close to getting recycled, as he is going to be able to blink away with the Nori Genesis follow-up. We have an all-out brawl here. Epoch used out of Brian is going to only be able to prevent him from getting popped temporarily. Morose is going to be the one who picks up that kill, as ultimately we're going to be looking at a 3-2 trade here in the solo lane.
Oh man, dude, Autumn Leaf turning the heat up, saying we are still in this game. What a fight taken over there by the off lane side of the map. They were able to send a message back to Leftovers here that, hey, you guys might have had the kill lead, but we're going to close this gap. We're going to take that fight to you, because now the big orb prime has spawned and the Primordial Fangtooth is next. But what an exceptional job by Nivula. We've talked about it a little bit earlier here today, me and you, Ego, that Nivula just played an exceptional crunch game throughout his series in the PCCX here, and this is what we needed to see from him going into that early game.
This is something that is said and kind of shared as a sentiment throughout the entirety of the community. Crunch is really good when you get the opportunity to play Crunch, and we saw him getting to play into that no CC rotation, as Mercy here looks like he's going to drop into the bed. He might have just dropped into the grave here, as it's going to be all 5 members surrounding him. Soul Reaper is going to be the one to get the kill, as Bondruid and Bry are going to be looking to back up.
They just started there. They have the damage, especially with that Seraph and the Crunch and Power just going straight damage throughout that big Orb Prime. What an exceptional play. They knew they had the time to be able to take it, and they were successful with it. Mercy tried to get in there for the steal, but just not quite in time. And now Autumn Leaf are in the advantage here. They have that big Orb Prime. They won the last big fight, and now Leftovers have to find a way back into this game.
Yes, indeed. They do still have the kill lead here, but it definitely does feel like the switch has been flipped coming out of Autumn Leaf here. They're getting a little aggressive, and now it's going to be paying them dividends. Able to lock down that tower within the far lane. We are going to see a little bit of prio put on the mid, which with this Prime does look like it is going to fall with the rest of Autumn Leaf grouping.
Now Nivula, understanding he has that big Orb Prime, they do have a significant advantage here. Somebody's going to have to answer Morose over there inside the off lane, because that is going to be expected, so Bry goes. But this allows Nivula to take away some of the jungle there from Mercy to keep himself ahead, and Mercy's going to have to find some farm somewhere else.
Morose is going to have to find his way anywhere else. Bright utilizing that ulti, it's going to drop him to that sub 20% HP threshold. Bondruid on the back end is going to be able to get it engaged with the Bull Rush, but a timely use of the blink is going to be able to save his life. However, the question becomes, are they going to be able to save this tier 2? It looks like not, as it's going to quickly fall.
And that creates a lot of space that they're creating right now for the Primordial Fangtooth. Bry answering that left lane into the off lane side of things, and now they need to push back on the side of Leftovers onto that dual lane to be able to contest this Primordial Fangtooth with confidence.
I'm going to be real. If I'm playing for either one of these teams, I'm not playing the most confident, despite what the kill lead may say. We have seen that AL is very capable of just completely switching the narrative of them being behind. As such, I am kind of looking forward to seeing them get a full 5-on-5 engage here. Maybe playing a little bit behind Nivula, as we know that Mercy is also going to be looking for a pick. That being said, F6, it looks like pick control, at least initially, is going to go over to Autumn Leaf.
It is, but they do still have this steal that they could play around. A lot of CC coming from that kid, as he now chooses to take that engagement.
Big ulti, sadly not going to be able to hit anyone. Bondruid is going to come down before getting put down. Soul Reaper will be the one to pick up the kill. Nivula on the right side, 1v1ing Jay, while the rest of the team is in a scramble. It's going to be 3 lives taken. Now soon to be a 4th, and 5 will be taken at the end of the day. No one's left for the Leftovers. It was Autumn who was hungry for the kills, I guess you could say. That's an ace that's going to go in favor of Autumn Leaf.
That's an ace, and that's a 30-second timer. Inhib already being pushed in here, Ego. This might be game number 1, as Autumn Leaf successfully got that fight and now pushing towards this core.
it is going to be game one here that is going to go in favor of Autumn Leaf. The leftovers aren't even going to be present as the core falls. The entire game, it looked like they were playing from behind, but with one key team fight and a little bit of fire behind them with that primordial blaze, they're going to be able to walk into the core room and steal away a game one win in the finals.
Say it time and time again, one fight after that 20-minute mark can steal the game away from anybody, and there they did it. Autumn Leaf, like you said, leftovers were playing exceptionally well and being able to push that last team fight, cleaning up. Nivla taking the one-on-one, Sarah causing commotion in that back line. They just couldn't keep up with Bonjour as he was able to initiate the Muriel Reversal of Fortune, did not knock anybody up, did not allow for them to really get as much CC as they wanted to, and force Muriel to try and back up there. And they were just able to clean up one by one and finish that game by pushing into that tier 2 on the left lane.
I mean, the name of that Muriel does really kind of encapsulate how I feel about that game, a definitive reversal of fortune. From the kind of get point of that game, we saw Autumn Leaf as having to play from a little bit behind. I think they were down 6, even 7 kills at a point. However, with the just switch of a flip, they were able to shore it up, put themselves back in a more commanding position, and the moment they had the momentum, they just ran away with the rest of the game. That being said, we are going to see the leftovers have the opportunity to make some adjustments before we make our way into game 2. That being said, we're going to be sending it back to the desk.
And that is how you play the video game. Thank you so much, Ego and F6. We're back with Lance and Medkit here to break down the game for you. That was just game 1 in this grand finals. We promised you action, and action was delivered. $6,000 goes to first place and $3,000 goes to the second place team. Game 1 does go in favor of Autumn Leaf in this best of 5. Lance and Medkit, please help us make sense of what we just watched.
It was just a turnaround. You get down so much in the early game. They had the neutral objective lead, though. They get the second Fangtooth. They go down like 1-7 in the fight to secure the second Fangtooth. But still, the objectives, they can keep you in the game. Those permanent buffs last. They can really help get your team over that edge when you're just behind a little bit in stats. They did a good job of keeping it close enough that they were within range. They hit the point that they outscale, they outplay, they get the good team fight, pick up an Orb Prime at the end, push the core down and win. And I'm gonna be honest, it looks like we got a series on our hands.
Lance, 100% agree right there. What we saw early on was Mercy doing and on Yin being hyper aggressive, and it was working, right? Very early lead for he led his team for a very good lead in the beginning, and then towards the mid game it kind of slowed down. The kill score was like 1-9 at some point or something like that, and Autumn Leaf did have the objectives. They had 2 Fangtooths, but out of nowhere, next thing you know, they're up in kills and up on their core and just won the game. And that was such a fantastic turnaround. I think this was a statement match because I asked before whether or not Autumn Leaf has found an answer for that early on hyper-aggression that I've been talking about. I think they have.
And Yin doesn't seem to be as lethal as they make her out to be against a team like Autumn Leaf. But going into game number 2, what needs to be the strategy for leftovers to really stand a chance against the Leaves?
So I think it all comes down to the neutral objectives in the game. You got to play around them. You got to try to make a move for them early. Pick heroes that can, afford to leave off lane if they have to roam over to secure those early neutral games, or that can push hard enough that they don't lose too much coming back over to it. Good team fighting kits put together, picking the right heroes, but I don't think there's that much that needs to be adjusted. You got to pump the brakes on the panic mode. If your leftovers, they played a stellar game 1. By all means, they could have won that game just as easily as Autumn Leaf ended up turning it around on them. Stick to what you're doing well. Focus on the successes you found in your early game. Play smart in the mid to late game, and you should be able to at least get yourself one back in the series.
I say for leftovers, just keep that foot on the gas pedal, allow Mercy to do his thing, follow on his aggression. And if I'm Autumn Leaf, as a team, I want to perhaps
communication. Help each other track him in the jungle. If they can tell each other, inform each other which quadrant he may be in, they'll put him in a position where they can react to the chaos that's about to unfold when Mercy comes in.
Lance and Medkit, this grand final series will be filled with non-stop action between Autumn Leaf and Leftovers. But let's get ready for game number 2. But before that, let's take a quick break. Welcome back to PCCX. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, your host here with Lance and Medkit, our top-notch desk analysts. We just watched game 1 of the grand finals best of 5. Before we head into this draft, though, let's focus on the one team that took game 1 away from Leftovers. It is Autumn Leaf. It's a team that's comprising of mechanically skilled players, very versatile in every role. That is Morose, Neft, Guasi, Sol, and Nivula. What can we say about them?
There's so much to say about them. It's hard to pick where to even start with them, but I have to always go into the duo lane. When you have Neft on your team, it doesn't matter who else is on your team. Neft is your star. I don't care how many Twitch viewers you have. Neft has 7 Feng Booth champions. He has won every single European event but one. All time, 2 years. He is an all-star. He's doing it on ping as well over here. NNA had a pretty good mid to late game performance in that last one. Also has Guasi in here as a support, constantly moving up the ranks as far as how these players view the support pool. During media day, we had a lot of talks about what the strongest role is or the deepest role, and a lot of people always point to support, but Guasi's always 1 or 2 on everybody's list. He was playing with the enemy ADC up for the last 9 PCCs up until right now. But like I said, when you get an opportunity to play with Neft, you join his team. You move to the mid lane Soul Reaper. Does anything really need to be said about him? He's got the same haircut as me and Medkit. He's always up in CS. He's always roaming around, facilitating the other people. He's like a support playing a mid or playing a mage in the mid lane. He's all over the place. Nivula hadn't really gotten onto a roster up until this point, but was able to finally get secured and onto a roster that has Titans on it. Morose, probably the best offlaner in Europe. We've had a really strong showing overall from European offlaners in here. Lauber still counts as a European as far as the Europeans are concerned, as long as D-Lab is winning. And then Bondrude in this finals matchup as well, that's 1 and 2 in Europe as far as I'm concerned for the offlaner since Tang has retired. And there's just so much depth in the storylines of these players and going up against each other. Neither one of them being an established team that had success in a PCC leading up to this point, but coming together when the moment is right, when the big check is up there on the pedestal for you, waiting on the stage for you to come up and sign your team name for. Autumn Leaf looks like they're ready to go up and get it.
I mean, you have Neft on one lane, Morose on the other lane. They're both like among the top 10, top ranked. They both have at least like 70% win rate. They have tons of championships under their belt. I mean, we're talking about like high caliber, top tier players here. And man, when you have someone like Neft and Guasi and Morose on the same team, both your sides are pretty much rock solid. And plus now you have Soul Reaper facilitating the mid lane with Nivula and kind of making those plays in order to facilitate the rest of the team.
That's right. And that's served on a silver platter for you guys only here at PCCX. Autumn Leaf as a team, they're so versatile in what they do. And this is like what you guys mentioned, they are all mechanically skilled players and they know how to play the video game. Without further ado, let's just jump right into this draft. Briefly, we talked about certain strategies that they need to employ, but Leftovers, they have the first pick and ban, and currently they're on the back end of things. They're entering game 2, 0-1.
And I like them getting rid of Seraph. They tried to pinch Reaper in the first draft. It did not work. He just fell down to Bellica. Still had a very good performance on it. You see Autumn Leaf banning Yin and this. That's what helped get them ahead in the early game. Autumn Leaf trying to be able to take it to them in all 3 facets of the game now. Leftovers going to start with that Drongo. I'm not positive about that being the first overall pick, but what they went with.
That is very interesting, just securing Drongo right away, and not really sure why, whether they actually want Drongo or they just don't want Neft to have it, because maybe they actually want to secure these Fangtooth lands. Like maybe they just don't want to deal with a pool of silencing gas, and you know, their jungler won't be able to hunt, but we'll see.
I really like the Zinx pickup here. It's going to be in the hands of Guosi, and we know how Guosi knows how to engage well in team fights. And in the hands of Guosi, he's going to play Zinx. Zinx has the ability to grant you heals, sustain, and when you get in trouble, Zinx and Guosi will be there to save the day and support the engages of Nivula and Soul. I love the Faye pickup in the hands of Soul Reaper here, but Leftovers, they're responding with their own sustain with the Narbash.
And the patented Aurora for Mercy as well. And I want to highlight this Narbash pick. He has had a very high win rate through PCCX so far. His ability to help you sustain longer fights. You can sit there, tank some objective damage, keep that on, take fights, back up for a little bit. The other team doesn't have that sustain. All your team gets full health. You go back in at them, helps take those longer ones. Skylar going to be the answer for Autumn Leaf. So we will see Neft pilot the flying ADC.
Yeah, right now it's either like you want an enchanter support. It's either Narbash or Zinx, one or the other. They're both pretty much top tier picks right now. Disruptors are just not in their cup of tea right now. They really want that team sustain, playmaking support roles. And here we see Crunch got banned and Kalari got banned. Neither of these teams wants to deal with these two heroes here.
I'm actually really interested to see which jungler will be in Nivula's hands, because you're looking at the bans. Every single hero right there in the ban list can be played by Nivula. And when you're looking at Nivula as a jungler, he is consistent. He knows how to claim stakes on objectives, and we've seen that as evidenced by the previous games shown here at PCCX. They're going to pick the Grux though, and that's going to be Morose on the Grux, but definitely can be flexed in the jungle as well. Leftovers responding with the Zarus.
Yeah, and Grutos on the Morose. When Zarus was released, very recognized as the counter for this Zarus. Has changed a little bit with some of the changes to both of those heroes. A little bit more even of a matchup. Still in Grux's favor, still in Morose's favor, which is a little scary. Morose, known for his Grux, is going to be the Bellica to round the composition out as well. So it looks like that'll be Bry piloting it in the mid lane for Leftovers. One more pick to get answered here. They could flex this Grux into the jungle, but it's probably going to be the jungle for Autumn Leaf here.
And most likely going to be Morose on the Grux just to go up against that Zarus. And I'm surprised they went with Belka rather than a Gadget if they didn't want to do those late game wombo combo big AoE team ults with Zarus and Aurora. But Bry decided to go with Belka instead. And the last hero picked for Autumn Leaf here will be Greystone.
Definitely leaving us in suspense here, because Greystone was actually played by Morose in one of the other games in the semifinals as well. But I'm just thinking, like, Greystone, he pops his ultimate, and then after his ultimate, if he gets low again, Zinx just resurrects him. So he can last pretty long during these team fights against Narbash's sustain. But going into this game number 2, which draft are you favoring and why?
I prefer the Leftovers draft. What you're saying about Greystone is true with having 3 lives, but he has to have 3 valuable lives. If you can set him behind the ult, yeah, it'll get him another health bar. Yeah, the Zinx will get him another health bar, but he's a sitting duck before and after. You know where he's going to go. You can CC him, destroy the health bar again. This is a bunch of comfort picks for Leftovers. Aurora on Mercy is what you like to see. Bartle do on the Narbash, the Bartle Bash. You love to see it. Red Dojo forever. Once again, I like Leftovers composition.
I'm looking at Soul Reaper over Autumn Leaf. I think he might be the X factor here. If he can kind of out-tempo the Narbash's Reclamation, whether he chooses to go for it or not, those team fights can be very disruptive for Leftovers, and they probably will wonder like what just happened. On top of the Greystone multiple lives, it's almost like the old Phoenix is back. I'm gonna have to go with Autumn Leaf here.
And there can only be so much cleanses for that Faye ultimate, because we know Narbash is usually going to be using that Sanctification Crest if he does choose to go with the true silver item. But game number 2, Lance and Medkit, is coming right at you. Will the Autumn Leaf fall and deliver the change of season, or will it stay pumpkin spice latte season? Let's send it to Ego and F6.
Gamers, welcome back, welcome back. You guys know who it is. It's Z Squared in the casting booth, and we got a game 2 in the grand finals today, F6. After a very, very convincing win here coming out of Autumn Leaf in the first game. Are you ready to see this game 2?
I'm more than ready here, Eagle. Leftovers, I feel like they kind of left a little bit too much on the battlefield there in game number 1. They had a lot of control. They had it in their hands, but Autumn Leaf just did not go down. And I think here in game number 2, like what Lance said, a lot of comfort going over towards Leftovers, and we see that we have the Bartle-Do Bash.
The Bartle-Do Bash indeed. And I was going to say within that last game, I take back what I said about, letting that yin go through. But I am sure all the Leftovers fans are very much so happy to see the Bartle Bash back in play. This is a tried and true character that we know he is incredibly comfortable on. But not only that, they win when they have this Narbash.
And the sustain that it just allows, we've seen time and time again, the sustain from that mid to late game just turns everything around, even if you're losing inside that early game matchup where he's just not as potent yet. That mid to late game just so crucial for that Bartle Bash to come in handy. And we've seen him just be so successful with it. And if they're allowed to here, that's going to be that real game changer. But let's not shy away as we're looking at Soul Reaper on that Faye. That is a crucial pick for them to take out of these fights because we know how that fly trap plays into them.
Dude, Tinkerbell with that attitude can be oh so very impactful in a lot of these team fights throughout the entirety of the match. Getting everyone on the enemy team and putting them in one place to just be comboed out is always really good, but it is especially so when you have some true damage coming out of Morose on any of those secondary lives he calls upon with this Gravestone pick. There's so much potential in both of these compositions, but ultimately only one team can come out winning here, as Bondrewd is going to be able to get some pretty solid damage off on Morose here within the solo.
Just being able to knock it down there as we do get a little bit of a pause here, just a little bit, just to reset ourselves, but it is going to be huge here. I mean, we do see that Morose and Bondrewd are playing against Starter, but it's like, I don't know. I think it's still going to be even matchup between that Greystone and that Zarus.
I couldn't agree with you anymore. I think it's going to be a relatively even matchup on the entirety of the board. Both of these teams have characters that are going to be able to play relatively comfortably. We know that, the opposition's first priority is to make them uncomfortable. And for me personally, on a competitive spectator view, it really does come down to who does that first.
And it's definitely going to be looking like Bondrewd's being able to take this to Morose here. Still have not gotten an even trade, but Morose needs to be careful. Does get the level 2 advantage, but one more Spirit of Nier might get him to that threshold where that 20% extra damage to execute that Greystone is close by.
And now as we are going to actually be penning over to that duo lane, we are going to see looking like the Leftovers are going to be forced underneath that left side T1 tower. A lot of pressure coming out of the Zinx.
And Zinx is one of those characters that has so much oppression to be going on. She has that ricochet stun to be able to stun multiple people around you, that also has that sustain to help you out. Not quite as potent as that Narbash heal when we start to see that happening in these team fights, but enough, especially with that Regenesis there, to create an extra life on top of having a Greystone. That's a 3-life hero that might just be in your backline tearing it up. You know the increase in the damage that he got on his latest buffs.
I'm going to be real. I didn't even think about the possibility of that 3-life Greystone. That right there sounds like my sleep paralysis demon. It just will not go away. This Greystone's going to be able to wreak absolute chaos onto the back line. Wow, we see Mercy looking to wreak a little bit of chaos on his own, utilizing the glacial charge to try to cut off the space. He's going to be just shy of being able to lock Neft away from that T1.
So close, just a little bit too late. If that wall was to connect there, a lot of flashes would have been forces and just a lot of resources out there before that first Fangtooth fight, but just not quite yet. But we can see that aggression that we like out of Mercy, and something that he's comfort on is that Aurora. And if those walls start to land like we've seen before, it's going to be changing up a lot of things for Autumn Leaves here.
The Aurora is also going to be able to add so much value into them being able to lock down these Fangtooths, right? The combination of Aurora and the Narbat to be able to sustain through taking the objective just in case you do have to take a fight after. It's not as bad as what it could be, but more importantly, that Glacial Charge locking it away, as now we're going to see Bry looking to lock himself away from the opponents. It is going to be a charge, though, as Nivula ultimately is going to be the one who picks up the kill on Bry off the rotation.
That is first blood, ladies and gentlemen. Put him on the board, but that was a flash for flash. Grux does not have that flash to initiate into that first Fangtooth fight when it is upon us, so that's something to note about. But like we said, a Belica without a flash is going to have a rough time for the next 5 minutes if caught out again.
It is going to be significantly tougher on them. We're able to actually see here Autumn Leaf looking to maybe pick up the momentum a little bit within the early game, as we had seen them do against previous opponents. That rotation from the Aurora almost paid dividends, but was just a little bit off. However, the rotation on the Bry here within the mid lane was right on target. Soul Reaper playing his space back is still going to be victimized by that seismic assault, as now it looks like this wave is going to get shoved underneath the T1.
Beautiful job there for Mercy helping out, but it's going to be up down here to Nivula to be able to try and help with Bry, but look at the rotation coming towards him. He needs to be careful.
Smash and grab, no blink. It is going to beg for Mercy to come over, and he will. Bondrewd, though, ultimately going to be the one who picks up the kill, as we may have a little bit of a fight ready to break out. Neft, having struck first, is going to be able to get a lockdown kill onto Jay and extend their kill lead by 1.
That forces them away from being able to really commit to doing this Fangtooth picking up. But Jay, they don't have the amount of damage that they need to, especially early on without their ADC. So that's a huge pickup on the side of Autumn Leaves. Great job there by Neff to be able to follow that up and to be able to at least pick one after Nivula went down.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the best teams are going to be able to do, right? You take a little bit of something, even if you lose a little bit somewhere else, you have to always be looking out for the opportunities to extend your leads, whether that's setting the wave properly. I mean, we've seen winning so far in this tournament what feels like a couple times, being able to get a lockdown on the space of an objective so that the other team can't initially engage on it. It gives you time to maybe get a full rotation over. Always looking for value, the best teams are, and it looks like Neft found it after that rotation.
Something to note here, though, we do have Zarus level 6 here, and with that, with Colosseum ready to go, this starts to change the game a little bit here when we get into these team fight aspects. Still, no prio on the first Fangtooth just quite yet, but still going to be able to take this fight to Morose.
Yes, he is, and Morose looks like he's going to be losing it, especially since we know that there's a lot more health where that came from with that ultimate being up for the Greystone. As such, we're going to see Bondrewd just taking his time and playing it back a little bit in the solo ads. We're going to see an engage, though, coming out of Autumn Leaf. They're going to be in the pit. Gwossi, as well as Nivula and Neft, are going to be able to just absolutely melt through this. Mercy is going to be too late for the rotation, but with the Glacial Charge, it looks like they're going to be looking for the engage here. Not quite yet, though, as we're going to ask ourselves, F6, who goes in first?
I mean, Flytrap is down, but Nivula takes the initiative here, and Bartled is going to be the focus if they can get him out of fight, but Mercy picks up Nivula!
He's going to take his life, as now Brian's going to be looking for the engage, playing the space over to the left side. Barbado is going to be singing the song of his people, as Mercy is going to be able to mow down yet another member. Gwossi will fall, but he will not fall alone, as Neft is going to fall. Skylar now sunk into the ground, buried 6 feet deep. That's going to be a 3-for-nothing trade.
Awesome trade there from Leftovers. They bought their time to be able to get it out. The Flytrap there being down was crucial for Autumn Leaf to really have the upper hand in that fight. But once it went down, the sustain from the bash was coming in handy as they were able to take that fight and clean up with a 3-for-1 trade.
I mean, hey, this is why you get Narabash, right? This is why they're so comfortable with it. You look at an opponent, they secretly have 15% more HP than what it looks like they do, and it can come in such clutch in moments like that where you're fighting for an extended period of time, especially after you are, let's say, you know, touched in the waters a little bit when you're exchanging a little bit of that poke. That being said, a great play coming out of the Leftovers, and if they can duplicate it, we may say this series evened up 1-1.
Something they need to be watching out for is they don't want to make the same mistake as last game. They allowed Autumn Leaf to be able to keep securing these objectives, but stopping them from leaving in these fights. But we saw how that ended up, and they're going to need to be able to secure themselves some objectives on their end early on to be able to stop them from getting that 3 Fangtooth.
That was something that we've seen them do relatively well in the past, right? We touched on it a little bit earlier within this match. Barbledo, as well as that Glacial Charge being coupled together, does make some of their secure the pit, if they're the ones to get there first, pretty solid. It also, you know, makes their late game scaling just exponentially better than a lot of other people's. But if you can get there and get these points, to get these neutral objectives on the way to your late game, then you're just going to be putting yourself in a position to win.
That's what you want to do, is win. This is a best of 5, but oh, hello, Bonju needs to get out of there. No, but they pick him up on the side of Autumn Leaf. Mercy, not enough to get there in that rotation timer.
Dude, best of 5, but we see Grux there. Nivula getting the best of him. A key rotation here to close that kill lead just a little bit here, as we're going to see Autumn Leaf strikes back.
Still a close game here, 4-3. Only one neutral objective has been taken. Or Prime is still up to be taken here as well. Do you see that Greystone's trying to get some vision? They don't have quite the pressure to really get there just yet. They did see Mercy on that side. They're trying to push themselves back. But with Nivula and up at the end here, they're going to be matching up jungle for jungle on the same rotations on the side of the map.
They are, and as they are going to be matching up jungle to jungle, I want to kind of veer the conversation over towards the junglers a little bit. We have seen both Grux as well as this, we're getting very much so active throughout the game, as we are going to be looking to them to start playing around not only their lanes but these objective engages, since we know that cryo size up could completely change the face of a fight. Do you think that either one of them has a little bit more pressure on them to perform in this game too?
I think it has to be Leftovers. Kind of going with Mercy here. He has to outperform here. He needs to tie this series up. And we all know it starts with the jungler. The jungler sets the pace, sets the tone of these matches, and he needs to allow for his team to help him here. Talked about how if his team follows up, they're most likely to win that team fight. We saw that inside the game number 1, but they failed to really do so towards that mid to late game, where Autumn Leaf was able to close out on those fights. They need to be able to find the targets here, pick to it, and kind of play how they did with that first Fangtooth. Focus fire on a target, picking them off one by one, keeping those comms high.
Speaking of focus fire, that's going to be 3 Prime. It's going to be Soul Reaper playing the space at the back in the pit, as now Bondrewd is going to make his way over. That Colosseum could be key here, but fighting into Morose is going to be a little bit more difficult. Glacial Charge is going to be able to seal off a portion of the team fight, as we are now going to see a big Cryosasm onto the back, and it will lock down 3. That man has ice in his fades. He's going to be able to lock down all 3 members alongside his team, as we see the Leftovers pull ahead.
They pull ahead indeed, and what a great timing for them. We talked about them to be able to secure a Fangtooth for themselves. Yes, they lose out on the Meteor Prime, but a huge team fight to give them the advantage to take control of this pit and get a head start on the second Fangtooth.
I mean, this Fangtooth is free, right? This bad boy is on the clearance aisle. People are now just going to be getting up, but with the pressure being put on the mid lane, as well as the time it's going to take them. This Fangtooth is just going to easily go into the pockets of the Leftovers. This is their dream play.
Dream indeed. They have all the hope that they need as they are taking over game number 2. They have the kill lead. It's tying up on the objectives when it comes towards a Fangtooth, and they are playing exceptionally well here. You're seeing a different Leftovers. Yes, they played dominant towards the early game in game number 1, but now their focus power, they're seeing them just be able to just communicate better. Huge Bellica knockup into the Aurora Cryosystem. Stars also come out on top. They're just in sync and in this game together.
This team play most definitely does feel like it has evolved to a degree, as Neft is going to take a fair amount of poke being dropped below that 50% threshold for his HP. Brian's going to be looking down the horn of Nivula on this Grux pick. Probably not going to be looking for an engage, knowing that there is going to be backup waiting in the wings as Mercy is standing on a ward. Zaris, as well as the Greystone, going to do off-laner things, looking like they're just going to be chilling around throughout their lane. But that being said, about 14-ish minutes into this game, F6, I think the Leftovers have a little bit of wind in their sails.
They do indeed. Flytrap goes off as Soul Reaper is looking to steal this 2 camp, taking away XP away from Mercy, but not able to actually clear it out. But now Soul Reaper's in trouble. Not a lot of HP. Mercy and Zarus are behind though, so they might be able to take this fight.
He was baiting a little too hard. Soul Reaper ultimately is going to fall, but it most definitely is not going to be free. As a follow-up to that, it is going to be Bry getting buried beneath the damage of Morose. Being able to pick up a kill, he will get killed himself. Violence does deceit violence, as Ponchrude is going to be able to extend the kill lead to 6 for the leftovers.
Bry, he's our guy. We've heard that before. The man is confident. Playing against Soul Reaper, who we talked about, was just an absolute dominant force in the mid lane, but Bry is not scared. The Neural Disruptor didn't do the job, but hey, I got a blink and I got an auto attack to secure it there. And with that, Autumn Leaf got a little too aggressive. Great rotation from leftovers to be able to pick up another kill to come out with the win on that trade.
You know, I got a blink, I got auto attacks, got this Neural Disruptor for you as well. It's really about sending a message, and Brian most definitely did do that. We have been putting a lot of emphasis on AO or Autumn Leaf's mid laner, and he has showed us that, hey, he is here to play.
100%. I mean, I think both of these teams are here to play, but Brian, my goodness, what an outstanding player right now. He's been able to control Soul Reaper in this mid lane, not letting him roam for free. And I think that's one of the huge benefits that are going towards leftovers right now. Soul Reaper's not able to rotate as much as he's been doing thus far in PCCX. And that's a huge advantage that they're going to have to go through and hopefully able to sustain it throughout the rest of this game.
And that's the most important part, right? You can have the best early game you want. It can set you up to win in the late game, but if you ultimately lose, and I mean, hey, stats are nice and all, but you know what I like more? $10,000 cash prizes. As Nivula here is going to be pushed out of the jungle by Bry and Mercy. We're going to be seeing a reset out of the mid laner for the leftovers.
And with that third Fangtooth in the minds of both of these teams, they need to start securing this dual lane and mid lane pressure. When it comes out to leftovers, they've already taken down that T1, so they have the opportunity to push that way towards the T2, get a little bit of a deep vision, hopefully on that red side, to be able to tell them where that Nivula is, where that Grux is coming from, so they have time to respond to what he's trying to do. And that is what's going to allow for them to get the second Fangtooth to be able to secure this fight. We've already seen their combo at work, being able to be successful, and they just need to be able to apply it time and time again throughout the rest of this game.
You know, I'm going to actually double down on what you said. More information is always better, and you need to know where Nivula is on this grudge. This brother is a jump scare in a scary movie. He pops up and somebody just dies out of nowhere. If you can get a lockdown on him, maybe in a rotation, or get him to show face unbeknownst to him on that right side of the lane, that can most definitely set you up to be able to get a lockdown on that secondary Fangtooth, which, despite the kill lead they do have, it does feel like the leftovers needs, as the desk and you said, it's objectives that win games.
And objectives indeed is what is on the minds as now the Fangtooth gets closer and closer, ladies and gents. This is the third overall Fangtooth, the second one for both of these teams, looking for that out of combat movement speed. To some of you might not be important, but that allows for these teams to rotate faster to these objectives, to these lanes, to get them to apply some pressure through the jungle, either rewarding, stealing it away, or just be able to chase down some of these guys when they're trying to run out.
And chase down is something that we know both of these players, both of these teams altogether are very much so comfortable doing. Maybe overextending from time to time, causing it to become a trade. But we are going to now see an engage here. Coliseum does come down, and Guozi's Blink is going to come out. Playing the space over on the right side is going to be Mercy. Seeing that many enemy health bars, though, it's going to incentivize them to back it up.
And Morose out here doesn't want to fight Mercy, does not want to get picked or get chunked too much. They don't want to use that Stoneforge Soul right away, but still, playing that space, smart by leftovers, but Soul Reaper is still lurking. At any moment, that fly trap can go off, and that's going to be that go button for this Autumn Leaf. But on the other side, though, Mercy still has that Cryosystem available to be able to separate these guys.
Hoarfrost's going to be utilized to get a little bit of damage. Bri, though, is going to be left alone and isolated, as we are going to see a fight taking place over on the front. Mercy's going to engage the 3, while the rest of his team is going to engage onto the back line. Morose is going to need more HP if he's hoping to survive. He won't have nearly enough. Jay is going to be able to lock down that kill. Drongo may be looking for a little bit more, but may slow it down. Snefta is going to fall at the hands of Mercy. Soul Reaper is going to reset, as we're going to see the rest of this squad and the leftovers mosey their way to the Fangtooth. Look at all that Narbash value.
Huge fly trap there by Soul Reaper, but just not enough. Morose getting knocked out there. Soul Reaper pushed back. The Bartle Bash healing comes into play. They chose to give up that secondary Fangtooth to go after just Mini Prime, and that is going to be the trade that they're going to have to respect. But they had the jungler advantage. They still could have taken a reset, play around it, but it's just going to have to go over to leftovers. And what an exceptional play by Mercy, zoning out 3 members of Autumn Leaf, giving them the advantage in the fight there around the pit to get the upper hand in that fight.
I'm gonna be real there. Like, that's something that I was gonna double back on, and you touch on it immediately. The fact that Mercy zoned out 3 members. I mean, yes, he's Aurora. The Hoarfrost does do a portion of the work for him, but he was able to look down more than half of this team and say, hey, look at me. I'm the captain, and he forces them off the objective. So the rest of his team can just reset and now take an objective, building upon their lead.
And building is what you need to do. That Narbash is getting to that 20-minute mark. We know how he's changed that fight around the Fangtooth, but with that reset, a little bit of shift of economy, he is now onto that almost to this 3rd item stage, and he's going to start to be a menace. Now they need to look out for that big Orb Prime. That's going to be the first big objective going to be spawned here. We know how that changed the game when Autumn Leaf was able to just pry one of these big objectives to be able to just run it down. And with the middle inhibitor down here, we still haven't seen them really take advantage of it by getting those deeper wards towards Autumn Leaf jungle. But that's going to start to be set up here if we know how these competitors are going to be playing.
I'm going to be honest here with you for a moment, F6. I'm feeling uncomfortable. Leftovers, they have the kill lead. Yes, they have the objective lead. Yeah, that's different than last game at the very least, but we've seen Autumn Leaf be behind a multitude of times and then just decide, nah, I think we win, and just absolutely rip a W out of the jaws of an L from the opposing team here. And as this game begins to scale out, do you think that Autumn Leaf might find their groove and just flip the switch yet again?
I mean, these are fierce competitors. We talked about how well they played both of these teams, and if anybody can do it, one of these 2 teams definitely can. Autumn Leaf definitely has the potential to be able to switch it around. One big fly trap, one big sequence going to be able to change this at any moment, especially when we're this late into the game. But at the same time, just how well Leftovers have been playing together. They've just been able to zone out when it comes to Mercy, or just be able to sync up on ultimates. You do now see onto this dual lane, Mercy sticking around a little bit longer to kind of give his dual lane an advantage.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And Bartle Bash looking at his carry, and Jay saying, hey, I have never had a low HP Ranger within my lane a day in my life. And he's looking to keep it that way as they are going to be able to reset the lane here into the combination of that Zinx and Skylar.
Big Prime, still not a lot of vision around it. We do see that Leftovers have at least the initial entrance of the pit. But still, Nebula playing a little bit on the backhand side. None of these teams want to make a huge mistake. We haven't seen too much of an advantage just quite yet. Bri matching that Soul Reaper rotation, what we like to see, but Nebula's on that side of the map as well. At any moment, it could go down.
Bri waiting in the wings here. More than likely is going to be stepping through Vish, and Nivula, though, is going to be making a rotation to that dual lane more likely than not. That Fangtooth still has a little bit of time before it comes up. Do you think that we may see these teams just waiting for this Fangtooth to pop back up, F6, or maybe getting a pick and making a quick rotation onto that Prime?
One of the good things about having both of these objectives up is the fact that you're able to make the enemy choose which one, right? If you're able to control one pit, then you're able to be like, hey, we got a decision to make here. Not just, hey, do we fight for this Orb Prime or not? But it's, hey, do we fight for this Orb Prime and leave the Primordial Fangtooth open? And it's a very crucial part of pretty much micromanaging the decisions that are made.
As we are going to see Morose makes a decision for his own health. He's going to be utilizing that ult in order to reset his HP as it was getting awfully low. Bondrew going to be able to play with some of that advantage now if he wants to be able to freeze the lane, as it seems like this solo lane may have a strong push going either way sometime soon. Jay, Barbledo, Gwussy, Neft, they're going to be doing what dual laners do, and that's farm.
Farm indeed. We love a dual lane that farms, right? You're trying to get that carry to get to a point where it can carry the game. So we need to see these ADCs get back into it. But something that we're going to see here is this Soul Reaper going to be here. Colosseum going to have to force out a flash if she doesn't have it.
No! Oh no, the CC is going to be good. My lord, bro. Bondrew is doing origami the way he folded Soul Reaper.
Cryocism?
My lord, it's going to be a Morose, though, utilizing his blink to get away from the bad end of that Cryocism CC, a +1 that is going to actually go in favor of the leftovers yet again.
Just not enough there as they were able to pick out the fade. Great rotation coming out of that off lane to be able to pick that up. Now they're a member down for another 20 seconds and we're stuck into this low period. Do we make a play for this big objective? Is there enough time to close that gap? But it's not. And this is wise because the vision is not there. They don't know where their enemy's rotating to. They don't know exactly what the enemy team is planning to do based off losing that member. So we're going to see this reset as we try to control both of these sides of the map.
And this is the part, to me at least, what makes esports so fun, as we're going to see, oh Lord, Jay be forced to utilize his shrapnel cannon in order to create a little bit of space. The Spirit Bomb does make contact, but does not do enough damage to be able to lock down the kill here, as Jay is going to reset and look to get a little bit of golden XP before backing.
That is a Spirit Bomb out of the way for Skylar, but also the Shrapnel Blast coming out there from Drongo. So a big ultimate's not there for both ADCs, but what a rotation. They're trying to catch Jay off, but the fact that he stayed alive, a great play there, making sure he positioned himself well to get enough. But T1 onto the offlane side is down. Morose does not have flash. Ultimate is going to be up though at any point to be used.
Yeah, that ulti being up is like basically the great disincentivizer for a fight of the Greystone, bro. Why am I getting this HP so low? I know you have like 50% more of it in your back pocket. I'm not going to play these games, and we see him doing exactly that. Zarz is going to be able to rotate out of lane and maybe look to make an impact elsewhere.
When it comes to the side of Autumn Leaves, we're seeing them trying to get Prio. It looks like both of these teams are trying to get Prio on this Fangtooth. We see the vision, we see the players. Dual lane now getting pushed back by leftovers. They need to handle this mid lane as we see Morose pushing it back in. And a lot of times to fight for these objectives, you got to fight for the lanes that surround them. The mid lane needs to be pushed up. The dual lane needs to be pushed up. And now with that, they're looking to push out this T1 inside the dual lane.
Brian, utilizing his Epoch, is going to be able to avoid some of that damage coming out of Soul Reaper. And hey, look, he's basically full HP with Barbledo playing in his back pocket. Mercy maybe making a rotation over could set the tone with the big play, but it looks like instead we're going to see a grouping and then a rotation over towards the pit, possibly. No, it's actually going to be a full engage blink into Cryosism onto Soul Reaper. Yo, what did he do? Neuroregenesis is going to be utilized on him because it has to be, but not before the Neural Disruptor splatters that man. He just became interpretive art. My lord, Soul Reaper is eviscerated in the duo lane.
Completely gone. Goodbye. The CC chain locked him down. Now this opens up an opportunity for the leftovers to go after this Primordial Fangtooth. They have the bash to clean it up. We saw a lot of resources there from Autumn Leaf to be able to try and stop and keep Soul Reaper alive, but now it's a 4v5 in the pit. The HP is going down and Bondrew's taking that fight.
Nivula never had a chance here, man. There's more of them than there are of UNA. The dinosaurs are supposed to go extinct. Jay is just helping it along the way. Greystone is going to have to leap out of danger as playing onto the backside. Barbledo is going to be able to reset the HP of the rest of his team. Jay is not done as he is going to get a different letter than his name. That's a W against the enemy carry. Neft is going to go down.
And they're going to be pushing themselves back towards this Primordial Fangtooth. They have that Norbash for sustain. Nivula is down, so is Neft. A lot of damage, and their hunt is out of the way. And leftovers are taking this objective and looking to take this game.
Yes, indeed, and I'm going to just keep it a buck here with you, F6. 100 pennies, 10 dimes, 20 nickels, if you will. Just give them the yen, bro. You cannot let them have this Narbash every time. I see it on the leftovers. They just get so much value from it.
I mean, the value is insane, but I really think this Aurora is also a play. You have the sustain from that bash, but Mercy on Aurora is another type of demon. As you can see throughout this game, 15-5 here, and Aurora has just been at the middle of it, either pushing people back, creating space with that Cryosism, or that ice is just too cold.
Dude, the Horde Frost set up into the blink Cryosism onto Soul Reaper. I mean, I would never ask someone to clip that, but my lord, that was an act of straight violence. You're my friend, but not on this battlefield. Bondrewd, though, going to be leading the charge here as he's going to be making a play on the Nebula. Coliseum is going to come down, and his team is going to come up behind him. Skylar is going to get sent higher than the sky if she doesn't get out of their Cryosism. Instantaneously used on the Nebula, but he will not fall. And Bondrewd will as Neft is going to eradicate the last of his HP. Moroz is going to be looking for a fight over onto the back end. Mercy maybe looking for a little bit of what his name says, but actually is just going to be able to walk away utilizing the Glacial Charge as they lose one in the trade.
Oh man, they got the Regenesis in. They got a lot of ultimates and a lot of resources from Autumn Leaf, but they were down a member after that. Huge Spirit Bomb, be able to lock it down, and now they're going to have to still fight this out. They still have Primordial here, so they're still going to be able to get that nice damage off, but they need to be careful, as we do see Moroz still trying to make this fight as Jay picks up a kill.
Yeah, that wasn't a fight, brother. That was a slaughter. He's casting the most powerful spell in the world. It's called Bullet. Bartleby with the Big Thunk is going to be able to set him up for more, though, as Grux is now going to be able to Grux throughout this much damage. That's 3 members down, dead, buried, as Jay is looking to continue his rampage. And no, I'm not talking about the character. Gwassi and Neft are going to have to play on their back foot.
Cleaning up one by one, that is what Leftovers doing, leaving nothing left on this battleground. Mercy is still down, but they're able to dominate that playing field. Only 2 members left. They're going after this big Orb Prime. There is a factor, or there is a world where Autumn Leafs kind of try and steal, but with the amount of damage, the amount of sustain here, and Bondrewd being able to close that gap, creating some space as he's looking towards that blue side, this should be for them.
At this point, I'm talking to the team. I'm like, hey guys, hey, don't go in that pit. Don't do it. Don't. You see them down there? Down there, that's Jay. Jay, we don't want none of those problems. We got 99 other ones, and he's included in 98. This dude is doing so much damage, and with the comfortability of this Narbash being able to basically keep him at full HP and set him up for easy kills with the Thunk, as we saw there. I mean, this really does feel like we're just living in his world right now.
I mean, we really are. I mean, overall, Leftovers have been putting people on their knees for like 30 seconds. They're just like, please help me get out of here. The Thunk, the knock up into the cage, the Cryosism. There's just so much CC, and there's Jay in the background just landing auto after auto. The rad rounds hitting and just chunking away at Autumn Leaf here.
Yeah, those rounds have just been kind of ridiculous, and we've got to see it in real time, as well as the rest of the PCCX viewers here within the grand finals. It looks like a bug in the system almost. It is Control Alt Delete what remains of that health bar if you do not get on top of him. What can Autumn Leaf F6 really do here to lock him down? Do they need to just drop their ults into him, get a good dive, make it Greystone's problem? Because they have a problem and they need to quickly find a solution.
They do. I think they just need to just put all in on that Narbash. They need to take him out of the fight. A lot of times they're getting close with the damage, but the Narbash is there, able to heal everything back up. And now with the Orb Prime, now with the inhibitors at risk, it looks like Leftovers are pushing the pedal all over there onto that side of the map as well.
They're going to have their eyes on this middle inhibitor here. Mercy going to leave a decoy under, but no damage is going to be able to follow it up. But what will be the minions, and those bad boys are prime empowered. A wall is going to be slung out in front of Snivula. It's going to be looking to clear some of the way. Neft doing some pretty solid damage, but how long will it last? Narbash engaging off to the back and to help try to protect his team from Moroz's dive. They took a note out of the caster book. Neft Ultimately, he's going to be able to melt through Mercy as he's going to be the first one to fall, but he will not be
Who's
alone.
gonna go?
Jay is so low, but he's not dead until he is Soul Reaper. Is going to be able to collect that
Bondrewd?
soul, and now Bondrewd is going to be looking for a way out here as Nebula and Neff are going to jump him. The Dragon Warrior has to worry, but not as much as Bry is able to get a lockdown kill onto Wussy Morose. Not liking that and not wanting to take it lightly, it's going to have to deal with the problems that Bry, Bondrewd, and the Barbel Bash are going to bring to their front door. That's another member dead here for
Big
the
Thunk.
Autumn Foes, as Bondrewd ultimately does get that last kill with the Spear of Nier. He sends the opposition pretty far back to base. It's going to be a reset coming out of both squads.
You thought they were down for that count. They took a risky play diving in. The fly trap stopped any aggression. The tower did the work, but leftovers, they reset, got themselves back. Bartledew, big dunks coming into that team fight. They're able to capitalize, take down 3 members of Autumn Leaf, and now have the advantage to go back over towards the Primordial Fangtooth.
They are going to just be able to migrate on over. They do have that mid lane a little bit shoved. It is going to be able to push with some prio, as you see that the left and right doesn't really pose any real threat to the inhibitor. But with the time it's going to take for people to revive and then rotate, they're going to be able to just take space around this Fangtooth pit if that's what they want to do.
And Bonju is going to be able to get a ward if he can over onto that Orb Prime pit. Not spawned just quite yet, but we see that go button hit. The respawns are happening. They know they have the space. They know they have the time, as they already cleared out the vision towards the Primordial Fangtooth pit. This is a huge advantage going towards leftovers. They are absolutely dominating this game. A little bit of a mistake almost happened in that last fight, but they are still being able to clean up here now. The Orb Prime will be next, and it's going to have to come down to Autumn Leaf here to be able to come out and mount a defense that we have never seen before.
I'm gonna be 100% transparent. Hill, this is such a hard defense to set up, right? If they fail at it, they can just reset relatively safely, play around the Narbash, get some solid heals, and the chances of them not really getting what they want with all of the different engage and setup tools they have, like that Seismic Assault, like the Cryo Seism, like the Horror Frost, like the Rad Around damage that sets you up in a way that doesn't include CC. It's actually the next letter D for death is what those bad boys are bringing out of Drongo. There are so many factors you have to worry about on this defense. Autumn Leaf has to play this perfectly.
Perfectly indeed. They got a lot of solid damage towards Nebula. This middle inhibitor is very low. As you can see, they have some time before the big Orb Prime. So if they can get down this mid lane inhibitor, that creates a lot of pressure. And the meaning of these waves are going to be super waves going towards Autumn Leaf's core. You talked about it last game. We've seen minions win the game. So somebody's going to have to answer these waves if they're able to get down the inhib, creating space, creating time for them to get that Orb Prime for free.
Yes, indeed. Now, it looks like nothing's going to be free in this engage. Bondrewd engaging on the back in mid. Coliseum. Mid's going to come down, but something else going down is going to be his HP bar. For how long? Horror Frost in combination with the Cryo Seism. Mid's going to be able to buy this enemy team time to reset up. Mercy, though, is going to be getting melted as Nebula is going to have that Neurogenesis used on him, but an instantaneous Seismic Assault into some rad rounds is going to put him down. That's going to be one member evaporated, one inhib gone, as all 5 walk away for the leftovers.
And now they have that space, able to pick up Nivea as well. 60 seconds, my boy is thinking about his decisions right now, what he made into that fight. And now Bartledew is the first man towards this big prime pit, and they don't have an answer when it comes to the hunt. They have the advantage on leftovers, and they have the economy advantage as well.
Yeah, they do. They it feels like they have every advantage at this point. That's not really a stutter as much as is it a stammer, because let's be real, this result is surprising, especially after what we saw out of Autumn Leaves within the last game. That being said, though, we are going to see the leftovers being able to lock down that prime.
Lock down the prime and lock down an advantage towards them. Soul Reaper knows that Bondrewd is coming. He is on the run. One Coliseum could change, but the thought was kind of relinquished there as he saw that he was not going to be able to catch up to the squirrely man Soul Reaper himself.
You know, Bondrewd, much like Death, was running down Soul Reaper, as we have seen at multiple instances throughout this game. They understand the prio of how much impact Soul can have on these fights if he's allowed to participate. That's the problem. The solution they have found is we don't let him. We will use every piece of utility in our kit to keep Soul Reaper and this Fae off of some of these engagements, and doing such has just developed them a lead here to possibly end this game around this 37 to 40 minute mark.
They already have the middle inhibitor here, so they don't have to do a three-way push. They're doing exactly what they need to do. Bondrewd being able to catch a lot of attention on that left side, and now it's going to take some time for Autumn Leaf to rotate here. And with Jay on this right-hand side, 4 members, this inhibitor is looking cooked.
Oh my God, that's not the only thing. This just became a rated R stream. That was a murder. Barbadoo is going to be channeling the ulti. It's not going to be able to catch any, but what will be the Coliseum on the back end. It's going to be the Horror Force. It's going to be the Cryo System. It's going to be Mercy walking down the opposition. Soul Reaper is looking to hold on to his own soul as the Reaper. His name is Mercy Gives None. He is going to be able to take down 4 alongside his squad and bite back at the lead. This set is going to be 1-1.
Oh my goodness, instantly evaporated was that Greystone. We thought he was going to be more of a factor into that fight, but man, oh man, Leftovers had something else to say. Entire Leftovers team, the communication just with the team itself was there. That's what I think they lacked inside game number 1, was being able to sync up, being able to get those ults when they need to. But in game number 2, they showed Autumn Leaf why they were here competing against them, and that, hey, we already gave you a L, so he'll go ahead and take another one.
I'm going to be real here. As you said, the communication must have been immaculate, and they were talking targets. This was a guild of assassins. They chose someone to go, and then they got on the highway to hell. Brother me, if they're able to communicate and execute mechanically all of those steps we just saw within the next game, we possibly could see them pulling ahead to a 2-1 lead. However, it is now up to Autumn Leaf to make some adjustments to see if they can put themselves back in a winning position. Before we get to this game 3, though, we're going to be sending it right back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Ego and F6. Fantastic casting from the two of you, and kudos for being able to stay on your toes as the game unfolded, because this series is a 1-2-1 and it is a best of 5. Leftovers has put on a clinic, executing their plan of action deliberately, decisively, and with discipline. Mercy says, we do this, and the Leftovers do exactly just that. But Lance and Medkit, what else did we see from game number 2?
For me, I saw Bry and Jay standing on their heads. What a performance by Bry, always in the right spot. The epoch value that he got in that game was so much. There were so many spots where epochs just waits for Bartleby to walk over, start healing him up afterwards. The rest of the team funnels around him. They are able to use the Seismic Assault in the right spots to hit the right targets, to chain that CC with the Thunk from Narbash as well. Jay ended up like 9-2-7 or something like that at the end of the game. Bry was 7-2-17. Just a ridiculous performance from Belica, which I do think is interesting to see Belica kind of rising to be really important in these PCC finals, because the mid laner on both teams that's gotten Belica, much to your enjoyment, has won the game, our dog.
Yeah, Bry and Mercy really pumped on the gas for that early aggression, and it seemed like Autumn Leaf was pretty much on the back foot for a while, up until that big fight over on the dual lane right before Primal Fangtooth. Mercy pretty much just put a lock on target onto Soul, full ulted. Soul even got revived. It didn't matter. Once he was gone, they took Primal, and all of a sudden they got full momentum for the rest of the map. They moved on to Orb Prime, and then after that, it was just... that was it.
It was game over. It was CC after CC after CC. We talked about potential strategies and before we headed into this game by Leftovers, but Autumn Leaf, like you said, Medkit, they're now in the back foot of going into game 3. They need to figure something out for game 3. We saw that Mercy is the playmaker, and boy oh boy did he show Nivula how to jungle. They narrow Niv's hero pool and the bans just based on what we saw from the draft, and they come out with the win for game number 2. But what are you expecting as a response from Autumn Leaf in game number 3?
It's tough, right? So you can't necessarily give Yin over to the leftovers, but you have to get Bartleby off of this Narbash. But Narbash is having way too big of an impact in all of these games and all of these extended team fights. You see the value once he gets close to that 20 mana regen per second, where he can constantly leave his drum on, just stand there, and all of a sudden your team's back at 100 health. There's nothing you can do to take a elongated fight. So if you get poke, it doesn't matter if you've got a Neural Regenesis, if you've got a Stone Forest Soul, and you've got extra health, because everybody on my team has 2 or 3 health bars because I'm Narbash. So I would like to see them try to address that, but I don't know how you do that. I guess they're going to be first pick, so they could pick the Narbash away and force leftovers to ban the Yin. But it's a puzzle, and they got to put it together, because after what I saw in game 1, this could easily be 2-0 right now.
There's just way too many threats to handle, right, Lance? Like, they got to do something about Yin. They got to make sure Mercy doesn't get Sereth. They got to do something about Narbash. They could also try to see if they can counter Narbash in the duel, maybe pick up a Richter to kind of pressure him a little bit so it doesn't get too far. The whole team has to pretty much build Tainted. It's literally, Autumn Leaf just has to pick their poison at this point during the draft. There's no way around it.
I guess we'll have to see. But before that, we're going to give you some time to get a snack, go use the washroom, grab some water, because this grand finals is not yet over. Up next is game number 3, and it's 1-1. Let's send it to a quick break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to PCCX. We are currently watching the best of the best of the best of Predecessor Gaming, and we're currently in the grand finals, best of 5 between Leftovers and Autumn Leaf. We started with 21 teams and only 2 remain. Then they're currently 1-1. Leftovers, they're showing that they're not just scraps. They're not just the runts in the litter. It's game day and they have come to play. What else can we highlight from this team?
Well, I wouldn't call them scraps, but I would describe them as scrappy. Always willing to take fights, always willing to go at it. And we've harped on the storyline a little bit, but I'm not giving it up. This is a group of players, not because of their skill level, but just because of the way that roster mania shaped out before PCCX. Not all of them got onto like a priority team that they thought could help them win an event, right? A lot of teams were looking for mids, were looking for junglers, but kind of tough to get onto a team that you mesh with and that you like really well. So because of that, a lot of them just kind of find each other through the looking for team channel. They end up coming together, realizing that they played really well as a unit, and it's working so fantastically for them up to this point. I want to start in the duo lane. Jay has had a lot of success. I think this is his first actual finals in a PCC. And Bartledew consistently making quarters and semifinals, but also not able to get all of the way to. He used to play under the name Unga Bunga. You would see him along Ooga Booga in that duo lane. They were always raising Caveman Havoc. Bri, the only person left that can defend his PCC title to possibly become the first person to repeat since Penta Pablo, Big Play Pablo in PCC 3 and 4. So we're talking 6 events ago, and anytime the only other person to do what you've done is Pablo, you know you are in elite company. Mercy, I could go on and on and on about how Mercy has performed throughout this tournament. He is currently 6-1 on Aurora. And then Bondrude, a little bit tough to find an NA team. When you're a European, you got to make the scrims work with that giant time difference that you have to be on. So they find each other at the perfect time, and it is working so good for them. I love the way that they've been playing. I like what they have been drafting, even though I've been a teeny bit skeptical in a game or two. I didn't think they should have taken Drongo first in the last rotation, but it worked really well for them. I didn't think they should have taken Iggy in their game 3 in their semifinal. They made me look dumb both times, but specifically the Narbash and the Aurora, I think, continue to be the priorities for Leftovers.
Narbash, Aurora, and then, of course, I mentioned the other threats like Yin and Sarah. It's just very difficult to pretty much ban key targets for Leftovers. That's what they prove. They are very unbannable. The real fight versus Leftovers in these grand finals, it starts in the draft. How do we answer not giving them too many threats? What do we do if they get this hero or that hero? And that's ultimately like the very first part of this battle. What will they do with Yin? What will they do with Narbash, with Aurora, with Sereth? Like, I feel like if Leftovers land 3 out of 4 of these, Autumn Leaf is going to have a very tough time, let alone just 2.
There are certainly a lot of avenues, a lot of paths they could take. Leftovers, they came out 3-0 out of Swiss, and they've only lost a game to Rogue, and they lost a game to Dirty Lake and the boys. But Lance and Medkit, the players are preparing for game number 3. Let's watch and see how this draft unfolds. Are we expecting a target on the junglers, or should they look at the supports instead? Which is what we talked about while we were analyzing and breaking down game number 2.
So I think, and it has been important the entire event to be this first pick. You can get rid of this Narbash. Now, Leftovers has to either choose to give Nivula Yin or ban it like you see here. So that's 2 of the big problems off the table. They're going to pick the Sereth up first, but it does leave Aurora open for Leftovers if they want to take it.
Aurora is still on the table. If I were Leftovers, I would definitely pick that up because, like you said, Lance, Mercy has been on fire with that hero, but instead they decided, let's not give Neft that Drongo and make sure our Jay does get it. And looks like they've chosen Xeris, who has been performing very well in these grand finals, being able to set up plays for their team. That cage is very disruptive, lock somebody down. Not just that, but it also scales them up.
and we're gonna see how Autumn Leaf answers to this comp with this new mid laner here.
I love the Gideon pick. We know that Soul Reaper, he is the playmaker. He's not afraid to box with his strong mechanics, especially in the mid lane. And Gideon, we know how much damage output he has whenever he lands that rock right over your head. But this is different because usually we've been seeing Skylar as a pick constantly in these drafts, but they're actually taking the Kira.
This is the first time I think we've seen Skylar not piloted. I guess the draft isn't over yet, but this is the first time we haven't seen Skylar picked up in this first rotation in a long time of these drafts that I've been doing today. We did used to see a lot of Kira being picked into Drongo, even though a lot of people think that there's kind of a natural counter with Drongo. You just play around the Gag Grenade, then you can ult effectively. You also don't get that much damage out of it. Moving into this next rotation, Richter picked up for Leftover, so that's a lot of facilitation for Bartledew. He played very well in the semifinals into D-Lab with that. They're going to ban out the Zinc, so no Neuroregenesis. Crunch is going to come out from the side of Autumn Leaf as well, so they don't want Bondred piloting that, or they don't want to give it to Mercy in the jungle.
Richter would have been a fantastic pick had they picked up Narbash, but Narbash was already banned. And what they did was Leftovers revealed that their dual lane has this humongous kill pressure early on. I'm talking about Richter pull into Drongo silence. You're pretty much dead. Forcing blinks. However, Autumn Leaf, they know exactly how to counter a Richter support. They pick a FaZe who's just gonna pull every time Richter gets anything, and Leftovers are just gonna be there without a target to hit on.
I don't know what to make of this Chimera pick. This is going to be the last pick from Autumn Leaf, and this is going to be in Nebula's hands. We've seen Nebula on heroes like Kalari, we've seen him on Sereth, we've seen him on Crunch, but we're going to have the FaZe able to pull Chimera out of really dangerous situations, because if you know a Chimera player, you know they love holding the W key and just pressing that left click. But now we're just waiting for that last hero from Leftovers to really round out this comp, and it is the Howitzer. Lance and Medkit, how are we feeling about this draft?
I really like Autumn Leaf's draft here. They've got a lot of heroes that can go in. You've got the Torrent Space from the Gideon, Sereth, a very good diver, Chimera only really able to dive, but then you've got the FaZe to be able to pull anybody out that gets into a bad situation, can blind the enemies on the way out too. I like seeing Neft on the Kira, and although there are a lot of big playmaking tools on the side of Leftover with the Aurora, with the Howitzer, with the Richter, I just think that this is kind of the draft Autumn Leaf has been trying to succeed or get towards the entire time. I like seeing Soul Reaper on the Gideon, and I favor them here.
I agree with Lance here. I think Autumn Leaf does have like two big AoE wombo combos with Gideon and Kira. FaZe is there for Kira and Chimera. However, Leftovers has two more playstyles spread out. I'm talking about the Drongo and Richter combination, but also the Xerath and Aurora lockdown wombo combo. So my vote is going to go for the Leftovers for this match.
All right, so both of you are split in between Autumn Leaf versus Leftovers, but boys, $9,000 is on the line, and it's a 1-to-1 in this grand finals best of 5. Will the Leftovers be left behind, or will they be the ones savoring the last piece of pumpkin pie? Show us the game, Ego and F6.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to PCCX. It's the Leftovers versus Autumn Leaf Game 3, and it's basically a best of 3 set at this point. F6, are you ready to get into the game?
I'm ready to get into it, man. These two teams have been battling it out on this map, Sanctuary. We've seen Autumn Leaf come back, and we've seen a Leftover secure that winning game number 2. And like you said, at this point, it is a best of 3. 2 more games on each side you need to win. Who is going to be able to make it there first? It all starts with this game.
I find sets like this always so extremely entertaining because when it does become 1-1, it really does kind of solidify that mindset that we can win. We have what it takes to execute and just win out on some of these games. And with both teams knowing it is now an analysis of what it takes to win that becomes the question. And I'm going to be honest, I really like seeing Soul Reaper on this Gideon. I think it's a winning champion for him that he is comfortable on, but has always provided his team with a lot of value.
Yeah, we've seen him be an absolute menace with this Gideon. We talked about his rotations throughout the first 2 games and how well he succeeded with that throughout PCCX. And now we see him on that Gideon again. But we've also talked about Bry. Bry has been managing Soul Reaper really well when it comes towards matching his rotations. He's not allowed for Soul Reaper to do what he pleases as much as everybody else. And I think the kryptonite towards Soul Reaper is Bry, but he's going to have to show us this game if we are lying.
You hit it right on the head here. A part of the strength of Soul Reaper on this pick is his just safety in being able to rotate from lane to lane and be able to get some quick engages, especially when he utilizes the Black Hole. As now in mid lane, we're going to see Chimera looking for an engagement, one which he will find, forcing a blink here out of Bry. He's going to have to reset.
Oh man, actually didn't even use the blink. He actually used the big boot, being able to create some separation there. Huge advantage, but the Riplash hits! And Bartledew already showing that these hooks are rated E for everybody.
Dude, you know, turning your backliner into a frontliner is always going to be good. I've said it time and time again. Dude, I think Richter is one of the most impactful, if not the most impactful support in the game. There's definitely a run for my money, though, after I saw the Bartle batch there. But the ability to just put your team out of position and force an engage on the opposing side's time can be so valuable, especially when we start dancing around these objectives.
And that's going to be a huge factor towards if leftovers can be successful. That repositioning of anybody on Autumn Leaf with that Riplash. But you do have that natural counter, the phase. If the phase is hooked onto him and has that pull up, that's kind of thwarts what they're trying to do. But at the same time, that Riplash is going to be up again. But Gideon and Kai looking to rotate towards Bondrewd here might be a possible first blood if they're able to knock on.
Bondrewd getting ran at from behind. It is now going to be a Gideon on the rotation. That's a 3-man to try to take his life. Nivula is going to go into dive. The dynamic of this fight has completely changed with Mercy showing their face. It is going to be possibly an engagement here. Back on to the solo later as Nivula knows he's going to go down, but hey, might as well make it a trade. Mercy now taking a 2v1 fight with Soul Reaper laying down some very solid damage. It's going to have to be a jump away into that glacial charge in order to create the space. Soul Reaper getting oh so very low. It's going to be forced to retreat as Morose is going to be on the offensive.
1-to-1 trade. At least Nivula was able to pick up that first blood to lock in that extra gold. He knew he was going to die to the fact that he was between that T1 and Tier 2. He saw the rotation. This was, hey, this is the best outcome that I can possibly get. So good job on that part. But still, you've seen the aggression come out of Nivula here saying, hey, Mercy has been aggressive and been successful. I'm going to up the ante here and prove to you guys that I can take to them that fight that Mercy is putting towards us.
He had a little bit of what I like to call KC or Chimera clarity. He realized he was hitting a button on his keyboard that was not the W key and instantaneously corrected that and engage off of Nivula underneath the tier tower, willing to give his life for the cause. He ultimately is going to be able to get that first blood, but more importantly, it's that first blood money that's going to be able to go in their pockets.
Bro, being able to try and get some vision here, tracking that Chimera so he doesn't know they're about to two camp, possibly rotating over. And with Chimera being on the opposite side of the map, this may be a potential chance for dual lane and for the leftovers here to be able to pick up this first Fangtooth.
Yes, indeed. It is now going to be, what, 3 wards getting placed around the space. Actually, just going to be the 2 spaces going to be played around the river coming from this Richter and Bry. They might be looking for an engage.
Possibly here if that Riplash able to hit, but nothing there to be taken. Soul Reaper playing back. Not a lot of potential there to be assessed as, but we do see FaZe looking over towards that river to possibly get some vision. Nivula still over by Bry area looking at that 2 camp, but there's nothing there for him.
Nothing at all, as he's going to be looking somewhere else for it. Chimera rotation over onto the right side yet again. Bondrewd, though, has the pressure pushed up against him, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot, as Jay is going to have some relatively free damage translated onto him from Neft and Gwusi, but he just responds in kind. I'll take a 2v1. My support is going to be right behind me anyway. He steps up and forces them to step down.
We're doing a great job poking out Bri here. We do know that Howley has one of the best pokes in the game with that R2000. The range on that is just immense to be able to trade. Now Mercy looking at Morose here, does not have the criticism online, but does have enough to push back Morose to get him away from that wave.
Warfrost going to come up. It's going to be able to force the fight here. Morose is going to have to take a little bit of damage, but most definitely is going to make it back to his tier 1 tower. Not really a lot of kill potential off of the rotation, especially after that blast fire got utilized, as you pointed out, F6.
Not a lot of kill potential, but a lot of mental to be exposed onto that side. If you're seeing a repeat gank into your lane, you're like, man, you're going to be getting scared to push up. You're going to be getting scared to really try and make plays because you're worried about a jungler being beside you. So that's a good reset there. But with the vision of Mercy being onto the blue side of their map, this is going to be that go button for Autumn Leaf here to execute this first Fang Tooth. And we've seen this in 2 games already, as they always are just securing this first Fang Tooth.
And Autumn Leaf does get away with what is an execution. There is nothing to contest it, nothing to prevent or even slow it down. As now Barbadu is going to be in a tough situation. A Gag Grenade is going to come down in order to help buy him a little bit of space. Jay now able to transmute some of that damage onto the opposition, as Bri is going to be engaged upon. Bondrewd is going to be there, though, at a 2v1 against Nebula. He will ultimately be the one who sends him back to death's door. Lock it on your way out. It's going to be 2 members, Soul Reaper accompanying his Chimera in the afterlife.
That torn space was not where you wanted it to be. A little bit of a bait there, not good enough for them to be able to escape, and that caused the collapse. Enough time created from that little mistake for Leftovers to capitalize on it, and we've seen this before as well. Leftovers is capitalizing on these objectives.
And this is something that they do very well, right? There's a price to be played, my apology, there's a price to be played for every single objective that you decide to play around when you're going against this team. Yes, you may get it, but it is always going to come at the cost of 2 to 3, maybe 4 members of your team.
And that is what happened there, but still, Xerath was able to get a little bit of XP there, a little bit of pressure onto that off lane, but with that tower versus tower health, it looks like it's still Bondrewd winning out on that era. So with the mini prime still up here, there is a potential. Would you see both teams have vision on it, though? There's still enough information to see if anybody takes a bite.
I am kind of anticipating one of them kind of pulling the trigger on it sooner rather than later. We have seen how getting that mini prime earlier is generally better for each team. I know, hot take coming out of Ego here, but that being said, there is an innate risk to it. But with how much pressure Bondrewd has been able to maintain, especially with some of these ganks that have been sent his way, I wouldn't be the most surprised to see maybe Morose just back off after rushing the lane and rotating over with Nivula to take that mini prime.
Nibula is still just staying here. I think Bondrewd just knows something's happening. Morose is playing a little too safe into this lane, knowing that it's just a possible bait for the jungler to just press on up here.
There's no shot that the moment Chimera started backing, Bondrewd picked up. That is some Spidey sense on display. Morose, though, is going to be able to get an engage here as he blinks away into an immediate Colosseum. A couple question marks coming out of me. It's going to be able to set up Mercy, though, as Bondrewd ultimately is going to die. Tower shots are going to be able to set them up for victory here, as we're going to see Morose so very low, but not low enough. Black Hole is going to be coming out, and Mercy is going to be asking for some. He's going to be getting ran down by 3 members. Bri has arrived, but he may be a little too late, as Mercy is going to be collected by Soul Reaper. Bri, though, looking to avenge his teammates, will be able to pick up Morose and maybe look for more.
Oh man, just not close enough on that rotation. Mercy almost lives there. Bri 1 second earlier, getting off of R2000 could have saved his life, but still, all in all, what a great gank there. Morose just being able to take that fight confident, knowing that Gideon, Soul Reaper was on that rotation. That is what we were talking about. The rotation, especially with that torn space against this Howie, just allows for that gap to be created.
I'm going to be honest, man. The biggest lie of 6 I've ever been told about Predecessor or any esport is the solo lane is the solo lane. You go 1v1, you settle your beef mono a mono. It's free real estate. We have seen a lot of rotations throughout the entirety of the set, throughout the entirety of the tournament into the solo lane, and attempts to maybe get a migration onto that mini prime and get your solo laner established to be ahead relatively early, or just to get that T1 tower taken so you do have that frontliner. In some of these engagements, it really does feel like both of these sides are paying a lot of attention to the solo.
I think it's because these offlaners are just so good when it comes to them being inside the fight. And when it comes down to Bonjour and Morose here, top 2 offlaners, especially in EU, this the top offlaners in general, going against it here, you want them in those fights.
Most definitely, and Morose looks like he just wants to fight. He's going to be able to just walk down Bonjour. This damage is coming up big after the amount of time that it's taken. It is going to be a misstun as Bonjour is going to be looking to back up. A dive, though, coming out of Morose. It is going to pay dividends as Morose ultimately does pick up a kill on Bonjour. And you know what? I'm going to call that one a solo dolo, despite the rotation from Soul Reaper.
Didn't quite make it there in time, but with Bonjour taking that fight, missing that dash, dashing forward there might have been the mistake. Was not able to hit the barricade either, just not allowed for that much damage. But if that barricade hit, he would have been a threshold for that Spear of Nair, possibly turn that fight around.
Yeah, if it was within that threshold percent, but sadly, with it not being that, it's going to be a +1 that ultimately does even up the kill feed for Autumn Leaves, them also being able to maintain that objective lead as well with that one Fangtooth that has gone into their pocket. That being said, though, the second Fangtooth is coming up soon.
And this is where we see both teams are trying to capitalize here. All 10 members of this game are looking towards it. Right now, Leftovers have control over that pit. Bartledew looking for that Riplash, looking for that pick at any moment.
And if he does get a pick, it's basically going to be a death sentence on whoever falls on top of him. They have so much setup to be able to lock down these kills, whether it's the Hoarfrost, whether it's that Gag Grenade that's going to be coming out of jungle, or just the raw damage. Even if the rest of Autumn Leaves are looking for an engagement, hey, look to the Reptile, man. That Colosseum can come up big if you don't play around it perfectly. With that being said, it does look like the Leftovers are just going to be given this control around the pit, but maybe won't be looking to use it.
We're seeing both of these teams here trying to get Prio on these lanes. We talked about how Prio on these lanes kind of opens up the objective for you. Looking at dual lane, looking at mid, and now it is started by Leftovers. They're seeing it, but it looks on the other side, though, that Autumn Leaves want to concede and trade out for that mini prime.
A little bit of a gentleman's agreement here. This Fangtooth is going to come down, especially with Autumn Leaf being able to lock down the first Fangtooth. There's not that threat of the, 3 Fangtooth ante, if you will. So it will be an easy mini prime that's going to be able to go into Nivula's hands here, it appears, as the rest of him and his team are going to rotate out.
Now look at this. Leftovers saying, hey, you want to be over that right side? We're going to 4-5-man this mid lane tower. Mid lane T1 down, opens the map up significantly. And then, I mean, he's trying to think of something here, but hey, let's go. Bartledew, back up, please.
Yes, sir. The Glacial Charge cutting him off there a little bit. Soul Reaper is going to be looking for an engage that he will find. Bonjour, though, on the backside with Nifula is going to have to deal with a lot of problems. He doesn't have the solution. Neft is going to be able to pick up 1 kill as it's going to be Nifula who picks up the other.
Oh man, just stayed a little bit too long there. The objective is to get the T1 tower, but now it looks like Autumn Leaves has said, hey, you put 5 men into ours. We're going to put 4 here with the mini or prime. You can't stop us, and we're going to trade back that T1 on top of getting those kills.
Man, you cannot tell me the PCC does not just have the most classy players. You take an objective, I take an objective. You take my tower, I take your tower. All is fair within Sanctuary, as now we see both of those tier 1s are gone and the map is opened up.
And we're just going to see here to see if they're going to be able to get these deeper vision down, to be able to track these junglers. If any team's able to just track the other jungler better than the other team, this is going to open them up to make huge plays around this map. So far, though, we have seen Autumn Leaves being able to control themselves, not giving up too much of the kills here, and keeping themselves on top at a 6-4.
And I do think they have to, keep themselves on top. As we saw within the last game, if the leftovers end up on top, they're going to funnel all that advantage and lead into more than likely their carryover there in Jay. We saw exactly how potent he can be, especially on the Strongo, if you allow him to develop a lead. So keeping his team relatively up and afloat, he's going to be able to grind his way, farm his way into that mid to late game. But great job from Autumn Leaves for just making sure that he doesn't get a lot of value here within the earlier mid game.
Yeah, we definitely saw how potent he was throughout game number 2, especially in the back line, but he had a lot of sustain with him, and now he doesn't really have too much of that. It's really going to come down to that Bartle dude to be able to initiate for his team and how well they can capitalize off these rib lashes or huge skewers if they can get 3 to 4 man skewers down there to be able to lock down with the cryo system to follow up.
There's, as we said before, there is just so much follow-up to the rib flash, but you got to land one. You got to be in a position to be able to benefit from it. We saw there in the last altercation, a big black hole did set them up to lose some of the pressure that the side of the leftovers had established with their own engage. And if we see Autumn Leaves continue to kind of play around some of these counter engagements, I have no doubt that they could Uno reverse, if you will, some of these engagements.
Look and see here, Bri being able to make an early rotation, knowing they had to try and stop too much of that mini prime to go towards that tier 2, but still losing out on that T1 and off lane, creating out a little bit more openness towards that Ore Prime side for Autumn Leaf.
It's not London Bridges, it's towers that are falling down here. 16 and a half minutes, well on our way to that 17-minute benchmark in the game. Fangtooth going to be up in just a little bit, but what won't be is Bondrewd, as Morose is going to be able to get a bit of a single dingle off camera.
One solo bolo and another, and now they're pushing that T1. It looks like this fight is going to be a 3 to 4. Riplash doesn't connect. Bri is here. Cryosystem does hit in the back line though, Ego.
It's going to be 4 members who are going to be stunned, and that damage is stunning. Bri with an excellent rotation won't be able to save the life of Jay, but Nivula is going to pay his life in exchange. We got ourselves a 2 to 3 exchange going across the map here as Bri picks up that kill on Niv.
What a huge wombo combo there. The cryosystem to hit, everybody grouping up, and a huge Richter skewer. Not enough to stop that Chimera with his healing, but man, leftovers looked like they were ready to change this game up.
It looked like they have been ready to change this game up. They were waiting, itching, and coming out of the opposition, there was an engagement, but it was the leftovers who were oh so very ready to fight there. That being said, it is still going to be Autumn Leaf with a bit of a lead here. Fangtooth are going to be tied 1-1, but with the mini prime having had gone in their favor a bit earlier, and the kill lead also going in their favor, we have to assume that at least some of the momentum, even after that altercation, is still going to be in their sails.
Definitely is, but the third Fangtooth of the game is up. We've seen this fight, we've seen this scene before, but what is the outcome here to be made? Autumn Leaves are going to be the one to be able to get the first initiation to control. The rest of leftovers are not close on by. We know how well they're going to be burning this down, but are they going to be able to get out?
I do think they are. They do have that torn space coming out of Gideon here, and this is going to be a full 5-man engage on top of this Richter. My lord, he just got erased from the game.
What did Bartle do? Oh my goodness, the repercussions for trying to deward there was insane. Full-on aggression, 1 torn space, 1 death for that Richter, but nonetheless, though, they still have some time to try and put themselves back on this even footing. We do know within about a minute or so, the big Ore Prime's going to come into play here. Talk about it a little bit too often, but we know when that 20-minute mark hits, these bigger plays are going to need to be made, and this is where the game starts to spice itself up.
Yes, sir, indeed. I have to agree with you. But before going on, I'm going to have to hit pause and rewind here. We were talking about how absolutely classy these players are. I would have upheld myself to that same standard. What did Bartle do? Brother, there are jail cells with bars not that good. I'm going to take that one. That's going in the back pocket. That being said, though, it is going to be an easy enough pickup following up an easy enough objective. And it seems like they're not done yet as this mini prime's going to get started.
In the mid lane, you see that rotation. Kira's not there, but also the Drongo is not. So the first initiation is going to be a 4v4. Morose and the rest of Autumn Leaves do have control a little bit, but with the presence of the rest of leftovers, they're going to push them away from this mini Ore Prime.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they want to take a fight at the front end of some of these objectives, as now we are going to see the mini prime is going to dissipate after they have evacuated the space. Big prime going to be well on its way, as we are seeing a little bit of a grouping in mid that looks like it may be dispersing.
Replay mode said, we do not see Big Prime. Big Prime is not here, but that's okay. Oh, there it is. It's just going to come out of the blue, and now the game has flipped the script here. This is where we need to start to see these team fights go into favor of Leftovers if you root for them, or Autumn Leaf, because they do have control of this game, even though very slightly. We need to see a little bit more of Bartle do here, a little bit more of just these pick comps. We haven't seen that quite yet.
I do believe that it's going to come right, especially when this late game does get in full position. When you get to the point where Bondrude as well as Shay are going to be able to just set up and help eradicate just 2 to 3 members of the enemy team, these hooks that have been happening are just going to be able to pay more dividends, and thus far going to be a little bit and a lot more impactful depending on how the engagement does play out. But as we said before, there's some really solid safety in that phase and counter engage coming out of the combination of that Chimera and his Cole ult, as well as that Black Hole coming out of the Gideon. Both of these teams have really solid engages as team fights, but it kind of just comes down to who executes and when.
We see a lane swap going on here between the offlaners and dual lane for Leftovers. They understand they need to get Prio over towards his Ore Prime. Being able to make that switch up, putting the offlane on the other side of the map creates that advantage for you to have to go against Ore Prime. If he's able to get a little bit of attention, that's that go button for Leftovers. Like, hey, we have 3 or 4 on the opposite side of the map trying to get to this offlaner to be able to go for that big Ore Prime.
What do you think the go button is actually going to be here for Autumn Leaf? We've seen them kind of reacting and also getting a couple initiative picks on the back end of other objectives. It hasn't really seemed like up to this point their primary objective has just been like, let's go wreck this person in particular if you're not the solo laner, I should say. Do you think that they have any collective ideas that they're trying to work towards right now, or are they just looking to farm and progress their game state?
You're going to have to look to farm here and progress their game state. I mean, both of these teams have to do that. I mean, Leftovers trying to catch up here to the economy of Autumn Leaf, but at the same time, Autumn Leaf can't fall behind. Even by one short mistake, Leftovers are back into this game.
Richter, that boy is in the bushes. He is going to be resetting though, as Gossi is going to be able to use those Galaxy Greaves to create a little bit of space. Neff now with that connecting chain is going to be able to play a little bit more dangerously, if you will. Showing on the map though, I wouldn't be the most surprised if we start seeing a little bit of a grouping that walks through this blue side jungle.
And Bondrude and Morose here, they finally made the switch up on Autumn Leaves as well to be able to match solo laner. And now this creates that dynamic of that lane swap. Still waiting though. None of these teams, they understand they need to win this game to get into a lead. You always want to have an advantage in these series. You never want to be the one that's down. So no mistakes shall be made here.
The most important game, at least in my opinion, I'm not a competitor myself, but the most important game is the last one you played, right? Being able to metabolize some of that momentum into burning through the hopes of your opposition is also very valuable. It doesn't matter if you went down, one game. If you are able to pick that back up and carry that velocity into this game 3, into a possible game 5, even if it does make its way that far. Both of these teams, as you said, are so aware of that fact and know that whoever wins this game are going to have their odds of winning it all, winning the crown, winning the money, skyrocket.
Rose needs to be a little careful here. We do see Richter on that side. Both supports trying to get vision down his objectives, and that's what you want out of your support. You have 3 wards. Also acts as a sentry to be able to clear some others. So you also want to make sure you get vision, and that's what you're seeing here. But still at the same time, somebody needs to make a play, and nobody wants to make that mistake. So you're going to be seeing these guys feeling the rest of the other teams out. Hey, what are they doing? Where's that jungler at? Can we even push towards this? And the first one to get picked, I'm telling you right now, that's going to call for an objective to go for.
Most definitely, especially with both of them being up. It is going to be that Fangtooth, though, that is going to have some of his space invaded here by the Tsars, as well as Brian Bartle do. We're going to make that rotation towards the pit. The space and priority, at least for the time being, is going to be that of the Leftovers. But are they going to be able to use it for anything?
They're going to be able to use it here to try and control that vision. Bartle do there, trying to get the sweep, trying to take out the wards. We see Mercy, and we do see Zars there inside the left lane, trying to manage these waves, trying to push them up. And at any moment now, to one Riplash, one Rock, and this is going to start this and kick it off.
Mercy with the Glacial Charge is going to show that their presence is a little bit closer to mid. Using that information, we are going to see Autumn Leaf looking to maybe split some of their prio as they group 2 and 3 over to the jungle, though. Chimera is going to be able to find and engage with the ambush top lines. It is going to be FaZe looking to slow down the Aurora on her way out, forced to utilize the blink. Mercy is going to have to reset out of the engagement that they thought they had got away from. Big Coliseum is going to come down onto the big health bar of Morose that is made oh so very small as Bry picks up a kill.
Burrows makes a mistake. They're following Bonju deep inside the blue side jungle, and they still have their jungler up though, but it is a hunt for hunt battle. One member less on the side of Autumn Leaves, and here comes Bartles, who blinks in Rift Walkers and does not get the ult though.
It is going to be just a little bit offline as it's going to be Nebula who turns off Jay. Flick that boy like a switch. The damage comes up too big as Barbledew is going to be looking to get out of this altercation, which he ultimately does, but not in the way he was hoping for. It's going to be a 3-1 trade that goes in favor of Autumn Leaf, but the fight's not quite over. F6, Bondrewd is going to be looking for a little bit more with Briar utilizing the ulti. It's going to force a blink out. Of course, a reset over to the left side as Nifula is going to be looking for more. Briar is going to be low, but Nifula is going to be even lower. Bondrewd able to pick up the kill. A blink is going to use to close the distance, but he does not close the lights as he will survive. Gwusi and Neff playing the space as far back as they can. It's going to be 3 still dead for the leftovers and 2 still gone for Autumn Leaf.
What a turnaround, and the timer is on the favor of leftovers. They have their jungle coming up here in 5 seconds, and the rest of their team. This is that go button. They have everything they need to secure this Primordial Fangtooth, and this might be the turnaround that they were looking for here, Ego.
They don't have the kill lead, but they do have the momentum. They are going to be able to get priority on this Primal Fangtooth to start bursting it down. About 20% of that HP is going to dissipate before we even see the Kira step past that T2 tower. They will metaphorically and literally link up here with FaZe before migrating back towards this pit. But with the lane shoving, it looks like this Primal Fangtooth is just going to go easily into the hands of the leftovers.
They pick that up. Big Orb Prime is still in play here. Ego, yes, they have the minion advantage on the offlane for Autumn Leaves, but slight little work with Primordial Blaze on your side, and now they have the advantage they need. Going back to that fight here, Ego, let's take a look at that Zars. Look at Bondrewd and Bride, the way they played that in a 2v4. Forcing flashes, forcing ultimates, picking up kills, and forcing Autumn Leaf back. Bry has been playing exceptional, and this man deserves his crown.
He most definitely does. We did talk a lot about the matchup into Soul Reaper, a much more established player, but as you have said previously, he has been grinding, looking to ascend, and I would say with his performance thus far, he is well on his way to his ascension.
They don't have Zardus on this side of the map, but we do have the arc shot still in play here. A huge update from Omega being able to give us a little bit more spice in this competitive play. But here it is. Here's that force. Here's that torn space towards Bry.
Dude, Bry is just going to be dead here. Morose ultimately will be the one to pick up the kill, but caught out off of the rotation of all 5 members of Autumn Leaf, able to lock him down. Now, it is going to be a rotation over towards this Orb Prime, and with Zars over into the far left, I don't know if they should even take this fight, but now they have no choice. Big Black Hole, but a Riplash is going to pull Gideon out of the air. Neft is going to pull the life out of Mercy. It's going to be the Ice Queen melted underneath some pretty hot damage. Barbledew don't want no problems. He's going to be looking to step back as Soul Reaper is going to reset to the rest of his team.
Man, what a fight there. Huge pickup from Autumn Leaf, being able to pick Bry and then forcing leftovers to take that fight over by the Prime Pit. A lot of resource use. There's still only 2 members left, but the time it takes for Bry to get there might be a little bit too late. That's the damage they need. Bardledew and Zardus over here with Bondrewd need to create some time, need to be able to create some space for this to work out into their favor.
And I think that they may be able to. We do see a rotation here coming, but Bryce for this altercation, so the dynamic has completely been changed. Neft and Nevia, though, as well as Morose now playing the space over to the backside, are going to be able to burn it significantly. Soul Reaper gets his soul snatched. He's going to be forced to utilize a blink as well as a black hole before making his way back to his team due to the phase pull, but you can't escape the pull of the hand of death, and Bry has it on as now Neft is going to get engaged upon. Banjo will ultimately be the one to pick up that kill. A big snack back coming from Bravo Do tells them that they don't want to step up to him. That's going to be 3 dead on Autumn Leaf.
Holy, what a play. Bartledew and Bonju be able to make something happen even though losing the big Orb Prime, being able to pick up Soul Reaper there. Huge Whiplash coming out of Bartle. The man does not only know how to play Bash, but this Richter.
Bro, he's Barble doing it to him. Excuse the pun, big fella. You don't want none of these problems coming out of the Richter. As we said a little bit earlier within this very game, these hooks are going to become more meaningful the more damage gets built on this team, and we saw it there. His life flashed before his eyes as Soul Reaper got snatched and his health bar got just taken away from him. It was an absolute robbery, and despite the heads-up play coming out of FaZe, it just wasn't enough into the aggression, into the damage, into the team play coming out of this team.
And a lot of people are like, man, Bry's been playing an exceptional game, but with that play, Bartledew being able to redeem himself, saying, hey, you guys want a torn space 5-man me? I got a Whiplash for you here, Gideon, to pay you back for that. But what an amount of flip and turnarounds we have seen this game here, Ego, from the Primordial being taken, then ripped away as they picked Bry off, but then they go back to the Orb Prime, they reset, but Bartledew, Bondrewd, and Bry has something else to say, and now the advantage is towards Leftovers. They secured the middle inhibitor here, putting that pressure throughout mid lane. The super minion wave is going to be attacking, and now there's going to be another fight around this Primordial Fangtooth.
This just kind of feels like a reversal of what we saw within the first game, right? We saw initially the Leftovers were the ones who had the kill lead and then just were able to have the switch just flipped on them here by Autumn Leaves. This time, they're going to be playing from behind, quote unquote, only in the sense of kills, really. And now they are just taking these big team fights and not only clawing back at that kill lead, but taking down these structures. They're able to take down these objectives. They're able to kind of take down any momentum that Autumn Leaf is attempting to build. Now, though, Nivula and Gwusi may be looking for a fight, but it is going to be a quick reset away as Morose is going to be going all in onto Bondrewd. He's looking to backstep, but you're not going to be able to just walk away from this much damage in the blink of an eye. We're going to get a blink for blink altercation. He wants the solo dolo. Bondrewd is going to put down the cage, but he's stuck in there with him, not the other way. Morose with the kill.
They pick up a kill, but they also were able to pick up Soul Reaper here. We've seen how much work he's been doing. Morose, though, is going to have to try and flee out of here. They still have the advantage on Leftovers. They have that big super minion wave pushing forth. And with that, look at how much space that Leftovers have for this Primordial Fangtooth. And it's going to be a tough time trying to get in here, especially for Autumn Leaves trying to go against this Richter.
So, I can be introspective. I can look to myself, and that's why I would say, me personally, I wouldn't step up because I'm a coward. But with how these fights have been going, you kind of have to. And it looks like the person to do it is going to be Morose. Glacial Charge is going to forcibly cut him away from the rest of his team. No. But not before Nivula gets an engage off the back and cross-eyes him. It's going to be able to get used in order to force some CC onto the other team. That way they can follow up with the next big letter. That's D for damage, my lord. Shrapnel Cannon now going to be utilized as Nivula is going to be swinging away, but he's going to be swinging at stars as that man gets sent up to the high heavens. That Whiplash is going to be just barely offline. Jay blinks in, looking to take another life offline. It's going to be Neff, who has nothing left as 4 members are going to die. It's a cemetery in the Fangtooth pit.
Oh my goodness, call the more, because we got some bodies for you as they were able to pick up, turn that fight around, looking a little bit dicey there for Leftovers, but they said, hey, we're here just like you are. Come catch these hands. Huge plays coming out of this team, and now they definitely have this advantage towards this Primordial Fangtooth coming up.
I'm going to be honest here. There's something to be said about Autumn's Leaf and how they just got rolled and absolutely smoked in that team fight. 4 members go down here as the Primal Fangtooth is going to follow suit. This team and the Leftovers are playing out of their mind as they even the kill lead and take the objective advantage.
Oh man, here you go. We're gonna draw back here a little bit. Take a breath, my boy, because these guys are giving us an entertainment here only at PCC. Can you find this? As now we see Bondrew pushing up the side lane. The super minions are still pushing towards that mid lane, and the advantage and control is up to Leftovers. With this Primordial Blaze, they have the advantage in these fights, especially with that Drongo. Bri doing a lot of damage right now. He's also a main character, but when it comes to Autumn Leaf, you have to take down Jay, you have to take down Bri, because at this point in the game, the damage they do is unreal.
I have to agree. This damage is out of this world, astronomical. Gideon knows something about it. He's a space wizard, or at least so I hear. They need to figure out a way to get a pick on maybe the Strongo or Bri, as they did before, in order to just even up their chances in some of these team fights. And even then, that's not guaranteed. As we talked about earlier, there's just so much setup. F6. They got the Cryosasm, Horfrost, Skewer, and I mean the Riplash can get the job done. By itself. Nivula. As now Nivula here is going to be playing on the backside with the rest of his team, though. They're going to be hopping their way back into friendlier territory. Barbledew, though, has that Riplash up and ready. We could see a Rip engage here coming off the back end of the Riplash, but it's just going to be a ward and a reset as they're going to start onto the Sword Prime.
No Call of the Call here available for the side of Autumn Leaf, but they do have the rest. The Ore Prime is down to 7k, ticking down quick. They're going to try and create some space here, but with this burn, with this zone, they're going to be able to pick up that Ore Prime.
Double buffed up on a Sunday. Soul Reaper, though, looking to make a play for his team. Won't be able to save the life of David. Huge Rifties. He's going to get burned also very low. Big Rifties and a big kill coming out of Soul Reaper. He's going to be able to lock down Bartledew. It's going to have to be the captain here who steps it up. Naft is going to be stepping up alongside him, but they are going to be stepping to Bri. Ultimately, though, Soul Reaper does get that lockdown kill onto Bondrew, and with the last one remaining being the Roar, they're going to have to bring some pretty hot levels of damage to knock her down. About 30% HP on that threshold. She is chasing. No, she is hunting. Morose is very low, but Morose will stay alive. That's going to be a 4-3 trade going in favor of Autumn Leaf.
Oh, what a fight there. They're able to pick off Jay. Huge black hole to be able to separate everybody. The damage out there from Soul Reaper to cause that much commotion. But my, oh God, mercy. Being able to play that through, giving his team an advantage here just to be able to at least have one Ore Prime member, be able to at least have that push with that Ore Prime buff and almost take down Morose and Gwassi there.
Almost taking down Morose and Gwassi there, most certainly. However, they do barely survive, much to the benefit here of Autumn Leaf. Now being able to re-seize that kill lead, but more importantly, they do remove that Primordial Flame from 4 members.
That's gonna have to go down, and still we have a game here for us, ladies and gents. You guys at home, I know it has been breathtaking. You don't know who is gonna come out on top. It keeps flipping, it keeps flopping, but it's still going on. And at this point, 40 minutes in, this next team fight could be that potential to decide this game.
I'm gonna be real with you, man. Like, I don't know. I had like some French fries yesterday. I don't know if my blood pressure can handle a 45-minute bangers going wall to wall. But as you said here, man, it's anybody's game. The pressure is on. But as we have said here before, diamonds are only forged under pressure. Now I'm looking at the map to see who starts to shine.
Nobody wants to make that mistake. One on the side of Autumn Leaf, though, that middle inhibitor is a dead inhibitor, so they can push that down on the side of Leftovers. They have to be careful of that split push incoming, especially from any one of these characters. And also, they need to be aware that the Primordial Fangtooth is coming up, so a lot of vision needs to be secured out. But Bartledew forced a flash there with that phased lens beam coming out.
Man, forget about a split push. They rotated onto Bartle there like they wanted to split him in half. That was 4 men, forcing the Blink here out of the Richter in order to just play it a little bit safer. It is going to be all 5 members up for both teams, though, as this Fangtooth is going to come up, and that Primordial Blaze is more than likely going to be the most coveted thing on the map.
Chimera's a little pushed out here, and so is Soul Reaper. At any moment, the Coliseum can land. They might be able to change some stuff out if they're not careful on Autumn Leaf.
Coming over the top end, though, it is going to be an ulti coming out of Bone Druid, and it is going to be Nebula who will be the first casualty. Big CC out of the air is going to relegate Soul Reaper to the afterlife. He's going to fall, but it won't be for free. In exchange, it is going to be Bone Druid who does fall. Big old blink in order to force a little bit of space. Bone Druid is going to be on the backside here of Gwusi, though, as he's going to be looking to increase that kill board to 4. A blink, though, will be able to preserve their life, but for how long, as they do have a wave that is going to be pushing down mid, and that is 55-60 seconds on those kill timers, as 4 members are all going to be ushering around the core. Bondrewd will be the first one to step in. FaZe is going to have to make a hero level play, and that's going to be a little bit harder as this glacial charge comes up to separate the space. Jay is going to be dropped down to that 30% threshold. Jay is going to be dropped altogether, as that is going to be a phenomenal pick that is going to be able to come out of Autumn Leaf. But will it be enough? They have a lot of minions, and as we have seen so far within these sets, minions can just win, and it looks like that is what the Leftovers want to do, as they are going to take the set advantage and go up on Autumn Leaf 2-1.
What did I? Oh man, just a slight mistake here. Ego, we just mentioned it here. You just saw the Kai a little bit too up front, and they were just cooking them up. Yes, sir. Chefs up into the kitchen. They were to pick that off. Rose trying to do the same thing he did the game before, pushing towards that back line, but they ended up just just adjusting towards it. Big peel coming out of Jay, forcing the flash, forcing Rose back, being able to take those picks and Leftovers, taking that game advantage in game number 3. And I think we got a series on our hands.
Dude, who says Leftovers don't take good re-hit it? Them boys were playing hot, and I think you hit it right on the nose. Their adjustments were immaculate throughout that game. They did everything and more that they needed to pull away in this series. As we said within the game that matters the most is the one you just played. And so now, going into this game 4, we are going to see them going with all of the momentum. Before we go into the next game, though, we are going to go back to the desk.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ego and F6. Welcome back to the desk here. We're here with Lance and Medkit. Leftovers, they are taking game number 3, and they're coming out of this grand finals 2-1 so far. Both of these teams are just showing us why either of them should be called PCC champions. They've played so many games against each other, but it's only a matter of time before we find out who comes out on top and who can claim the sought after PCC crown. After game 3, if I were Autumn Leaf, I would be so scared of this menacing team that is Leftovers. But let's leave it to our analysts to break down the game for us. What exactly happened in game number 3?
Autumn Leaf wins team fights. They've got the right comp. They've got the right spot to make the picks, to get the setup in, that make it rain damage. That howitzer poke was so potent. Bry, once again, just performing out of his mind, trying to become the first back-to-back PCC champion since PCC 3 and 4. And I'm going to keep it real here. I feel like the series should be over right now. Leftovers, in my opinion, should have won game 1. They just got to keep rinsing and repeating what they're doing because it looks great.
I would say don't count Autumn Leaf out just yet. I have a strong feeling that they may have figured out their struggles with these drafts. I talked about how they would pick their poison. I think they may have figured out what to do in the draft in order to answer all these lethal threats. Let's see if they do that for this upcoming game 4, because for Autumn Leaf, it's go big or go home.
Bold statements from Lance and Medkit, but you guys are right. They're starting to figure out each other's tricks. They're starting to understand what they need to exploit, what they need to take advantage of, what needs to be cleaned up or polished, and how should these players prepare themselves for game number 4?
I think it's very tough for Autumn Leaf because you have to attack champion pools that you think are the smallest. Bartledew can't give him the Narbash. We saw it earlier that he played a very good game on Richter. The very next game, D-Lab first picked Narbash and banned the Richter away from him. Autumn Leaf should be on first pick for this next game, so they do have the opportunity to do that if they think that Gwassi can play one of those two heroes effectively. But you can't target Bri. He can play enough mid laners that it's not worth going down it. You can try to get Mercy off of Aurora, but he'll just pick up a Seraph or something else that is very impactful for this. I think it lies on trying to get Bartledew onto a Decker or onto his third or fourth choice for supports.
I would say out of like there's like 4 lethal threats that I'm trying to show here. There's Yin, Seraph, Aurora, and Narbash, right? Mercy have shown how lethal he is on Yin, Seraph, and Aurora, and we saw how lethal Narbash can be. However, I think Autumn Leaf can do with Aurora and Narbash. I don't think they want to deal with a Yin or a Seraph Mercy. I think they have answers for Aurora and Narbash. That makes Chimera a high pick. That also checks certain players, such as Bri, from preventing picking up Faye, who he's only done once. He did win versus D-Lab earlier. And overall, I think this is the I don't want to spoil like what they possibly may think, but I feel like this is the game plan that Autumn Leaf has figured out. Like, hey, we're going to go with this plan to kind of make draft a little easier so we can win this game 4.
And anything can absolutely happen. We know we've left you all on the edge of your seats, but the action just doesn't stop there, because after this break, we'll have game number 4 and potentially our last game here at PCCX.